only drank Chad mode every morning, here is what would happen to his body. Day 1. The man's body is flooded with organic caffeine, amino acids, and powerful extracts, triggering an intense urge to lift weights. Day 2, the man would barely recognize himself as his energy levels have skyrocketed. After 72 hours, he would be radiating masculinity and power, mogging his co-workers and firing his boss. You can buy your Chad mode right now on the TikTok shop for a huge discount.
After a lifetime of hard work and smart investing, the last thing you want to worry about is losing your retirement savings. Hi, I'm Paul Stone, CEO of Colonial Metals Group. We specialize in helping hardworking Americans like you take back control of their financial future, safeguard their savings. In economic times like these, millions turn to physical precious metals as a form of insurance, while conventional investment choices face challenges or even collapse. If you have an IRA, 401k, or other type of retirement account, my team at Colonial Metals Group would like to help you build a financial protection plan outlining the most secure future for you.
It's all coming. Look at all the brilliant minds in here. It's ridiculous. Hold on. Give me another hour and a half. All right. Now we're screwed. Okay. That's not working. Okay. Almost. Okay. Fantastic. Wow. Now is that on? Are we streaming? We're not streaming yet, are we? We are? Ha, good. I know. Okay, this is off, right? It's not on. All right, we're doing it. Balls. There we go. How's it going? Austin? Woo! Oh, yeah. Why am I here? Well, they bought my ticket. And this has been a crazy time to be alive. It's been pretty wild. 2019, September. Somebody gave me a heads up that I kind of work with for a long time, and they were like, this is true. They were like, yeah, you might want to get out of Los Angeles and go to Florida in September, right? And they're like, I'm like, why? And she said, it sounded kind of crazy, but they're like, yeah, something's going to happen, and then there's going to be like a virus and maybe like a thing. And wait, hold on. Can I say any of this? Yeah, we're good. We're on Rumble. Yeah, we're good. He's like, yeah, don't. China's going to buy up a lot of our food. Anyway, so I was like, okay, I'll just go. I'll pretend. I'll play along. I go to Florida, watch everything happen, and this team of scientists moves into the forest. I'm like, dude, this is like a video game, kind of. And then the zombie stuff all the time. Anyways, so we got a couple songs. Me and Ian, Crossland, wherever he is. Oh, okay. All right. Ow! Yeah. All right, so. What am I supposed to do first? Oh, the first, yeah, so it sounds pretty good. Usually I would do like a sound check, but I'm not doing sound check. Yeah. All right, so, all right, let's do just a random song first. All right. This song is, what is this one? Subliminal Message. This is pretty solid. It's pretty relevant. Subliminal Message. These songs are subliminal message. This song is a subliminal message. This song has a subliminal message. See if you can tell what it says. The subliminal message. See if you can hear the subliminal message. Here comes the subliminal message. Everybody listen. Buy this song on iTunes. Guess it's just a message. Guess this song is just a message. Guess it's not a subliminal message, 'cause it's not subliminal, no, but it's still a message. Yeah, it's still a valid message, so you still should hear the message. Dum digga 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 dum dum dum. Search for this song on iTunes. Click buy 10 or 20 times to make me some money, money. Hey, 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 I like a make money, money, money. This song's a subliminal message. This song was a subliminal message, even though it's not a subliminal message. That's just the name of the song. Yeah. It's not actually on iTunes yet, so I kind of screwed myself. Whatever. Awesome, thank you. I don't want to drop F-bombs. I'll just not do that. I don't need to do that. You can like say anything though. You're good. What's the next one? Okay, this song teaches you to play guitar. If you don't know how to play guitar, this teaches you to play like all the major chords and a lot of the minor chords and all that. All right. So like I'm just gonna sing the chords I'm playing. Like A, B, C, D, E. Right? A, B, C, D, E. A, I can see your D. Hey, I can see your D. Hey, I can see your D. F, U, C, A minor with double D's. F, U, C, A minor with double D's. Oh, F, U, C, A minor with double D's. Don't F, A minor, don't F, D minor. But if your B, A, C is too high, yours. If your B, A, C is too high, you might F, A minor, and then you say, hey, won't you be my effing G, F, until you roof A, G, E, A. Yeah, good advice. It's just solid advice. And it teaches you to play guitar. Whatever. All right. So there's the third one. Is this other one? All right. I don't really know how to play this one, but it's all right. So someone reached out, a fan reached out to me. A fan. But reached out and was like, blah, blah, blah. I love you. Blah, blah, blah. You're the greatest. Blah, blah, blah. My favorite YouTuber. Better than YouTubers, really. You should be in a whole higher category. I'm like, whatever. And then she was like, and then also a doctor kind of cut off my breast, and because I thought I was a boy when I was a kid, and then later I found out I was actually a girl, and I'm like, oh, what? Her name is Chloe Cole, and she's awesome. So I was like, I don't really want that to happen. It's not good. But so I wrote a love song.
Speaking of love songs.
What's up, bro?
Hi. Hi, Toby.
Oh, wait, what are you doing back there? All right, here. Okay, well, I got this. Hold on.
Give me that.
Okay, you can hold it. Thank you. Yeah, he's going to hold it up because I don't know how to play it yet. So, all right. So it's like, I wrote a song. It's like a parody of a love song. It's a love song by a guy named Richard Marks. A lot of us have Richards in this room, in our lives. The song goes out to all the Richards out there. And, people, Richards who have Richards, whatever. All right. All right. So, whoa, hold on. That's it. Okay, cool. I've been there from the start, so much to say. All I can do is hang in shame. I hear your friends, they're chatting online, and now they're calling you a different name. If you so choose to sever, that choice is chose forever. Don't cut off your dick. Don't stitch up your gooch. I will be right down here. Whoa, hold on. Hold on. No, we got it wrong. Oh, ball sack. This is a nightmare. How awkward. All right, that's awkward. All right, that's the wrong version. Keep going. Ha! Yeah, I don't know. We're screwed. We're screwed, guys. We're screwed. This is wrong. This whole song was so beautiful for a second, almost. It was almost going to be beautiful, but, Ian came up here with his fanny pack. All right, here, hold this instead. Okay. Hold this instead. All right. All right, wait. Just act like that didn't happen. Yeah, we'll cut it out. It'll be fine. All right, hold it. Focus. All right, he's trying to change his style first. All right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right. Where was I? Don't cut off your dick. Don't stitch up your gooch. I will be right down here waiting for you. I'll stand up for you for as long as I can. One day, who knows, maybe I'll come in handy. Was there a joke there? When you're feeling down, I'll get you up. 'Cause you're number one standing up. Gold medals are won by a couple inches. It's significant, and I was there when you won the cup. Sure, Michael Phelps is a champion swimmer, but out of your daddy's wiener, you were the winner. Whoever the fuck, whatever the shit, I will be right down here waiting through it. Wherever you want, at first I will go. My preferred pronouns are not a whole. I know that we were meant to be, but it's your call. Don't ask me how I know, I'll just feel it deep down in my balls. My bow, my bow, my bow. You would be singing that, that'd be epic. Don't cut off your dick, just give me a chance to show that I deserve to live in your pants. You've already won, you're the champion. You are the Michael Phelps of your daddy's ball sack. Michael Phelps of your daddy's ball sack. Whoever the fuck. Sorry, I spit everywhere. Whatever the shit, I will be right down here. I'll stand up for you for as long as I can. One day, who knows, maybe I'll come in handy. Come in handy, 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 come. He just got it, handy, come in handy, come in handy. It's a dick joke. It's all right. Cool. Hey, you.
Toby Turner.
Oh, we lost one of the pages. Oh, all right. We got one more song, and then we're gonna do this.
So Toby and I.
Yeah.
Toby and I.
You got that?
Toby and I are starting a band. You may have already figured that part out.
Yeah, we're gonna start. We'll figure it out.
Shit's hot. We're going on tour.
He's very super talented. You can't tell by looking at him. He is very talented. Yeah, look at that. Look at the size of his brain.
Me on.
All right. So this one. This is a song where we basically just hang like it's a lot of hashtags. It's called The Current Thing or something like that.
Yeah, the current thing. This is about all these things that are current.
Yeah. It's a Metallica parody. Yeah. We're doing a handoff right now. It's very complicated. We just want this to be as difficult as possible. Oh, hell yeah, this is going to be epic. All right.
Now that you're prepped.
Where's the lyrics?
Right
All
there.
What? Yeah, I got it. Hashtag stop Asian hate. Stand with Ukraine. There's a whole nother game again in Black Lives Matter. Anti-Semites be hating Jews. Clearly haven't tried kosher food. 'Cause it tastes really, really good in Black Black Lives Matter. Should we believe all women? Hashtag me too. ACAM, hashtag back the blue. I'm starting to get so confused. And Black Lives Matter. See it. Acronyms we never knew. To us LGBTQ. Hey, plus.
Thank you.
Whoa. What the hell's going on at school? Something's lowering our kids' IQ. Probably all the shifty Jews.
No, don't say that. Don't.
What? I said
no.
Black Lives Matter. Acronyms we never knew. To us LGBTQ. Hey, plus.
There it is.
Just stop oil, hashtag climate change. Private jet to Davos to complain. Have I gone fucking insane? And Black Lives Matter. Media's no longer the news. Garage door pull rope, they call the news. Justice Smollett's a silly goof, but black lives still matter. Primary flag that we should wave is a motherfucking USA. Acronyms we never knew. To us LGBTQ. Hey, plus. All this talk about civil war, probably good if that shit's ignored. The enemy doesn't live next door. Fucking Black Lives Matter, freaking Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you for being a part of our first show. Toby Turner.
In Crossland.
Ladies and gentlemen, the night's going to get hot.
Crosslander,
It's just getting started. Coming up is going to be Shane Cashman to talk you all in. You're going to have a wonderful night tonight. It's going to be really awesome. Shout out to everybody involved, Minds for putting this event on. You know, the Vulcan Theater, excellent, excellent venue. Tip your bartenders. Tip them big. Tip them heavy. They love you for it. Everyone, have a good night. We'll see you later. And graphene. It's legit.
Give it up for Toby and Ian. I love these guys. So, give it up for yourselves. You guys, we all survived one more day on this beautiful prison planet. And now we're here to have a little fun. I love 6th Street. I love coming down here. I love the homeless magician outside with the 10-foot anaconda. That's not a euphemism. I love that he's the least dangerous thing on 6th Street. I love that it was sorority night. And there was like 1,000 sorority girls walking around. I don't know if you saw them last night. It was like walking through 1,000 Britney Spears TikToks where she's half naked and juggling knives. Terrifying. But I love Texas in general. My wife and I took the pilgrimage to Buc-ee's. You all know Buc-ee's? Yeah. That place is amazing. That place is amazing. We went there. We went there. It's our new Mecca. And I'm blown away. It was clean. It was bright. They have infrastructure in place. The general manager makes $175,000 a year. That's crazy. That's amazing. That's like the last place where the American dream is. Yeah, dude, I saw the sign. It was crazy. I saw the sign. So they have like bathrooms from the future. I'm just blown away that I'm beginning to think that I'm going to legitimately consider voting for Buc-ee's for president of this country. They have the infrastructure. They have it. You know, we're in a weird world when it's worth it to consider Buc-ee's babysitting your kids over Joe Biden. I feel way more comfortable at Buc-ee's than I would at the White House. And I'm also trying to work on a campaign to get Greg Abbott to start building a Buc-ee's around the grassy knoll up in Dallas. I think there'd be nothing more American than that. I think it'd be beautiful to have a little atrium of the grassy knoll inside. You could turn it into a wedding venue, get an animatronic of JFK out there with his convertible pumping gas all the time, just waving to people. It's American. It's American. And everyone would be happy in that situation because the military-industrial complex would say, we got this giant gas station who's got to keep bombing foreign lands to keep these gas pumps filled. So everyone, and they're the same people who murdered JFK, so everyone's stoked. That's the American dream. But the world is weird, and that's why we're here for the Minds Fest. We're here to have complicated conversations in person. Always better than Twitter or Minds. You know, we love to be in person. We can be here and talk about all the problems in the world. And you know, I got to say, I respect even people like the Krasensteins or Destiny, who's here today. You know, we need people to have conversations with that we don't agree with on the other side. That's an important thing. I think that's how I grew up, thinking we should have conversations like that, and we should do them here in person. But the weird thing about there's two things I see a lot of online. That's drag shows and Destiny, and it's because the right-wing Twitter constantly pimps them out. And you guys know the Krasensteins? Y'all know them? Yeah, you're big fans? No? I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing that the gerbils that crawled up Richard Gere's asshole now have unfettered access to Elon Musk on Twitter. That's amazing. That's amazing. But no, it's very good to be here, you know, in this very divisive, violent world. And it's great to have these social media platforms where we can kind of share ideas and build the immune system of our beliefs. It's a crazy, dark world out there. And I've been thinking about tragedies, you know, like the Sandy Hook tragedy was a terrible, terrible thing. It was a sick, disgusting event. A man named Adam Lanza, a scrawny little kid, hopped up on SSRIs, walked into a school and took the lives of innocent kids. It makes me sick. But I do wonder sometimes what would have happened if someone sat Adam down and said, this is Twitter, you can amplify your voice to the world. I'm fairly certain he would have grown up to be just another degenerate reply guy, you know, just mass shooting the comment sections constantly. I'm also pretty sure that if someone gave him a Twitter, he would have just grown up to be another Krasenstein. That's the third brother. Look them up. They're oddly similar. But anyway, thank you for being here. We're stoked. We got a lot of awesome people here. Thank you guys for being here. It's exciting. Thank you to Minds for having us. This is the best. And I'd like to introduce the next speaker. That's Paul Stone of Colonial Metals. So give it up for Paul, everybody. Good luck.
Paul Stone, great to be here. Thank you for having me. Welcome to Poetry Night at the Vulcan. I love the fact that we were able to join up and support a group of folks in Minds and all of you sitting out here and watching online that think for yourselves, that aren't willing to be told the way it needs to go, that remember the old ideas. I've had enough of the new ideas. The old ideas that the founders wrote down, from everything they had learned that wasn't working across the Atlantic for them, where there was no upward mobility, where they were going to be raking wheat for the rest of their lives, and their kids would be raking wheat, and so on and so forth. So they hopped on wooden ships and came here, the colonists. And they started this great country with a set of ideas, lessons they had learned from the way they didn't think life ought to be prescribed. And they set up the greatest country on earth. And that country has been suffering an erosion for a very long time. We could all get together and make an encyclopedia set of all the issues and all of the things we have frustrations over and pains over. And I see the struggle. I see how people heartache and are in pain and feel lost and wonder what their purpose is and wonder how they're going to find their way. Long ago, the government was small. And it served us. As Reagan once said, we have a government, not the other way around. Today, it feels like a very oppressive force. They made a decision about 52 years ago to start printing money when they ended our relationship with reality, when they ended the relationship with gold. It allowed the government to become much larger than it was ever intended to be. And for many people, that created an inflationary wind that blew at their backs and caused incredible wealth and incredible inventions for many people. But for most, that wind is blowing in your face. That wind is working against you. And it is causing problems amongst us and between us that would never be there if it weren't for that decision. When Richard Nixon broke into an episode of Bonanza and told us our lives were about to become very different, and we had no idea what that meant, but now look around. $34 trillion in debt, and more problems today than we've ever had as a society, and weakness everywhere. Austin knows about storms, right? I know about storms. Storm is a large amount of energy focused on a locale. This government storm that is raging, in my opinion, and from the history books, won't last longer than this humanity will. It will not. The storm that you represent, free thinkers, those who are in search of liberty and justice and fairness, work hard and be able to have what you earn, and no one's coming to take that from you or erode what the value of that is beneath your feet while you work, right? You're the real storm. You're the real storm. And what I mean by that is, you're the ones that are willing to look past fear. You're the ones that are willing to look past limitations. We all talk about how difficult life is and it just gets harder every day. Violent, difficult world. But what is the solution to that for ourselves? If we're waiting around for a solution to come from the outside in, we'll be waiting forever. Sometimes it feels like life is inside a set of bars. Not this bar. Like a jail. And many of us think that the key to getting out of that jail is on the other side of the bars. And folks, I want to tell you, it's inside the bars. It is inside of us, individually. The number one thing that I believe is that fear is the guardian of great. That everything we want in life lies on the other side of fear. When we're born, we aren't born into a world where we're lost. That's not what, if you believe we walked out of our primordial ooze many, many thousands of years ago, or we were created by a divine being, would we really be made without some kind of internal navigation system that helps us find our way in the world? To me, the reason why those Olympians would carry a torch for running that marathon to a coliseum where they would eventually light the torch there and play their games and have their contests, the reason why the Statue of Liberty is holding a torch is because the torches of fear are actually what lights your path to finding a life that is full of purpose and full of fulfillment and full of ethics and principles. We can all look around today and understand that the principles that build a great life are just too inconvenient to follow. And it's incumbent upon us as individuals who are doing this free thinking, that understand what's right, that understands what's real in life, to be an example to those around us. We can't just point out where the government can never do anything right because they can't. That's their track record. Their track record is ineptitude. Their track record is failure. Reagan said also that the government's solutions are worse than its problems. So send that out a few hundred years now, where the government's been in charge of the money and in charge of when they will pay attention to the Constitution and when they won't, and when they will honor us and when they won't, and when they will come and live between us and when they won't. We have to remember the magic of what actually is a human being, that the iron that flows through your blood came from colliding stars in the heavens billions of years ago. Don't lose sight of the magic that you actually are made of. And think inside your own guts, what could be my next act if everything I want lies on the other side of fear in life, my real identity, my real purpose, my real accomplishments? They're already in front of you. They're already in your mind. Know your mind. Look to where you're afraid to make that apology. You're afraid to make that phone call. Come clean about that thing. Start there. Start small. I have walked through so many fears, and I am nothing special. I'm just some guy. But if you imagine in your mind for a moment someone that you would describe as exceptional, an incredible human being, an extraordinary person, just go with me for a minute. Picture who that might be. Might be Aunt Trudy, right? Might be a sports hero. Might be your parent or parents. Think about this in your mind for a second. Who would that be? I don't believe there are any extraordinary people. I believe there's ordinary people that have done extraordinary things. And wasn't overcoming a fear and obstacles and challenges part of that story? Isn't it part of yours? I want every one of you to know when you leave here tonight for the rest of your lives, you are made of the exact same incredible stuff those extraordinary people in your mind are made of. You are absolutely made of the same incredible magic that they are made of. And you can start. You don't need to, get something patented or come up with a new technology or cure cancer to feel extraordinary. You just need to overcome the obstacles that are sneaking into the back of your mind that you know are there. And that's where you start. That's where you start. Because living inside of this government-imposed prison, the keys will always be inside the bars. It's inside the cell. And you'll find that freedom regardless of what's going on outside around us. You will. That's my message. That's what I bring to you today. Something genuine and true that I know from my own heart, from my own experience, from screwing up my own life a long time ago, and then not understanding life, and not understanding my purpose, and not understanding how I find happiness or fulfillment. There's a great message in many great books that we've all read, but if the message isn't in you, it's in the book. Get that message inside yourselves. I encourage you to understand that the path that I've taken from a childhood dream that my mother had a long, long time ago, and all of the fears that it took for me to walk up these steps and come onto this stage, it was a childhood dream of mine. I'm super grateful to be here. I hope you might find a little something inspiring in what I had to share, but I'm just like you, and we're just like extraordinary humans. We're all ordinary humans that are capable of doing extraordinary things. And as these dark times worsen, the world is going to look to you. Your neighbors are going to look to you. Your friends are going to look to you for strength. So start off being that example. You can do it. Be that example of change, and you'll watch your world change around you. Thank you for having me.
All right. So before, well, first of all, thanks to Paul at Colonial Metals. Give him a round of applause. I'm going to read one thing from our sponsor, one of our sponsors, real quick before I introduce our panel, our first panel of the night. This is from Ultra Free. Ultra Free is an anti-BS, underground, hands-on, family-operated streetwear company focused on promoting free expression and artistic integrity. Your voice has the power to make a difference, so use it wisely. Take 15% off your first purchase with the code ULTRAMINDS. I have an Ultra Free shirt. I've worn it on a few shows. I like it because it says defund Satanism, real nice and big. So that is good. Now I got to find my paper to introduce everybody, which I should have done. But I could just do it off the top of my head. Look at that. You guys don't need me at all. I'm easily replaceable by AI or PowerPoint presentation, clearly. But yeah, this is our first panel, and it's going to be a fun one. We have the Drinkin Bros, good pals, Ross Patterson and Dan Hollaway. Yo. I just did their show the other day. It's one of my favorite shows to do. It's total debauchery. And we also have Jared Taylor coming up from Black Rifle Coffee. And I'll be up here talking smack. And we also have Drea de Matteo, the Emmy Award-winning actress. You might know her from The Sopranos and Sons of Anarchy. So give it up for everybody, and come join us on stage.
Hi, welcome to Drinkin Bros, kids.
What up, Drea?
Welcome. This is going to be a lot different than the last guy who was up there, okay? I don't want you to be positive about shit.
We're starting with
I don't
gerbil
care
talk.
if you're doing cocaine tonight off the goddamn tables. Just do it responsibly, okay? That's it. That's it.
Don't you have a book about this?
Well, we might. We might.
It's called How to Drink and Do Drugs Like an Adult.
How to drink and do drugs like an adult.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, kids. Shane, thanks for having us. Unbelievable event that you put on here. Drea, welcome. You have no idea what you got into here.
No, Shane, is this your house?
Yeah.
This is your event.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I like it here.
Dude, hi.
Got a little
He
room
lives
upstairs.
here.
Guys.
He
It's nice
lives
to meet
here.
You guys on stage.
I know, Drea, you look identical. Last time I saw you was 20 years ago. It was you, your former husband, drinking a bottle of whiskey out of your purse at the MTV Movie Awards that you'd snuck in. So if you think she doesn't live that life, she absolutely does live that life. You fucking party, you're one of the coolest people on the planet, and you've had an unbelievable career. How did you get started?
At Brett Ratner's house.
Oh, stop.
Well, that's where we were.
We got trapped
Oh,
in there.
was I not supposed to say that?
Holy shit. Oh, we can talk about it now.
I mean, you may as well.
That's
You
not
just-
as bad as Jared getting assaulted by Bryan Singer, though.
I know. We got
Come on, I want to hear it.
Come on.
Hollywood is
Come
just
on.
as bad as you think it is. We got trapped in Brett Ratner's house, your former husband and I, in the basement.
I think
It was
Brett
all-
Ratner is my former husband.
Was it really?
We
Holy
went,
shit.
We went to college together.
Really?
Yes, we went to school together. He was one of my film partners in film school.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
And then as things went on, did he change?
No.
Okay.
He was always fucking Brett. We had a blast, man. I mean, I'm going to plead the fifth here, but we had a good time. It just things weren't so fucking touchy back then. I mean, everybody was touchy, but things things
Bryan
weren't
Singer was touchy.
Bryan Singer was real touchy.
He was touchy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know his story.
Ah, he's gay.
He's gay?
Yeah, he's gay.
Yeah, what are you gay? What the fuck
He was
Kevin
looking for a
Spacey?
bear that night.
No.
Yes,
He likes
yes,
he
you were.
likes very thin, very 19-year-old men.
You could say twink, it's fine.
It's a twink. It's
Just
a
say
twink.
it, dude.
But
Is this a
sometimes you want to
twink-friendly
switch it
room?
up and have a bear, and that's fine.
You think that's why I was there?
Yes. You
Because
remember?
when I was going to go home, he was like, "Do you like Rick and Morty?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "I've got season 2." I was like, "Well, fuck, Hollywood's great."
And season 2 hadn't even come out yet. So he was trying to get Jared to stay and watch Rick and Morty season 2.
That's the adult
Wasn't
version
even
of
out
say-
yet.
That's an adult version of having a van that says free candy on the side of it. You know
Yeah,
what
Well,
I'm
I mean,
gonna
for
say,
me,
saying? And you walk right into that shit.
No good. You guys have more fucking Hollywood stories than I do.
Well, it's kind of wild because up at Brett's, we all got trapped in the basement. I don't know if you remember that. It was all dudes, and then the girls were upstairs, and there was a security guard that said, "Hey, you guys can't come up here." And I'm like, what the fuck?
But they took you guys in. They left me outside because I had too many men with me, and I never got into the house. And that's my old friend.
No
I was
shit.
Fucking furious. Yeah, I remember when you mentioned it to me, and I was like,
Yeah.
we never went in that night. And I break his balls to this day. I was escorted into this Kennedy campaign, and I was a nervous wreck to even be there because I was coming out of the motherfucking closet. And there at my table was Brett Ratner. I was like, you're the only fucking visible celebrity that will endorse fucking Kennedy.
And this is currently?
This was recently, man. It's the first time I've seen him in years.
Because he got canceled. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I figured that's what it was.
All my friends are canceled.
I was going to say, and I figured that's what it was why we were stuck in the basement. Because when I asked, the guy said, no, the girls are upstairs, and then the dudes are down in the basement. And I was like, all right, well, that's not fun. I don't want to be here
But
for
did
this.
the basement have drinks and Rick and Morty?
No, it didn't have Rick and Morty, but it had drinks.
Okay.
What did,
I mean,
what did
I'm
you
kind
and
of down
Shooter
with the
do in
basement.
the basement? What did you guys do?
So initially, it was just two bros hanging out.
Did he sing you Waylon Jennings songs?
He didn't sing any Waylon Jennings songs. I wish. I wish. Because I didn't, the next time I saw him again was he was doing the Johnny Cash movie.
Oh, yeah. That's a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah, we were babies.
And that's the thing is like when we met, you were kind of on this weird ascent in Sopranos at that time, and it was just starting to take off. How crazy did it end up getting for you?
I mean, it got fucking crazy. It was nothing's as crazy as what we're living through right now, though. But Sopranos, I mean, it was a different time, man. We were free. We were free, and now we're not free.
Free to do what?
Free to fuck around.
There was no cell
around
phone.
and
That's a
find out.
new T-shirt design.
Free to fuck
Yeah.
around and find the fuck out.
Yeah.
You know?
But there
And
was no
now,
cell phones.
holy
Nobody
shit.
was recording anything.
Hell no.
And it was awesome.
Yeah.
I always wondered, because I watched this movie with my wife the other night, a TV show called The Offer. It was the making of The Godfather, and the mob had gotten involved. Did the mob ever get involved in The Sopranos itself?
I think that they were consulting. There were a lot of people, but you know, everybody had an opinion about what was going on. Wise guys, not wise guys, but they had some consultants. They had a lot of detectives, a lot of inside people consulting. You know, they made sure to say that Tony Soprano and mafia guys would not wear shorts. So quickly you would see that Tony Soprano would not wear shorts.
Well, that got written into the show in the third season, I think.
see,
the
you
New York,
guys-
the
you
New
would
York
know.
Family
He's
guy
autistic.
said,
Yeah.
hey, by the way, bosses don't wear shorts.
Johnny Sack.
Yeah.
Season.
He's got autism, so he's going to know everything tonight, okay?
You are
He's
the-
going to know all of it.
I've been listening to you lately. I'm like, holy shit, this guy's fucking smart. I don't know, I can't sit next to him.
It's all a facade.
Yeah, it's all facade.
I'm just the hooker of Hollywood
Wait
right
until
now.
we teach you quantumology.
Shut up! Don't start that shit. He makes up fake science words to piss me off.
No, I went to Josh Hopkins University.
That's not a thing. It's
Not a
just-
place.
It's Mobile, Alabama.
No.
It's his brother, Dan.
Not a place.
Ah, did you
Great
just say
school.
Josh?
It's
Josh,
John,
yeah.
It's John.
It's a
Hopkins.
lesser-known brother of John. Very popular, though, in the Middle East.
I hate now you're drawing my ire as well. Don't fucking validate this piece of
I like
shit.
the ire.
God damn
I
it.
love it.
Oh my God. I feel like
But as this is going on, as The Sopranos is going on, I ended up doing a movie with Big Pussy right after he got killed off. And people in the street, everywhere we went, were screaming Big Pussy in his face. And we
they do
went
that to me too.
Really?
A little bit. A little bit.
Love it.
Was it
bit.
Trump?
A little bit Big Pussy as you spread your legs on
Yeah,
stage.
she's
Sorry,
man spreading like
sorry,
crazy up here.
mansplaining.
Can I get some fucking space?
Little
Jesus.
distance there.
Hold on, I'm about to stick
Dan's
this
about to
fucking
me
thing
too,
in my mouth.
Drea.
Dan's
Hold
fragile.
on.
I'll
Dan's
file a lawsuit
fragile.
right now. I don't give a shit. Right now.
Me and Brett Ratner.
Brett Ratner,
Fucking
Brian Singer.
Human
Yeah,
Brian
resources.
Singer.
Let's go.
We're getting into it tonight. So with Big Pussy, we'd gone to dinner that night. We were talking about the movie and everything else. He'd gotten killed off. Season 2 was going on. And he said, this is the most depressed I've ever been in my life because I got killed off the greatest show in the history of television. What the fuck do I do now?
At the time, that was probably a true statement.
Did he piss off a writer or what?
You could debate like Breaking Bad. There's other shows that have come around that are fucking pretty good too. But at the time, in the late 90s, what other TV show was even in the same ballpark? to be honest.
Well, what do you have? Is Sopranos one in your minds as the greatest drama of all time?
I mean, that's what they tell me.
It's like a renaissance of the start of the renaissance of television.
It changed TV. It changed
it
TV, but now look at the fucking state of television. We changed it so much. It's fucked up.
You don't like the
Everything's fucked up.
Kardashians? Is that what you're saying?
It's my favorite.
Okay.
I love those fucking big asses, man. Big tits, big asses.
Yeah.
big,
Big lips.
You know,
Big lips,
I like
huge lips.
it.
Dude, there's
Yeah.
I like it.
I heard somebody had a really large foot, only on one side though.
Is that
Bad
Daniel
surgeon.
Day-Lewis in my left foot?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, big fan.
Oscar winner.
Big fan of
Yeah.
DDL.
Well,
But yeah, Sopranos kind of changed everything. It's on HBO. It changed things so much that it's on Netflix now. Are people hitting you up about it being on Netflix?
Wait, is it really?
Oh yeah, everything got sold.
Get the fuck out. I don't even get residuals, man. That's why I had to go do fucking porn. I didn't do porn. I didn't do porn, guys.
OnlyFans.
It's a joke. It's just
OnlyFans. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fucking, you know.
It's fine.
It's soft porn.
it's diet
like
porn.
Emmanuel in
Yeah,
the fucking
diet.
70s, you know?
Is it? We don't subscribe. Obviously, I'm married, so I can't.
You know.
Jared did for research. And
did?
yeah, he got on there for a little bit.
I mean, you have to buy all the packages.
You have
Listen,
to.
just shut up. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just let them come and find out. Let them fuck around and find out.
Hey, I'm a fan. I'm the only fan. We're there.
Exactly. Was it true, though, you paid off your entire mortgage?
No, they fucking get everything. You know, I just found out that I endorsed fucking, I'm a MAGA head today, too, on the news.
Woo!
Holy fuck, I'm in so much trouble. I'm about to Dana White this fucking podcast right now.
Walk right off.
I can't talk anymore.
You can.
I'm fucking
Wait,
done.
who said you're a MAGA person?
Fox.
Everybody.
Vanessa
Yes.
sent me some shit because I showed Donald Trump a hat that said, "Close the border, you moron," and it was red. And that was it. It was red. It said that I'm supporting Donald Trump now.
it's a bad time to be Fred Durst.
Sure
Like any
Sure is.
red hat.
I mean,
is just
he's
like
recently
MAGA.
come out of retirement because if you didn't know, for like 6 years, his Instagram was nothing but station wagons.
Yeah,
Oh.
And he
true,
didn't. And he didn't post a caption. It was the greatest account to follow. Just station wagons.
I mean,
He's funny.
there's worse things you can do when you get rich.
His
Like
album's
get involved
good.
in politics, for example. He did the noble thing and shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Now he's talking about UFOs, though.
He's
So I
going to start a
respect that.
podcast.
Politics, that's not political.
No.
Tom
not yet.
DeLonge did
Not
that
yet.
before it was cool. Come
Yeah.
on.
Sure did.
Yeah, but to be honest, Shane's the leader on fake clouds. I think you're
Thank you.
You're
Thank
running
you,
that
Dan.
one.
Wait, you're saying clouds are fake too?
You know that you and I have a thing.
Drea knows
with
the clouds are fake.
That's my number one topic.
Thank you. See?
my
That
number-
clouds are fake. So you are going to say
I
this.
mean, not the
Shane
cloud-
was on
I-
2 days ago.
It's
Yeah.
not that the clouds are fake. I just want to know what the fuck they're dropping out of airplanes. Let's not talk about COVID. Let's not talk about abortion.
Well,
Let's
COVID
not
came out of planes,
talk
too.
about any social issues. Let's talk about what's coming out
Let's
of the
talk
planes
about Big Turtle.
first.
Big turd?
That's it.
Big Turtle.
Turtle.
Yeah,
Oh,
big
Yeah,
turtle.
they're controlling the straw market, especially here in Austin.
Yeah.
Big turtles out there
Yeah,
controlling all the
paper
plastic
straws, dude. Big Turtle.
Anytime
Beware.
you see those paper straws, I immediately go out and murder a turtle every single time.
Every single time.
Like that's bullshit. There's no other way to fight back against that but to execute turtles point blank with a handgun.
and
I
he'll
think.
do it right off the
Oh,
front
yeah.
the bow of the boat.
We
and
have a
just murk
turtle
'em.
here. Can someone bring out the turtle?
Yeah,
Bring
we were
out a
gonna-
sea
yeah,
turtle.
bring the
Kill a
turtle
sea
out.
turtle live on air.
We were gonna rip one in half on stage, but the
We're
turtle
going cannibal
got loose.
Holocaust already. We're not even 10 minutes
Turtle
into
Hannibal
this.
Holocaust.
In Austin, PETA would fucking rain down hard on us.
PETA
I
can
think,
rain
I think
down on
PETA
my
has
beanbag.
paratroopers. They have a paratrooper unit
They
in
do.
Austin.
They do.
You know, we were gonna troll PETA a couple years ago. Remember that?
Yeah.
So they have their offices right off the
Their,
Potomac.
their office is right on a river.
Right, the
and,
Potomac, the
yeah.
river, right?
And so we were going to get a big-ass barge and hold a big-ass barbecue with fans just blowing
Like
it in.
industrial fans
Yeah,
blowing
we-
all the smoke onto
We
PETA's
found a 60-ton anchor. It was perfect.
They got me once for letting my kids feed the elephants in the fucking circus.
Really?
I felt bad, man. I was like, fuck, I fucked up. I'm never going again.
What were your kids feeding the elephants?
I don't
Mushrooms.
know.
It was psilocybin.
Psilocybin?
Psilocybin?
Yeah, the fucking elephants were losing their shit, dude.
Peanuts.
Is that a mouse? Oh, fuck.
An elephant on mushrooms.
Dan
Yeah,
did
'cause they
that to
never
a killer whale, too.
Yeah, killer
Yeah.
whale. They never forget, so they just have PTSD all the time.
Sure do. And that's why
22
today,
elephants a day.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Today they're all fucked up. Well, let's go through the misconceptions then. Did you pay off your mortgage in one day? Because that was a headline. Yes
Nope.
or no? No.
Nope.
Okay. Did you vote for Joe Biden? That was another headline I read this morning. 2020.
I fucking did it. It was the only time I ever voted in my life. I did it because I had a few friends that are illegal, and I had to get them to New York. So I hired a tour bus and an armed driver to drive across the country during the Trump administration. I was asleep. I was like super anti-Bush back in the day, and then all of a sudden I just went to bed and
You're talking
thought
about the
everything was
president,
fine.
AKA Big Pussy.
Just
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pro-Bush.
yeah. Okay.
Fucking mage. But yeah, it was fucked. I voted for Biden. My daughter was like, you know what? You should just pick the lesser of two evils. I did. And then I found myself in a world of shit going down fast.
How did it feel to vote for a corpse?
It's hot.
Was it
No,
cool?
he's alive. I mean, he's like Jimmy Carter. He's alive.
He,
It's just-
back
one?
then he was.
Which one? There's like 100 Joe Bidens. Like the clouds.
Dude, it's
So too.
Boston Dynamics is just pulling one over on us.
Dude, they're killing it.
Yeah, they've
Yeah,
got a flamethrower.
it is
on one of
literally
those
Joe
sons of bitches
Biden.
Now.
What?
They've got a flamethrower, one of those Boston Dynamic dogs. Now.
Yeah, and
the
you could buy it.
quadruped flamethrower dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did
Yeah,
they
you
go
can
to
get
heaven?
it.
Do they go to heaven, those dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
well,
sure,
I
right?
think so.
Yeah, it
I don't
depends.
know.
They go to
Did
the
some
dark
bad
web.
things.
Yeah.
I don't
couple
think
of reasons
I
about
don't
things.
think Air Bud went to heaven.
Wow, that's a dark take.
Did you see his browser history?
Yeah. Real dark. Real dark.
It's all
Dan's
puppies.
been saying Air Bud was a real racist for a long time.
Yeah, he's definitely in hell. He's looking up at us right now. But who are the illegals that you were trying to get into the country and why?
Yeah, what's their names and social security numbers?
Yeah.
No, we were
We're
just
out
going from
now.
LA to New York, man. We were just going from LA to New York. Just, you know.
But were they
Spending the
Mexican,
summer.
Italians? What were the...
Listen,
Oh,
they-
well, I got a circus with me, man.
Really?
I got a circus, yeah. We've just, everything. But now I feel different. And
Okay.
so do they. Because they've been paying fucking taxes for 25 years. So they're like, what the fuck is going on? Make me legal before you fucking let all these motherfuckers in.
Yeah.
Well, did you switch then? So for 2024, obviously Trump and Biden. Are you voting for Trump?
I don't know. I mean, I've been endorsing. I just want people to hear Kennedy. I want people to fucking know he exists.
It's hard to hear him.
I think I know. But.
It is. What?
But.
Sorry.
It is
Oh,
hard to hear.
bullshit.
It's hard to hear.
I think
Go on.
the way I see it is let's get fucking the orange god back in for 4,
Yep.
and then let the other guy take over. We need fucking years to unravel the last 50 years.
Of repair.
We need fucking years
Yeah.
of unraveling the fucking deep state, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. With RFK, though, I don't know why he picked the VP he picked.
I know
It's-
why.
It's a financial. Can
I
we
know
just say
why.
It? Can we just say it's financial?
I mean, I think that's what the speculation is. But he would dispute that. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure there might be other reasons. I mean, I don't know. Just Hollywood, man.
Is he on steroids? Because he's always working out without a shirt on, and he's fucking jacked.
Yeah, he's not fucking around.
Yeah,
Dude, it's just creatine, man. Come on.
it is.
You don't know Jan England?
Sure don't.
The Prime Minister of Sweden. Come on, dude.
Oh, jacked up on creatine?
Yeah.
I like it. Everybody should be. I'd like to see Trump go on some trends. see
Wait
what
about
happens.
Dwayne Elizondo Camacho. Remember that guy from Idiocracy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's Terry
Easy.
Crews.
Yeah. He was a great president.
I think
be president now.
You should.
It
we
was
should
on
have
his
a-
teleprompter. I know shit is fucked up.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah. I know shit's all
Pause.
fucked up. Pause.
I bet you The Rock runs in 28.
You think?
What's he gonna run
Didn't
for?
he just come out speaking up against Biden? Is he
No, he just said he would come out and he's not going to endorse a candidate this year.
Oh.
But he
Because
did
it
that.
fucked
But he
up
did
his
that
career
on
last
Fox
time.
News, which is kind of saying something without
Yeah,
saying it, right?
But I think he'll end up running at some point. And I think this wave of celebrities and even RFK, he's pretty fucking famous. His wife is Cheryl Hines. Do you know Cheryl?
I don't know them really. I mean, I've been doing what I've been doing with them, but I don't really. I've been following him for years because I have kids, so I was always following all of the health stuff, and it didn't seem like conspiracy shit until 3 years ago. Then all of a sudden they get put on blast, but nobody really knows who they are. None of my friends, like none of the New Yorkers, know who fucking Bobby Kennedy is. No one knows. We know because we're all steeped in this war on the truth and everything. But a lot of people don't even know who the fuck he is.
No, and he's not getting any media attention right now.
No.
He's kind of buried. He's out there. The left is worried, in particular in Michigan, which is a swing state. They're saying he's eating up some of the votes if you believe any of those pre-polls right now.
Trump said some crazy shit though. Was it recent about Biden?
Probably an hour ago.
About Kennedy.
He said
was
he
it
would,
an hour ago?
He said he would pick Biden as a running mate over RFK Jr.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Trump said that?
Yeah.
But because people are saying that Kennedy's a plant, he's Trump's plant. So I guess Trump is doing his due diligence. Whether it's real or not, who the fuck knows?
Well, there was some speculation that RFK could potentially join the ticket and be the VP. That got squashed pretty quickly. And he said, no, I'm going to run on my own. And then he picks the chick who's, an ex-wife of somebody super rich. It's not great.
It's fucked. I know.
Why can't Dana White just organize the debate between Biden and Trump on pay-per-view with Joe Rogan?
Be awesome. Be awesome.
Hosting it.
He wants to do it. Trump wants to do it. Trump wants to go
Dude,
on.
we all want to watch this.
Can you imagine Joe? Can you imagine Joe following Biden around as he's walking aimlessly back and forth across, trying to get an interview? Like, hey, sir, can you?
I want to be the chick in the bikini with the fucking thing.
Yeah, round three.
Round girl.
Round like this.
And your sash just says
bloody.
MAGA. Fuck you. Yeah. Right, because you're a MAGA.
Yeah, it's on
girl
pay-per-view.
now.
They can say whatever they want.
That's right. Yeah.
He just comes unhinged.
I'm just going to say anyone but Biden. That's just going to say anyone but Biden. That's
Yeah,
it.
give us a TikTok star.
Exactly. Well, at this point, with all the headlines that you have every single day, when are you pro-Palestine? When's that going to happen? We're all waiting for that, too.
I can't go into that one. I'm still doing my fucking research, man. I won't talk about anything that I don't 100% understand. And I think it's going to be a long time before we fully understand that. Yeah.
Well, there's no such place as Palestine.
I have heard you guys. I heard you guys.
There is not now and never has been. So it's kind of a moot conversation.
You're saying it's like the fake clouds of countries.
I'm not co-signing your bullshit, all right?
I'm
They
trying
drop
to get
chemtrails
you
now?
involved here,
No,
Dan.
don't try to wedge that in. No.
Shane, are there chemtrails in the Middle East?
Have you seen Dubai? Lately,
Oh, right. Dubai's fucked.
The
They're
fake clouds
fucked.
are
They're
attacking Dubai. They're everywhere.
What about
everyone should watch
Palestine?
out. I'm going to start a brand of tinfoil umbrellas for the fake clouds.
Is Bill Gates behind this?
Bill Gates part of it, yeah. He does Scope X. He's shooting dust into the air to reflect the sun back to itself. Ridiculous.
Do you get into all these conspiracies? Like, I know the fake clouds,
Not a
but anything
conspiracy.
else with Bill
Oh,
Gates?
we've got a
the
really
fake meat
good
and all that shit?
panel. We've got a good panel of conspiracy theories coming up later
Yep.
with one of the masters, Ian Crossland himself. That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah.
He's an insane person, so that's going to be fun.
But do you get caught up in him? Do you start reading into him,
I
looking into
didn't
him?
really start the OnlyFans page to pay off my mortgage. I did it so that I could build a bunker.
Yeah, you and Zuck, right?
Bunker
I
sales
want to be in
are
a
at an all-time
basement.
high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you, partying in my basement.
Just build it to look like Brett Ratner's basement. That way you can feel at
Exactly.
home again.
I bet
That'd
Brett
be
has
great.
one. He has a fucking bunker.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of shit down there.
They're
haven't
all
been
getting
back in a
bunkers
while.
now. Sorry. Like Rick Ross has a bunker now, a doomsday bunker.
Rick Ross has a bunker,
Yep.
and then there's one state right now where there's been over 120 sold. I want to say it's in Idaho or South Dakota, and the bunker sales are through the roof. But it's all like massive millionaires and all that other
We
shit.
need someone to Ashley Madison that bunker list. So
yeah.
guys like me and Dan know where to go.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, if you're storing up a bunch of stuff, that's just going to be my stuff.
Yeah, it
I
is.
just so you know.
That's the attitude.
Yeah.
That's how you survive.
Like, I'm not bothering with bunkers or storing a bunch of shit. No, I'm just buying guns.
It's smart.
Down.
True.
It's
It'll
smart.
be easier. And by
about
the way,
food?
Mad Max, are you fucking kidding me? We've all been fans of that for 40 years now.
Yeah, we're
now we
gonna
get to
fun.
live it out.
Predictive programming. That's
Why
how they
not
get us
at this
prepared.
point, though?
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's why the movies are coming out, is to get us ready for it so we can at least see how we're going to breathe and eat and all that other shit.
That's been my theory about alien movies for years. I think that Hollywood is working with Big Alien, whatever that is.
Big alien.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
A subset
To-
of Big Turtle.
I like it.
They tell us which aliens are friendly and which ones are cunts, right? Like, so if, not that you would necessarily need to know that alien with the big head and then the little head coming out of the big head is evil, but we know ET can heal us, right? So if you've got, I don't know, HPV, for example.
Right.
Just whip your dick out in front of ET, he touches it, you're all set.
Are you
For
cool
the
with
night.
that? Are you guys cool with that? Like, would you
I'm
let the
fine with it.
aliens?
Would I
Yeah.
let
Yeah.
ET touch
ET
my
at the
dick?
finger?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's
what,
what I've
you
been
think you're
waiting
better than me?
When they were storming
Yes.
Roswell, Shane, we wanted to clap cheeks, so we were
Right.
on the front lines there.
That's what Area 51's all about.
It is.
Yeah, it's just a big orgy with interdimensional beings.
It sure is.
I shouldn't have said that out
And
loud,
I want
but-
in.
Yeah, Drea, you want to weigh in on that?
Someone just sent me a fucking photo, a meme, my shooter's wife, of The person that was in the alien costume. I mean, in the ET costume.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's a real person.
It was?
It's a midget.
No, I don't think he had legs, man.
Well, it was a legless midget.
No, there was something. There's something about it. I can't
Hey,
remember.
look,
Robbie,
it was
do
half
you know?
legs. Half legs. He had
Yeah,
half legs.
he was para. It wasn't like full
Stumpy.
fucking quad. I mean, it was missing legs, but that's a hard costume to fit into. It's very specific casting there.
Was it the R2D2 guy?
No, the R2D2 guy was a real dude.
Real dude. Full
Yeah,
dude?
real
It
fully
was?
legged.
Didn't he die recently of AIDS or something?
Yeah, he did.
Really?
Fentanyl overdose.
Oh, fentanyl.
No.
It was 87, yeah. He
Both-
was doing
both
a
things
Star
created
Wars
by the
You
convention.
guys are fucking around.
Gone too soon.
Gone to RIP. Yeah. He was doing a Star Wars convention, and one of the fans was like, "Man, I'm dying to do fucking cocaine with the guy from R2D2." They're like, they chopped it up, and then fentanyl, boom, he's dead.
Yeah, right there in the suit.
Yep.
Wow. They buried
Yeah.
him in
Died
it?
in the
But
suit.
luckily, it's shaped like a garbage can, so they just push it into the corner of the room.
No, they pushed it in
Everybody
the
was
chipper, dude.
stuffing hard AF seltzer cans and empty cans inside, and then they just kind of wheeled him out to the trash. There was no funeral.
Nobody
for it.
found him until they came for the recycling later.
No. But we Shane, we miss him.
Yeah, R.I.P.
We miss him every single
R.I.P.
day.
We think about him.
Let me ask you this. Since you were on the other day talking about the fake clouds, do you believe, going back to what Dan said, that all these movies in Hollywood have been shot to take the shock off as we get further and further towards this shit?
Yes, just to get you adjusted to the dystopia.
Okay, so let's start with 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Okay.
Was that shot so they could fake the moon landing?
Well, that was made in the Mountain Observatory in Laurel Canyon, shot by Stanley Kubrick. That's fact. It's on Wikipedia right now.
Was it really in Laurel Canyon? No.
Yes.
Ah, you fucker.
Why are you winking?
I don't know. I don't even know how to wink. That was creepy.
Yeah, you winked, but
Shane,
it was
what
like
do you-
between you guys and not us.
Yeah, I know
Well,
why.
because she knows
I
the
know
deal.
why.
She knows
I
the
know
deal.
everything about Laurel
But no, I
Canyon.
think Jared Leto owns that place now.
Oh, he's got his old girl cult out there. That's
Sure
Yeah.
does. He's got a
Exactly.
sweet sex cold over there.
Yeah.
Freaking hike like Leto. That's what they say.
Made by the CIA.
Yeah.
Just like the moon landing.
Oh, so it's MK Ultra, but for chicks.
Now,
Yes.
Right.
I've talked to Alex Jones specifically himself about the moon landing.
Oh, yeah, me too. I wonder if we should compare notes.
Well, he told me that he gave me the best answer I've ever heard, and he told us all like we had prepped to fake it because we thought we were going to kill them all.
Yes.
Over space radiation.
Dude, it's literally
and
what,
so
yes.
we did fake it, but then they lived, and we were like, well, fuck it, they lived.
When I asked him, he said he started with this sentence: "The moon is a graveyard." He was like, "I can't show the people the moon because there's just dead astronauts everywhere."
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Like Apollo 10.
Yeah, he's like, "I know people in
Well,
NASA."
we killed a
Like,
bunch
"Oh,
of them.
Yeah, you probably do, dude.
Is he coming tonight? I'd like to ask.
I
him.
hope so.
If
You
so-
know, he like descends like from the PETA paratrooper.
He doesn't even microphone either. Oh, it's the shy cops. Oh, Shane gonna see you. Ross gonna see you. So many dead bodies on the
But
moon
the thing
up
with
there.
the moon landing that's interesting is like, I don't know, but people think they saw the moon landing, and I love it. If you go on YouTube, you can look up the CBS simulation moon landing that says CBS simulation because clearly there's no one on the moon to film it. So people think that, and Buzz Aldrin gets mad when people say they watched him land because he's like, you saw a simulation.
Well, Buzz Aldrin punched that dude in the face who
That's
came
right.
up
He's
to him.
punched quite a few people in the face.
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. For a
Yeah.
variety of
Yeah, but
reasons.
that could have been in his contract. We don't know that. Hey, if anybody questions you, you punch them.
It's in the script.
We'll cover you.
Maybe.
We're the government.
That all sounds retarded to
No,
me.
that's,
Yeah.
That's true. This side of the table has logic, Dan. Yeah. It starts after Drea.
Here's where the cloud thing breaks down for me. If I had the power to make fake clouds, every fucking cloud would look like a dick. Everyone forever.
Be great.
And that's not the case, so I don't believe what you're saying.
Yeah, just
Fair
a nice
fair
cloud,
point.
dick and
Like
balls
5
up
years
there.
from now, all clouds would look like dicks. And be
Right.
like, see, I told you.
Well,
man."
they're all scrotums, most of them. Like the cumulus clouds are scrotums, so you could just add on to those.
Sure, all of our rockets are dicks.
All the rockets are dicks. the V2s.
SpaceX.
That's just aerodynamic.
the Bezos one, the Bezos cock rocket is all
right.
dicks.
His
So, like,
actually looked like a dick. Yeah.
It does.
That was
Elon's.
problematic. I mean,
Yeah. So I think you're fine. What's another fucking conspiracy then?
The CERN. What do you think of the CERN, Shane?
CERN?
Let's
What do I
talk
think?
CERN.
Stranger Things and CERN.
I
Let's
think
go.
CERN smashed particles together so that Joe Biden could crawl out of the slime of underneath Switzerland, and that's what we have now. He's from a different dimension where his uncle was actually eaten by cannibals. He doesn't know he's here now.
He's from Big Turtle, from Teenage
Yes.
Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze.
Thank you.
This is it.
Speaking of turtles, where's the turtle guy?
Don't bring this full circle on me. I'll flip this fucking table right over.
He'll kill a goddamn sea turtle tonight in front of everyone.
Dude, I'm telling you, this all comes back to Big Turtle.
It really does.
It started with the straws.
Well, Drea, what do you think about CERN?
I mean, I followed my kids there on a school trip just in case they got sucked into another dimension because they went. The Christian school took the kids to the CERN while Davos was in session. I was like, fuck that. I went there with the coronavirus. I went there sick. I was like, if my fucking kids get sucked into Stranger Things, I'm fucking going with them, man.
So just so we're clear,
That's
fake
a
clouds,
totally legitimate concern, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Yes.
I'm out of my fucking mind.
we
Dan's back
got
in the
fake
circle of trust.
clouds, fake moon landing.
Yep. Everything.
Big turtle.
CERN.
Big turtles.
Big turtle.
The vaccine, like you name it.
I've
Everything.
totally discredited myself tonight.
Joe Biden.
all right.
Joe Biden.
Vaccine. No, vaccine because you couldn't get work because you didn't get the vaccine. Is that true?
No, I basically quit because I had to pick between one or the other. Either
Cheers.
it was a vaccine or lose everything.
Really?
So I said, fuck it. I was going to lose my life or lose my career.
Okay, and so why are you saying the vaccine is fake then?
Well,
Bioweapon.
it's what they told us is fake.
Bioweapon.
They created a bioweapon, so it's a real thing. But what they sold it as is fake, like most narratives that get pumped out of the military-industrial
What's the
complex.
bioweapon part of
There's
it?
a
They drop
frequency
it out
that
of
they
the
can hit.
planes.
It makes your heart
chemtrails.
swell and drop on a soccer field.
Yeah, but there's a million ways to do that.
Yeah, it's true. With fake clouds as well.
And
Sure,
big
I mean,
turtle.
but they could have put something in the
The vaccine's
food
in the clouds.
It was honestly above all that. I think it was just a lesson in who can be controlled by fear.
compliance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a test.
The most important thing you do on a daily basis is tell the government to go fuck itself.
Amen.
So, with that, do you think there's another one coming then?
I don't think it'll work again. I think people will just we're just gonna push through. Maybe
that's
if
how you
they're
make
actually
Ted
trying
Nugent
to kill off
president.
the population, they do it. But I don't give a fuck, man. Come on.
What about
Who
you?
cares?
I think they could unleash something that might be more dangerous.
Yeah.
And they're going to test the public at that point. But I don't know. The election cycle always kind of repeats itself. The Israel-Palestine thing is a new black box for the right wing and left wing. So that's the Black Lives Matter of the last election. We're ramping up protests. So the next thing could very well be some type of plague that we may or may not buy into, and that may or may not be real.
Well, is it a good or bad thing for Biden in particular as president that these protests go on right now?
I don't know. I don't know if the protests have the same PR as Black Lives Matter did.
Well, I mean, take Texas. So it just happened here in Austin.
Yeah.
For everybody that lives here, Abbott, a.k.a. Governor Wheelchair, he got them the fuck right out of there and started steamrolling motherfuckers.
Texas FDR, as I like to say. Yeah.
He got a bunch of people all jacked up. The cops down here, by the way, you want to say fuck around, find out. They're all jacked up on steroids, beating people, and it was awesome to see. Same thing happened at Ohio State University 2 nights ago, University of Michigan as well. If this stretches into the election, it is going to affect his voting base because a lot of them are Muslim up in Michigan in particular.
I feel like it's always market testing with politicians. Like, how does the public feel, and then we'll determine how we handle it. Are we going to clamp down and be physical with these people, or let them go because the Twitter world loves it? It depends, you know. Trump does it too. They all love to market test. We'll throw something out there, see what the people say, then we change our minds last minute. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've got kids as well. I got 3 kids. How old are your kids?
16 and 13.
16 and 13. So they're getting ready to go to college. If you
Yes.
saw your kid getting beat down on the news at a Israel-Palestine protest, what would you say? Like, what do you say as a parent?
I mean, my kids are pretty political with all their stuff. They wouldn't be caught dead at a fucking any kind of protest, period, at this point. They'll organize instead.
They will?
I mean, they're always educating themselves 24 hours a day if they don't understand. I mean, my son's little, but my daughter, man, I learned everything that I'm fucking learning about now from her.
So at 16 years old, she's political right now?
Well, she was when she was 14 and the fucking world shut down. She lost all her rights and she didn't get fucking vaccinated. And everyone's telling her she's a fucking racist if she doesn't, you know. I mean, I remember Don Lemon became the voice of the house. I was like, turn the fucking news off. She comes to me and she's like, Mommy, am I a racist? Are you? I'm like, what is fucking happening? So she started listening to Candace Owens. And I was like,
Just on her own.
On her own. I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with any of it. They were handing hangers out at school on her way into school, and she would bring the hangers with these pamphlets
For
on 'em.
uniforms?
For abortions?
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's a
uniforms
good
or
one,
abortions?
Shane.
Which one? What is it?
Both. No, it was they were these kids. It was mostly gay boys outside handing out these hangers, and I was just like, what the fuck?
Were they
is
saying like this
happening?
is what you have to do under a
Motherhood
Trump
is
presidency?
forced slavery.
Damn.
I actually kind of like that fake commercial that Gavin Newsom made. Where
Oh my God, it's the
hilarious.
best, dude.
The-
It was the
so
best.
there's these two women driving in Texas or some bullshit, and they get pulled over by a state trooper. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna have to get out and take a pregnancy test." It's like, oh yeah, that's gonna happen.
It's incredible.
The
Have
fuck
you
outta
guys
here.
seen
I
it?
haven't seen
Yeah.
Oh my God,
It's really
it's
funny.
the best.
It's really funny. Every time they think they've dunked on somebody, it's just comedy every single time.
It is fucking comedy, man. It's wild.
I've seen Newsom in person, and I'm fairly positive he's three demons in one suit, just like stacked on top of each other. I saw him like put the Velcro around.
Yeah.
He's got crazy teeth. Everybody
Yeah.
goes too big with those veneers.
Yeah.
You got to order a size smaller. That's the thing they don't tell you.
Yeah, demons don't really understand proportion yet.
He's got to work his way in. His wife was testified against Weinstein. She got raped by Weinstein.
But that's all overturned now.
No, well, the one in
Yeah.
California isn't. The one in
Big
New York
rape.
is. Yeah.
Right.
Big Rape jumped in on
Big
that one.
rape jumped in.
Yeah,
They were like,
big
whoa,
rape
whoa, whoa!
has
We want to
been-
rape again. We want to rape again. Overturn these convictions.
Yeah, come on. We need good movies, and we want.
Exactly. We need better movies out there. But at 14 years old, getting into politics, that scares the shit out of me because I try to keep the news off around them. They don't listen to the podcast. They don't do anything. I want to keep them away from politics as long as possible because once you get in, you're in, and it's pretty fucking miserable every day.
She had me take her to Turning Point USA. I'm a fucking...
Holy
I
shit.
am a fucking far left liberal my whole fucking life. I'm so far left now that I'm conservative. You know, and I was at Turning Point, and I was like, fuck yes, this is the shit. Tucker motherfucking Carlson.
She's just yelling, "Build the wall" in the car on the way home.
Build the wall, build the wall, build the wall. And she's like, where? Go to Home Depot, Mom. Go to fucking Home Depot.
Yeah,
Build the fucking wall. And now she's 16 years old. What college does she want to go to? Do you look at the colleges on the news, like Columbia and all those?
She doesn't care. She doesn't give a fuck. She knows that they're all run by, you know, the shareholders and the this and the fucking that. She's wants the social experience. You know, we keep saying maybe go to a Christian place. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a classical education like we had. But she's like, fuck it, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to get indoctrinated. I'm me. And she's a crazy, like, she stopped with the politics. Now she's in her music, because that's where we come from.
Okay.
So she's super into her music, and she's, we call her the Dark Lord, because she's a Christian goth freak. If that makes any sense. Balance, guys.
Sick. That's the
what
future right
world's
there.
I mean,
missing.
the Jews kind of did that in
Balance.
late 19th century Russia. That's where all the Hasids come from, right? It's basically Jewish goth.
Yeah,
They're
you're
wearing
right.
wool in fucking Manhattan in the summertime. It's
You're right.
95 degrees outside.
Yep.
Why not Christians?
I mean, you
Right.
gotta
The
let them be
pogroms
kids.
are for the
She's still gotta
Gothic
be a
people.
kid, you know?
Yeah. But is there any talk of that? Of like, hey, go to a school for social reasons and not one of these fucking crazy schools you see on the
No.
news?
I mean, my son wants to do like an Ivy League school, but as long as he's really focused in the subject that he, you know, his whole thing is sort of like medicine, and but not that.
Yeah, but by,
You know who's got a
the
really-
time he's ready for college, they're going to roll back to things you said, and he's not going to be allowed to go.
Yeah.
That's the path
Possibly.
we're on.
I mean, look, I might not be allowed to go anywhere anymore. I might not fucking be able to leave this place after the news that came out today.
You know what's a really good medical school is Arizona State University,
Sure is.
right?
Best in the biz.
Wait, is it?
I'm kidding. No, it's just
No,
it's just
it's hot
and-
girls who
yeah,
can't do
yeah,
anything, and it's great.
Okay.
I don't
know
mind
a
if
lot,
we
man.
don't mind if they work on us for a little bit. Figure it out. Grab a scalpel and see what happens over there at Arizona
Fuck
State.
around and find out.
Yeah. But that's kind of where I live. Where with my kids, I'd rather them go someplace socially where they could have fun,
Yeah.
meet people, and everything else. I don't want them involved with these fucking
No.
people at Ivy League schools
You
and
should
shit
go to
like that.
fucking Tulane and just party. And
Yes.
But you can't party. You can't smoke the fucking weed. Now it's government weed. Everybody's fucking snapping over weed. What happened to the good old days where we could fucking smoke weed, drink, do a little cocaine? Nope.
I've done all those today.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you
It's
think
not
we're doing in the
even
green
7.
room?
It's not even 7 and Dan's done all those drugs today.
Why, you know, I'm trying to keep it, I'm trying to bring it back. Smoking, we were a proper country when everybody smoked. I know it's bad for you,
Yep.
But so is communism.
Boom.
Even the green room upstairs, there was cigs inside up there. People were smoking cigarettes in there, which is
love
fun.
cigarettes.
I don't know if the owner knows, but we stopped doing that. I think that's when it all went to shit.
I think the vape ruined things.
Yeah, sucking robot
Smoking
dick.
Once
That's
they
what
kicked
did
big
it.
Yeah.
tobacco out of NASCAR, this is where this started going down.
So
It really
weird,
did.
man.
Or when Dale Earnhardt drove into that wall, that was a problem too.
Yeah.
Harambe.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Dale was our Princess Diana.
He is.
Dale Earnhardt Sr. was our Princess Diana.
Really?
Pour one out for Dale.
I like that.
Was that a conspiracy too, Shane?
He had more trophies
Di?
than she
Princess
did, dude.
Di? Yeah, that was all real for sure.
Oh, you think he's still alive?
Yeah, Di's for Tupac's alive. Andy Kaufman's alive. There's another place that they're all going that sounds pretty rad.
What about George Floyd? Is he still alive?
For sure. Yeah. He'll come out. He'll probably come out as the new VP for Biden when the polls are low.
Could you imagine
They'll
George
trot
he
him out.
comes out? Yeah.
Yeah, but he went trans. Trans Floyd.
If he went trans and did trans Floyd, that'd be a great comeback for
That's it.
George Floyd.
He's done. He'll be president.
Yeah, he might be.
That's it. He's
He
done.
might be. The only thing he's running on is he just wants to breathe.
They're just going
Nailed
to
it.
give him Google at that point.
Too soon? Too soon, Shane?
Just right.
You're talking about fake clouds and shit and fucking turtles all
There's
day.
fake clouds, and then there's George Floyd breathing. You know.
Yeah, I think we're
Trans
fine.
Floyd.
I kind of feel like you're just describing Big Mike right now.
Oh boy, is that all right, Shane? Yes, let's go there.
Okay. Big
Michelle Obama, dude or not a dude?
You know, it's barely possible that, like Michelle and Macron, that they're both of the male species.
There's no fucking way you believe this
You looked,
shit.
you know. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know.
I don't know. You got kids. The kids look like her.
The kids, man, all
They
those
look like
photos.
the best friends.
All those photos
Yeah.
you're seeing are AI. There's no reality anymore. Anything's possible these days. But the only thing that's real is that Big Mike is Mike.
Well, speaking of AI, have you been approached about your life rights or anything else for AI and
Yeah.
voiceover?
I was approached by somebody in the fucking military to make an AI porn version of myself to date people and never have to leave my house again or do anything else. And people can go on dates with me, and I'll be wearing whatever the fuck they want. Everyone in my house was like, "You can't take this meeting." I was like, "Oh no, I'm taking this motherfucking meeting. I want to hear everything."
The
these
U.S.
motherfuckers
military
have
did
to
this?
say."
Yeah, because
No.
Jared's just been
Ex-military.
Oh,
Ex-military.
ex-military. Because Jared's been carrying around a cardboard cutout of you for like 6 years at least.
Ah, seven-ish. Seven-ish.
He lied and said it was to get through the HOV lane so he could drive faster, but
Yeah,
we all know what
no.
it is. So when they called you and said, "Hey, let's discuss doing some AI porn," where do you meet for something like that?
On the internet.
Really?
On the motherfucking
roulette.
internet.
Backpage.net over here.
Holy shit.
The dark web.
It was intense, dude. I was like, wow, these motherfuckers this is dark, man.
See, this is the.
I was like, so are you going to tell the guys that she's real or not real? And they're like, we don't know yet. I'm like, wow, this is...
Wait, so it's like an online date?
Yeah, it would be like an OnlyFans thing, but they would be launching something where their favorite people would now be created with a fucking avatar.
Well, hey, remember, I got the AI girlfriend, and I got it addicted to meth in 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
and her character, Wendy, was addicted to meth in Sons of Anarchy.
that is
so-
true. Boom, full circle.
Yeah, there you go.
There are
And it
so
was-
many fake chicks out there. It's insane.
Oh, yeah, there are AI girls on OnlyFans
insane.
making like millions a month. And
They-
it's just some
And
Indian
it's some
dude.
dude.
It's some Indian dude.
It's a dude from
Downstairs.
India.
It's hilarious.
Writing the men.
And they just did an AI, what was it, beauty contest? It was Miss Universe or
I didn't see
Miss
that.
AI Universe and all that other shit. How much money were they offering you to take your body and do this shit?
They didn't offer me anything, but they were saying they estimate the girls would make like $1 million every few weeks.
Wow.
You can make an AI of me. I mean,
Well,
let's
nobody,
do it.
Shame.
nobody
But no
wants
one
to fuck
wants it.
you.
I
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
I know.
You
let's
could
I know.
talk
Well,
about
my
Kanye
AI version
all
will be
day.
better.
What? You can't,
Way
Shane.
better,
We
way
can't.
better.
You've already.
Dude, they're gonna do like the reverse Big Mike for me, but AI.
Okay.
Reverse Big Mike.
I like
Yes.
that. But what if it was
You
gay?
could talk about Kanye and clouds all day.
Dude,
Yeah.
Kanye.
Kanye is one of the best. What if
no,
it was
Diddy.
gay though, and it was just dudes having
No,
sex
I
with
think
you?
AI is demonic. I don't want anything to do with AI. I hate AI.
Really?
It's trash.
Yeah.
I don't listen. I don't like it.
You
nothing.
never seen Terminator 4?
I've seen it. It's fine.
Whatever.
I think it's all going to be fine. But if somebody offered me $1 million every 3 weeks, that's a lot of money to walk away from something that's completely fake and
They were
undetached from you.
speculating that's what you would make, but my daughter is also so fucking anti-AI. She didn't even want me to take the meeting, but I was like, I need to hear this shit, man. This is research. I'm not gonna do anything, but I want to hear it. I would never fucking do that shit. I'm so worried about the future of this generation. I mean, I know we have to embrace it to a degree, but it's got to be embraced by us, not by the government. Like, we have to fucking move with it somehow.
But
you know.
if somebody, let's say you don't do it, right? Let's say you don't sign the contract, sign your life rights away. Somebody's probably going to do it anyways.
They're gonna do it, but I've been talking to this professor at NYU, and he's big on it. This guy Mark Beckman, and he has a good take on how we have to come into it somehow.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna happen either way, so we need to have control of our own everything.
I agree, and I think a lot more celebrities are signing away their rights right now because there's rumors that
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise was the first one allegedly. So Shane, if you want to go down to this conspiracy, I'll do this one with you. Yeah. I think it was 2016 or 17. They said that he'd sold facial, voice, body for like $1 billion.
He was blackmailed.
And he was so far ahead of the curve that he was like, all right, cool. But he wanted control, I guess.
Well, how much does Scientology get?
Yeah, so he was blackmailed.
They get 18%.
It's 15%?
18%.
Oh, they're 8%
Dude, that's
higher
less,
than
that's
Jesus.
less than the new capital gains tax.
Sure is.
True.
Sure is.
More than Jesus, though.
Yeah.
So but Jesus is a discount at this point.
Well, the Mormons only take 10.
There's AI Jesus now on TikTok. We played it on the show the other day.
Yeah, he was white with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Because he is in real life.
Was
That's
he
how
hot?
Jesus was.
Accurate.
Very white, blonde hair, blue eyes in the Middle East. It was a rare pigment disease that he had over there. And that's the way that I like to think of my Jesus.
Like Lisa Nalgabe from Dune.
Yeah.
He's like an off-worlder that came here.
But one of the biggest TikTok accounts is a fake Jesus, and you get up every morning and he reads a hymn to you. He reads a psalm to you, and it's comforting and it's very strange and odd. We played it on our show, and I was like, all right, I understand why people are tapping into this.
What if it was AI Alex Jones?
Oh, it'd be the best.
And every morning at 7 a.m., your alarm is just AI Alex Jones going the fuck off about something.
On something new every morning.
Like just wild shit.
Who's saying he isn't now, though, you know?
Yeah, well, I would pay for that, though.
Yeah, I'd like to, too. But I think if you don't sell your rights and get ready for the future, somebody's going to rip them anyways. So you might as well make as much money off of it as you can. Even Morgan Freeman right now for voice. Him and James Earl Jones behind the scenes, those are like the top two that everybody's trying to tie down for, the rest of their lives after they die. Why not take advantage of it now before just somebody ends up just putting it up on Pornhub anyways?
I mean, it's true. Nobody wants to hear anybody talk like this all the time, though.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones, this is another story.
But I mean, for all elements of life, porn, let's say they want to bring back The Sopranos, because a lot of your cast members are dead. Eventually, that will get there. I just watched Sora AI, and it's getting really, really fucking close to being able to replicate all this stuff. Why not cash in while you can?
Because they don't fucking pay anybody for anything, because the Hollywood industrial motherfucking complex is the same as everything.
Gotcha.
They don't pay. I don't get residuals for fucking Sopranos. I get nothing.
Anything for Sons of Anarchy?
Nothing.
Joey? Nothing for Joey?
Fucking nothing.
This is like what musicians would say the same thing about Spotify
Yes.
and Apple streaming. Like, the artists are getting crap.
We get nothing,
and
man.
exploited. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're gonna make money on us fucking anyway. So you have to be a super savvy tech business motherfucker. And how many people are artists are not like that?
No.
Not most of them are not, So it's fucked up.
And that's kind of your background. I mean, I remember you used to have a vintage store in New York a long time ago. That was cool as shit. And
I'm back. I'm doing that again.
Are you?
Well, the T-shirts.
Yeah.
Except our T-shirts, they're freedom-based, man.
Saw the apparel line. I
The
really
fucking
big fan.
hippie freedom clothes, but like the real hippies, like people that really cared about things.
So when you say hippie clothes, what is it, hemp or what's
No,
made?
it's not any of that. It just says freedom.
Oh, it just says freedom.
It just says, let's be fucking free, man, and stop all the bullshit. You don't need your government to tell you you're fucking free. Look at your neighbor. Talk to your neighbor, man.
Yeah. What about your wine? You got a line of wines as well.
Yeah,
Gangster Goddess. How's that going?
That's cool. Gangster Goddess wine's cool, man. It's more about the freedom thing right now. That's all we care about.
For you, is being free.
Yep.
But in a world where we're getting further and further away from it, how do you fight back besides doing shows like this or events like this?
I don't know, man. I feel like that's all I've been doing lately is promoting the T-shirt line and catching so much heat for it, and people are calling us like fucking white nationalists and like all kinds of weird shit just because we love our country and we love freedom. And I feel like these were things that were cool back in the 70s, and now you have a gun on an article of clothing and you're a fucking freak. If you have a cross on it, you're I don't know why, but like the demon shit works, but the cross is no good. I mean, Madonna's covered in fucking crosses and she's rubbing them all over herself. I don't know why we're getting in trouble. The Guns N' Roses, The Sopranos,
Yep.
Velvet Revolver, the Sex Pistols, the Kills. I mean, everybody needs to calm the fuck down.
Well,
True that.
Jared, if you don't know, is one of the co-founders of Black Rifle Coffee. You guys have gone through this for years because you had a rifle on the logo. The word rifle was in the title. Yeah. Tell everybody when you guys came out what you faced.
Well, I mean, they told us that we would never see grocery stores.
Ever. Yeah.
Ever. So, but I mean, then we just kept outselling.
Yeah.
Until they were essentially had to bend their arm and go, okay, well, we got to go for it. So
Well, you were able to normalize it and get everywhere. I mean, you guys are on the UFC mats, Dallas Cowboys Stadium, everything else. Now nobody really thinks about it.
yeah, it's kind of blurred the lines with that. But, dude, it's going great. We love it.
And I think it's the same thing with your brand of clothing. The more and more that it's out there and everywhere else, and it starts to be normalized, I think less and less people will stop bitching about it. Who screamed out something from the top up there?
I think he was talking about Dan Crenshaw, not me.
Red flag laws. What about the red flag laws in particular?
What a stupid cunt. Shut the fuck up.
Black Rifle Coffee supported red flag laws. How so?
No, it's not talking about us.
No shit. I mean, Jesus Christ. We shot guns, 2 weeks ago?
A week ago.
Yeah. At range day. But I love the interaction of it, though. I got a nice little salute from Homeboy. That's a fun little 2-sentence response, and then you're all done. Anything else? Yes,
What are you going to Google?
You
You're
can
going to pull
Google
up
it.
Reddit?
Just talk to the co-founder. We're good to go either way. What was, go ahead and Google it. What was the red flag laws that he supported? Did we have Dan Crenshaw on the show? Yes. Has Dan Crenshaw turned into a piece of shit? You bet. Nothing we can do. I think Dan coined the phrase "I patch McCain." So,
Well,
Dan also coined the phrase, all politicians are cunts.
Sure did.
That's right. Yeah, politicians are the worst people in the world. Everybody knows that. Yep. Anybody that would even think about presuming to have control over another human being is a piece of shit.
Sure.
Yes. Well, idolize no one. Even if you agree with some of their points, idolize no one.
What about anybody that goes into civil service and comes out 100 millionaire?
Interesting.
Because I don't remember that happened to us when we served in the fucking military.
No, all I got were bad knees.
It's all about your stock portfolio, dude. That's it. If you're in Congress. But as far as red flag laws go, I'll be happy to fucking chat with you. We had Tulsi Gabbard on the show a couple weeks ago. My Black Rifle Coffee, no, but Jared's my best friend. Obviously, read ads for it for years and years and years. Support the company, support veterans. I don't know another company in America who's done more for veterans. And when we had Tulsi on the show, Tulsi had a hard stance a couple weeks ago about red flag laws. Dan was happy to ask her about it, and she said she had changed her stance, over the years,
From
being
what?
more and more educated about it.
What was she pro red flag law?
You'll be able to
I don't know if she was pro red flag law, but she was supportive of so-called assault weapons bans and things like that.
Should we really quick, for those who don't know, just say what the red flag law does?
Yeah, red flag law allows some random dickhole in your life to call the cops and say, hey, this guy's probably dangerous.
That's right.
By the way, the one in New York is crazy. The way that it works and why you should hate the government way more than you do is your family member, friend, or an enemy of yours can call the New York cops, this is the entire state, by the way, and tell them that you're a danger. They'll come take your guns, but it's a civil forfeiture and not criminal, right? Which means you don't get a public defender. You have to go buy your own fucking legal counsel
Insane.
to get your guns back.
Repeat that. Evan Hafer is our CEO.
Oh, dude,
is
it
the
took you
CEO,
that
yes.
long just to look up the name? Shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ. Fucking idiot. You came here fucking locked and loaded, buddy. You don't even know the CEO's name? Shut your fucking mouth. Get this guy the fuck out of here.
That's fine. I don't give a shit.
What a fucking retard.
I actually love it. What about Evan Hafer?
Let's go.
Go ahead. What about Evan Hafer?
Well, cite the source.
Yeah.
Seriously. Oh, God. No.
I'll listen. I'll
That's
listen.
Reddit.
Go
It's
ahead.
probably fucking Reddit.
I'll listen. Go ahead. Well, and here's the other part, dude. If you don't, it's fine. But if you don't listen to other people talk, you can't have a conversation. I'm fine. Go ahead and ask the question. Go ahead.
So, founder and CEO of veteran-owned Black Rifle Coffee Company has received copious hate mail, social media backlash, and disparaging phone calls in the wake of a New York Times article profiling the company, which paints itself as an organization not only serving up a basic cup of Joe, but with an extra shot of patriotism. Hafer and his colleagues wrote the article, which ran on July 14th, would give them the opportunity to distance Black Rifle Coffee from right-wing fringe groups and individuals because you donate to a company that supports red flag.
Okay, great. So I remember the New York Times article.
Yeah, they
Jared,
straight
you were
up
there
said,
for
they said, we're writing an article on you, whether you
Correct.
like it or not.
Yes.
Will you partake? We said, well, fuck, come and hang out with us.
Yes.
And the guy did us dirty. He edited the fuck out of that thing.
You're saying the New York Times?
Yeah, the New York Times
Yeah, but he
reporter
didn't-
did us
yeah.
dirty.
I don't believe
He
you
didn't
at
say it
all.
was New York Times. He said he was an independent journalist at the time. Then he sold the story to the New York Times later. That's how
Correct.
that works, right?
And what you're referring to in
And when you would
particular-
ask
know
a
that.
question,
But I believe you guys were at an amputee event with
yeah, we
veterans.
were at the archery challenge
Yeah,
for
total
the
archery
amputee,
challenge, yeah.
the veteran
They
amputee archery
weren't
challenge.
amputating limbs.
No, we weren't
The
amputated.
limbs were gone before the show started.
Okay, because then you could hate Black Rifle Coffee. If they were chopping off legs of people and doing amputee shit, then you're fine.
Here's the thing. Myself, Matt Best, and Evan Hafer served in the military for a combined over 40 years. We're about freedom. That's what we're fucking about. We're about selling fucking coffee. Like,
And the other, and lastly here, and I'll close it up because I don't mind conversation and questions and all that other shit. You try to reach out, and this is with everybody in the room, dude. You try to come and listen to some interesting people, or try to share your point of view with somebody else. A journalist is going to write what they want at the end of the day. I remember when you guys did the New York Times article, and I actually said this to Dan live on air. I said, it's a bad idea. New York Times is never going to paint anything fair anyways. They said, well, you have to at least try. They tried. It went bad, and they wrote some negative shit about you guys, and then you end up having to defend this article that lives on the internet for the next fucking 40 years of your life.
This is the same paper that went to Soviet Russia and decided to hide all the famines.
Right.
When they came back. And they won awards for hiding the story of all the famines. They have a
Exactly.
long history of being full of shit.
And to your point, like even with...
Did you donate? Did your company donate to a company that supports?
a company is not allowed to donate to a political party. That's
Correct.
fucking black and white.
Yeah, so a company's not allowed to donate to a political party.
So a group, an advocacy group that was pushing red flag laws, that you're not allowed to donate?
Nope.
No, you're not. And then to that point, even studying up on Drea before we did the show today, all the articles I read about you, I read the MAGA article. I read that you were fucking full MAGA, full everything else, which is why you have to answer the question.
Wait a
did.
minute. What fucking article are you talking
100%.
about?
It's New York Times.
They
You
said
might-
the OnlyFans was all MAGA themed.
Yeah, I wrote an article before the show and published it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've read this, but you went on Megyn Kelly recently. You said that you regretted voting for Joe Biden. And the article that was written about you said, well, she's fucking Donald Trump and she's full MAGA now. To me, when I listened to that interview, I didn't get that, which is why we were asking you here tonight. But that's what happens with the media. If you're doing a quick soundbite or somebody catches a podcast somewhere and they run a clip, now they think you're full Trump. I had no idea that you had even met up with RFK or any of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing some things with them, but I'm all about just where the truth is, man. I don't give a fuck. I'm not picking a fucking party or this or that, but I will say this. As far as all the articles go and all the press goes, you know, a lot of the right-wing conservative media, I do feel safer doing interviews there, but when the left come, and they do a lot because I've always been on that side of things, it's almost an experiment now. Like Rolling Stone came to us, and I go, fuck, I can't do it. And Vanessa, publicist, was like, I don't know, Dre, and I'm like, fuck it, let's do it and see, let's take bets and see how they fucking destroy me. And I did it, and I could tell the guy was a little salty. He didn't understand a few things. He wanted to have details about why I wouldn't get vaccinated. Fucking 3 years later, does anyone really give a fuck now? But he wanted my references at that point recently. So I was like, all right, I was waiting for that article to come out, waiting for a smear campaign, and waiting to collect money on my bets that they were going to destroy me, and he didn't. But they did go in to my tweets, and I don't even really have Twitter. And they took maybe 2 tweets. I've never really tweeted. 2 tweets that lived on there, and they put them up there, and they discredited, I don't know, freedom fighters, like Sherry Tempany, and random people that I might have retweeted, and they went in there and called everybody a quack, and but they didn't totally destroy me. I thought, wow, this ultra free thing, they're positioning me as a, psycho fucking white nationalist now.
That's how you know you made it.
Yeah. If you don't get accused of being a Klan member, have you really fucking made it in this life?
No.
But you know what's crazy, man?
No.
They never cared about me on The Sopranos. We were on the cover of the fucking Rolling Stone magazine, and no one gave a fuck about me. But now they want to know what the fuck is going on.
You stepped out of line.
I really did,
Well,
man.
it's not that, but also traditional media is dying. If they don't get those clicks, if they don't have the titles, and shit, I'm guilty of it. I clicked them all on before you came on. The thing about you, I'm not kidding, was the New York Post that said, Drea Matteo pays off her mortgage in 5 minutes on OnlyFans.
That was
the headline that I
New
clicked
York
on.
Post, super reliable.
Yeah.
Yes, very.
Yeah.
Page 6.
They were great with the Hunter Biden laptop.
Amazing with 100
Yeah, just like Bobby was good with the
Totally
vaccine
trustworthy.
Yeah.
But where do we go since, Homeboy was making quotes about Black Rifle up there. I've quoted articles that aren't true about you. Where do we go media-wise to trust? Who is it? Who's out there besides people doing podcasts?
I think you should just lead with distrust in everything possible. You should read left, right, independent, corporate. It sounds like you have to be somewhat autistic about it, but you got to read everything and come to your own determination, what you think is the best in terms of every idea.
We used to just call that the Socratic method.
That is dead.
Right. But for the last 2,000 years or so,
Right.
Yeah.
As we should all be reading everything. If you care so much, if you're going to be so passionate about things, especially if you've got kids in this crazy world that they're going to inherit, you got to kind of have to see what the other side is saying and see what all the various factions on your side is saying too. Oh, that's my alarm.
Yeah.
That's our hour. But
that's fine.
But that's what you got to do, I think. That's what I try to do.
Okay.
Because I've got 2 little kids, one on the way, and you kind of have to know what world you kind of have to know what world they're going to inherit, which is going to be even more deranged than the one we're in now because the world's kind of always ending.
Sure.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it feels
I don't know
like
how to
every
bring
day
this
it's
back
ending.
to something of hope, but I still have hope.
Yeah, you sure
Yeah.
do. Just
Yeah.
like Obama. There you go.
And
Or
Hope
Solo.
just like Big Mike.
Hope Solo, too.
Hope Solo, too. Hope Solo's asshole. This is the point of the show. We get to the Drinkin' Bro of the Week, which is someone who has inspires you or helps you become the person you are today. Who would you, Drea, like to give the Drinkin' Bro of the Week to?
Oh, I don't know. That's a fucking. Whoa, hold on a minute. I don't know. That's 2 on the spot.
Take your
That's
time.
2 on the
No, you got
spot.
time. You got time.
Take your time. Who do you got?
You got to
that
hear
guy
it.
can look it
What
up
was
on
the
Google
question?
for you.
You said it so
Gandolfini?
fast. Wait, like someone who inspires me?
Yeah, someone who
wanna have a
inspires
dog
you
with.
to help you become the person you are today.
Oh, that's my kids, yo.
Your kids?
That's my children all the way, man. That's it.
Awesome.
That's the future.
Yeah. I like how you said the future.
And Joe Biden.
I believe the children are the future. Yeah.
And Sleepy Joe.
Holy shit.
Poor guy.
If you
He
vote for him
inspires
this
you to
fall,
walk and
Drea,
speak
He
clearly.
shit in his pants at Howard Stern. You know he was.
You
sitting
can't
there
have
his own
beers in a
shit.
stasis pod.
Howard Stern. I'm inspired.
Did he dipe up on Howard Stern? Joe Biden was just
Yeah,
on
he
Howard
had
Stern.
to because remember he crop dusted the Duchess of Cornwall and shit his pants in front of the Pope.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He did shit his pants there.
Yep.
You got to dipe up. Shane, we appreciate you having us today.
This is awesome. You guys are the best.
Jared Taylor, we appreciate it. D'Anthony Hollaway, Drea Matteo.
That guy up there.
That cuck up there, whoever that is, I appreciate you. Never mind the questions or anything else. What's that? Read the story tomorrow. I'll read it now. I don't have shit to do but cocaine and read that story. It's the only thing I'm fucking interested in right now. Thank you, Shane, for having us.
Thank you.
Guys, stay tuned. Ton of amazing guests coming up here tonight. Hard AF Seltzers are at the bar. Order them up.
Fine.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank
We're
you,
the
guys.
Drinkin' Bros podcast. Download on Apple, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and YouTube. Good night, everyone.
All right. Give it up for the Drinkin' Bros. Give it up for Jared Taylor. Give it up for Drea De Matteo. All right, we're on to our next panel. I'm just going to sit here for a second. Oh, and look at Bill's here to join me. What's up? So, my lovely wife, Nancy, we're expecting in August. We only have children during election cycles because politics is like our favorite. It's so hot. It's so hot right now. But anyway, this next one's going to be fun because we did a little bit of the conspiracies with Drea and the guys. But now we're going to go hard. So I'd like to bring out this next group of guys. We have discussing conspiracy theories. Jimmy Dore. Love Jimmy. Alex Stein. I love Alex. I just did Alex's show. That was a blast. Ian Crossland, a good friend of mine. Luke Rudkowski. Love Luke. Look at this guy. And Bill Ottman will be moderating this, so have fun.
Let's go. Is this on? Let's go, Vulcan.
Let's go. Test.
Check one.
Hi, everyone. All right. What's up, guys?
What's up, Bill?
Is this coming in?
My mic is low.
All right.
I feel like our mics are low.
Let's start with Jimmy. Jimmy, what?
Check. Oh,
Yeah.
how about if I use this one?
Jimmy, what's a conspiracy that's real and bullshit?
Well, that we live in the United States of Israel. I think that's one of them.
Yeah.
Is that a conspiracy? A conspiracy is that the CIA killed John F. Kennedy, right? Which I think that's real. And then another one is that they blew up Building 7. That's also real.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I think they
I can't think of any ones that aren't fucking true.
Didn't they blow them all up, 1, 2, and 7? Because they all came down in a controlled demolition.
Oh, that's crazy talk.
Oh, that would be wild.
The next thing you're going to tell me is that the FBI instigated January 6th.
That'd be weird.
You guys are fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely shocked. You know, the reason I think building 1, 2, and 7 all came down in a controlled demolition is because of the way they fell completely straight down into their own footprint.
That happens all the time.
Oh, well, good point.
Except never before or since.
That proves it.
It happened every day, all the time on 9/11. It happened.
Yeah,
I mean, left and right it was happening.
Like every time a building comes down on 9/11 in that city, when it was those 3 buildings, it happened like that.
My favorite is that Building 7 fell into its own footprint because a plane hit another building a couple of hundred yards away. Of course that's how it works.
The first 47-story steel structure to ever collapse in its footprint from office fires, ever in the history. And there's been buildings, you can look, the Mondrian Oriental in Japan, I believe, burned for like 46 hours. No structural integrity issues whatsoever.
They tell me that World Trade Center 1 and 2 were built to sustain an impact from a jetliner. I don't know if that's true, but that's just what I read, and I'm not supposed to do my own research.
Well, and we got to talk about this. No, but 9/11, this is my favorite thing, and this is my fake Jerry Seinfeld joke, but on September 11, 2001, we watched those buildings fall, and the FBI was still able to find 2 passports. Somehow, they weren't able to find a black box. They weren't able to find an engine, but they found 2 of the terrorist passports. So Jerry Seinfeld used to have a joke. It's like, you know, the black box always survives a plane crash. Why don't you build the plane out of the black box? We should build the plane out of the freaking passports if they fucking survive like that. Makes no sense. Wake up! And then, guys, we use it as a pretext to go to the Middle East, and we find weapons of mass bullshit. They didn't have anything. They didn't have one damn thing. They said, oh, we got some tubes. Let's go kill 1 million Afghani citizens.
Hey,
Bullshit.
I don't know exactly what's happening in Ukraine, but I do know whatever they're saying is happening on the news, that's the truth. And
I'm looking at these buildings 1 and 2, and the nanothermite they found in the dust is military-grade incendiary that they used to melt steel. And then you find all this melted steel. What the fuck? I mean, come on. Okay, I'm not a genius, but I can do math, and I got logic. So who lined? I don't know who lined the building with this nanothermite. Why was there nanothermite in the dust?
It was George Bush's brother, Marvin Bush, that was in charge of security for the World Trade Center. Did you know that?
No.
Yes, guys, look it up. Marvin Bush, George Bush's brother, was in charge of security. And they even said before the attack that there were certain employees, I think it was like Wells Fargo or Chase Bank, that they couldn't be there at a certain time because they were doing construction on the building. On the elevator shafts is where they were doing it. So if you were a smart person, I'm not an engineer, I'm a retard, but I think if you're going to blow up a building, you'd want to put it in the structural part where the elevators are. So come on, ipso facto. Boom.
Larry Silverstein had a dermatologist appointment that morning.
Yeah, it was a coincidence, you know. I remember talking to him about not showing up for work that day, as of course he had, breakfast in the windows of the world every morning with his daughter and his son. And all of his family, for some reason, didn't show up. Later, we had actually his security guards come to me and say, hey, he was actually on his way to work on 9/11 until he got a phone call telling him not to show up. But it's a big old coincidence.
But Luke,
as of course, Mayor Willie Brown, who helped Kamala Harris get off her knees and into the political circus, also was another individual who magically was also warned not to fly on that day and canceled his flight.
Well, guys,
September
everybody
11th.
needs to give Luke a round of applause because he's the only guy. No, he's the only guy to ever call out Larry Silverstein to his face. Google Luke Rudkowski, Larry Silverstein. It's a video that's nearly 15 years old now, right?
Well, we actually confronted him 3 times. He didn't really like being questioned about it for some reason. It's almost as if there was, something
Well,
out there.
don't forget all the money. Don't forget the insurance policy.
He did 2 insurance policies. He got double the money, and then he wasn't there, and then he was an individual that proclaimed on PBS, we just had to pull the building on that particular day, as of course there were so many different individuals. There were so many eyewitnesses. Kevin McPadden, a friend of mine, was there. He literally saw the countdown. He literally saw 10 to 1 countdown explosion. Building 7. Then, of course, there's the case of Barry Jennings, which I think is the biggest conspiracy within a conspiracy, which highlights a really weird scenario of an eyewitness there that saw the bombs, saw the explosions, who went missing, and then was never really found again after coming out and speaking out against how he saw everything that conflicted the official story. Then there's Willie Brown, another individual that was the last man out of the Twin Towers who literally saved hundreds of people, who literally dived underneath a fire truck. And he came and said, yeah, it was weird because there was bombs going off in the basements that ripped my friend's skin apart right after the plane hit on top of the building, which of course didn't add up, didn't make sense at all. So of course, the real truth here is that we don't know what's going on, but the government is full of shit. They lied to us, and this started this larger perpetual destruction internally of the United States. We had the Bill of Rights destroyed. We had our civil rights destroyed. We had individuals that now have the excuse to start a war on terror that has turned around and very, very kind of weirdly also now is targeting the same Republicans that started those laws. And now we're living in this kind of Orwellian deep state kind of nightmare that was started off with 9/11, in my opinion.
Well, you very well said, Luke. I find it interesting that we started off talking about conspiracies that were true, and I mentioned JFK's assassination. And that's when the CIA, they didn't invent the term conspiracy theorist, but they certainly weaponized it and they ramped it up. And so anybody who had a question about the assassination, you would be called a tinfoil hat, the conspiracy theorist, and they still do that today. And look how they've you just said you were looking at the truth of 9/11. Well, they took the word truth and they turned it into a toxic fucking phrase. Oh, you're a truther. What? You made the word truth a bad thing? That's how powerful propaganda is. That's how they can make ivermectin into being some kind of horse poison instead of a Nobel Prize-winning human medicine. That's the power of propaganda. And people in America don't realize they're the most propagandized people in the whole fucking world, even worse than China.
And I want to make this point.
Let him clap. Let him clap.
Don't clap. Look up a thing called Operation Northwoods. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, both Joint Chiefs of Staff agreed to do a
dry
a
run
psyop,
of 9/11
dry
where they
run-
hijacked airplanes.
hijack
and, of
airplanes,
course,
fly it into buildings in Florida in order to be the pretense to start a war with Cuba. So they already had this plan. And I mean, you can look it up, Operation Northwoods. So, I mean, it's very stupid to think that the government's not involved in 9/11. Personally,
Alex,
I mean.
who's your favorite hot Latina booty?
AOC! Where's my girl AOC? Big booty Latina. She has no brains, but she's got a good butt. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
I got to talk about Kennedy for a minute because, okay, so Oswald they pinned this crime on Oswald. They said Oswald, as he's being carried away, is like, I'm a patsy. So what, he loaned his rifle to like some communist organization he was working with, and then that's the rifle that was used to kill Kennedy. They found it in the building with Oswald, like 2 floors down, while he's upstairs eating his lunch, while they find the fucking guy after Kennedy apparently was shot by him. He's sitting around eating his lunch. You kidding me? That's not what someone would do if they just murdered the president. You go fucking run. So,
Well, I gotta say this. I'm in Dallas, so I'm very partial to the JFK assassination. I go to the grassy knoll all the time and smoke weed. But that's neither here nor there. My point is, Jack Ruby, the guy that killed Lee Harvey Oswald, was such a fan as a lone gunman, was so sad that JFK got killed, yet he had never voted for JFK, never been to a JFK event, and was not at the grassy knoll the day of the shooting. So listen, I see all these MAGA heads. You guys are at every freaking rally. So if you're a real fan, don't you think they'd be at JFK's rally or at least vote for the guy? So that's how we know. I think Jack Ruby's one of the big smoking
It's
guns.
not like they had MK Ultra, secret psychological experiments and programs on mind control back then that could obviously warp someone's mind with trauma-based mind control. It's not like they were working on literally hijacking people's mind and making them the perfect unit for a weaponized individual to do whatever they wanted them to do when they did it. As of course, these same psychological experiments literally came from Nazi Germany and then were saved and then brought into the CIA and then working with, of course, the intelligence agencies, torturing a lot of unsuspecting Americans.
You know, my favorite conspiracy that isn't talked about enough is called the business plot. It was when they tried to get Smedley Butler to lead a fascist coup in the American government in like 1932
War's a
or
racket.
something. Yeah, what the fuck? So how long has this been going on? 1913 is when the bankers got their grips on our country with the Federal Reserve Act. Was it before that when the Zionist movement started pushing this weird Middle Eastern takeover in the late 1800s? I don't know when did the corporations start to take over this country? Was it before 1913? This business plot is so fucked up. They literally petitioned the greatest American World War I general, Smedley Butler, to go lead, 500,000 troops on Washington, D.C., take a militaristic coup and overthrow the government. They called it the most generic-ass thing, the business plot, so people would forget about it. And did you ever learn about it in school? Did anyone ever hear about this?
No.
I didn't hear about it until like a year ago.
Oh, it's kind of boring. That's why. So, listen. No, let's talk. No, because now we're all sitting here, and Jimmy's such a great comedian. But I want to talk about something that we're not going to agree on. So, if I have to go, my favorite conspiracies, which I believe is true. They're turning the freaking frogs gay. There's atrazine in the water, and that's why everybody's transsexual. But I don't want to talk about that one. I want to talk about one we can actually argue about. I believe. You guys are going to call me crazy. I don't think Michael Jackson was a pedophile. Yes, no. Listen to this. I want to get Jimmy's opinion. So, okay, Wade Robinson and James Safechuck, the two guys in the Leaving Neverland documentary. James Safechuck said that he was raped in the train house. At the year that he said it, in 1994, not only was the train house not built, but the company that Michael Jackson, the architecture firm, had not even drawn up the plans for it. So James Safechuck, already wrong. Wait, hold on. Wait, don't say anything yet. Wade Robinson, he's the lead in this court case right now. He testified 2 times as Michael Jackson's lead character witness in 2 different court cases. One with the FBI, it was a criminal case, and one civil case. Michael Jackson may have been a freak. He had Arrested Development. He became a professional singer at 5 years old, had no youth. But he would not be stupid enough to put a kid that he anally raped on the stand to be his character witness twice. And Wade Robinson even said after his death it didn't happen. If you look into it, there's a lot of documentaries about this. Wade Robinson was the guy he was a choreographer. He did some videos for Britney Spears. He did all this thing. He was a dancer. That's why he liked Michael Jackson. He was supposed to be the lead choreographer for the Cirque du Soleil show, Michael Jackson Revolution, or whatever the hell it's called. And they didn't hire him. And then conveniently after that, he said that he was raped. So, Jimmy, is Michael Jackson innocent or guilty?
I don't think Michael Jackson was gay, but I think the kids he fucked were gay. And
He loved the kids. He was in Africa feeding the kids.
I've seen some. No, honestly,
Alex just wants to be one of the kids.
I would love to be one of the kids. Oh my gosh.
No,
my dream.
I've seen a lot of information recently since the Diddy thing about Michael Jackson that he was actually calling out some of the big people in the.
He was the first guy to say the news is fake.
And so I think they smeared him as that Jocko's crazy and all that shit. Which I think there is probably a lot to what Alex is saying right now, and I bet that was all trying to smear him. But he was trying to call out the people who were running the music industry, and that. So, by the way, his closest security guy had retired when he turned like 75 or something, and then he hired a new guy who had some fucking weird connection to Diddy, right?
Yeah, but the people that he hired, I think it was like Live Nation or whatever that was putting on his. You know, he had like 50. It was like it started off as 10 dates at the London O2.
I got a conspiracy theory. The government is fucking sending us these fucking notifications, and they're going to do it one day for a false flag.
Yeah, probably right. Well, they already did it in Hawaii. They said bombs
over
are
the airwaves.
I'm just saying, look into it. There's a lot more to the Michael Jackson story than the surface lets you see.
Alex, you think it's normal that he sent fax messages like to the ceiling to kids saying, I love you?
Well, hey, I know that sounds crazy, but you know who Macaulay Culkin is? You ever seen Home Alone?
No.
Yeah, well, Macaulay Culkin spent the night at his house 20 times, over 20 times, and said Michael Jackson never touched him once.
Yeah, but
what's
that's a good...
what's the guy from the Goonies? What's that kid's name that's all crazy?
Yeah.
What's the guy that's been raped?
Mouth?
Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman, who was raped by Hollywood execs, spent the night with Michael Jackson over 15 times, he said, on the record. Never touched his dick, never touched his butthole.
So no cuddle sessions. Michael didn't cuddle with any of those kids.
I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just saying. I don't know if Michael Jackson was just sticking his dick in a bunch of kids. I don't think so. I don't think he was. Let me say this. He was investigated by the FBI for 19 years. Listen, and one of the kids that said that he was molested said he had a birthmark on his dick. Michael Jackson offered his dick. The FBI has a picture of his dick. This is true. Look it up. And guess what? He didn't have the birthmark, and the dick size was different than the kid described. So if you're
but when you're little, dicks look bigger.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you saw your dad taking a piss or anything.
Michael Jackson was mentally ill. He did not get to mature like us. He has what is called arrested development. So his maturity level was much lower. So for kids, when you're the most famous guy in the world and every adult is kissing your ass, it's probably nice to be near a kid that sounds crazy that doesn't know you're the biggest guy in the world. I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds weird.
I wouldn't doubt that they also killed Prince.
You know they killed Prince. He died of a fentanyl overdose. They all die of a fentanyl overdose.
But why are you acting so confident about it?
Because
you don't fucking know that.
I don't know, but I know Wade Robinson and James Safechuck has been caught lying. Wade Robinson, look this up, was his lead character witness. So you're telling me Michael Jackson's so dumb, be like, oh, I anally raped that kid for 20 years, but I'm going to go put him on the stand and say, oh, that's my lead character witness in a case where his whole life is on the line. This is a serious case by the FBI. And like I said, he was investigated for 19 years. And there was one accusation that said that he had child porn. Didn't have child porn. He had vintage carnival art. No, I swear. It was a vintage art, and in the art, like it was like little kids in a, it's like the peeing fountain. You see the baby peeing fountain? It was like a picture of that, and they tried to consider it. Didn't get arrested, didn't get charged. So I don't think it's
I have a test. I could tell if a guy's gay. I have a gay test.
Is it? Yeah.
If I look at a guy and my dick gets hard, gay. And man, do they come out in the summer? I'll tell you that. Look at all the queers in the front row. Am I right? Anyway.
I think the Macaulay Culkin thing might be a psyop, because if you're fucking kids and you want to get the highest profile kid and intentionally not fuck him, be like, see everyone?
Well, then why did P. Diddy fuck Justin Bieber?
He's an idiot. I don't know. Did he do that?
I would think that Justin Bieber has probably done something weird, because Ellen DeGeneres is connected with Bieber. P. Diddy's.
Okay. I bet she's gay.
Oh, Ellen. Yeah, she's.
I bet she's
big
gay.
dyke. We love that.
Yeah.
So do you think that Michael Jackson was raped as a kid?
I think he just used to. I used to wrestle in high school, not very long, usually just until I came. But if I could have controlled my orgasm, I could have went to state. Honest to God. Boy, did my dad hate Saturdays. Oh shit. My opponents are like, look what you're. I'm like, they're like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, look what you're fucking wearing. Anyway, the point is, I forgot what the point is. Go ahead.
No, you made the point. But I'm just saying. Free Michael Jackson, but let's talk about one now. I want to talk about something we're going to disagree on, right? This is the Minds event. We shouldn't all be like-minded.
How How about I
Aliens.
How about I bought a pocket pussy once and hated it. Tasted like plastic. The point is. All right, over to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you guys know Joe Rogan, the biggest podcaster on the planet, just had Bart Sabrell on, and they kind of talked about it. And now you guys, I know this is what's going to piss people off.
What they talk about?
They talked about the moon landing. Jimmy, you ever heard of?
Some of that shit, I think the moon landing actually happened. But
no, Jimmy! Jimmy, it's the only technology that goes backwards. How is that even possible? The Van Allen radiation belt. Every single person that stepped foot on the moon was a Freemason. Like, come on. We can't go there today. Yet in 1969, we're having a phone call with Richard Nixon in real time. My cell phone doesn't work on 6th Street, and yet you got motherfuckers being like, oh, hey, Richard Nixon, I'm out here. Oh, man, Neil Armstrong, I got a space boner. I'm the first guy to jack off on the moon. Yeah, right. Doesn't make sense. NASA, started by Werner von Braun, Operation Paperclip, an actual Nazi that created rockets that killed people all over Poland. We didn't give him a Nuremberg trial. We said, hey, come over here. You can be best friends with Walt Disney and run our NASA program. So listen, that's a farcical thing when they say, oh, after the Holocaust, everybody went to the Nuremberg trial. False. Dr. Mangalo was in South America. And I'm just telling you, a lot of what they tell us about WW2, bullshit.
So Alex, why don't more countries fake a moon landing? Why?
Well, this is why other countries, people are like, well, why wouldn't Russia or freaking China expose America? Because you don't expose somebody if you have blackmail on them. So if they say, hey, look, we got you dead in rights. We know that you faked the thing. Then they can manipulate us. So, and if this is the thing, when you talk about our space programs, we're fighting a proxy war with Russia right now. But our astronauts are just hanging out with Russians right now on the International Space Station. So you're telling me we're fighting a war with them. We're going to kill Putin. We just sent them $70 billion, but our astronauts are just, they're just hanging out in space, jacking around, having a good time. It's all bullshit, guys. It's all, these geopolitical conflicts are bullshit.
Are you saying that space is fake?
Well, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that!
No, the truth is, I think we went to the moon, but they also printed a bunch of fake shit to propagandize Russia so that they could make them think that we were doing better than we were. Alex Jones was here at one point, and he told me that it's an astronaut graveyard, that they just kept sending dudes there over and over and just kept crashing into the planet and dying. And they wouldn't tell us that.
Well, and speaking of the moon landing, look up Gus Grissom. He was the original man that was supposed to land on the moon, and he hung a lemon on the lunar lander. You got to look this up, Jimmy. And conveniently, on the test launch, look up Gus Grissom. On the test launch, they put too much oxygen in the capsule. They weren't even going to lift it up. They were just getting in it to practice, like sitting in the seats, and they blew up and died. And Gus Grissom's family will tell you today that he was murdered. So just look into it. You know the government lies. The government will literally pee on you and tell you it's raining.
Alex, what about Apollo 13?
That's another thing. This is why Apollo 13, they had to fake that, because this is no joke. Look this up. The Apollo moon landings were losing in the ratings to I Love Lucy at the time. I swear. I'm dead serious, Jimmy. I'm dead serious.
But Lucy was good.
It was a great show, yes! Yes! Oh, we got to talk about Mandela effects. That's a really good one. Supposedly said, what is it? Lucy, I'm home. That was never in the show. Or whatever.
Lucy.
Whatever. There's some weird Mandela effect. My point is, they had to create more public relations to actually people to get behind it, because they were like, they walked on the moon.
I got to ask the expert on conspiracy theories, Luke. Did we land on the moon?
No.
Yeah! I mean, no, not me and you. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about humanity as a whole.
You might think you landed on the moon when you do a lot of drugs, but otherwise, I don't. No, me and Ian didn't go to the moon, so I'm sorry, we didn't.
Confirmed. We did not go to the moon.
I mean, I just think it's easier to fake it than to go to the actual moon. And, this is another thing. Even Obama says we can't leave low Earth orbit today. And the moon is 250,000 miles. The International Space Station is 160 miles. That's the farthest we can go with any of Elon Musk's rockets today. And even Elon Musk said, you can look this up, that if we were going to go to the moon on a Starship rocket, we'd need 9 payloads of gas or whatever they use to fly the thing. So we don't have the payload to take a Starship to the moon right now. Look it up. Look up Elon.
We'll be right back.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I know I'm crazy. I was dropped on my head as a child, but that doesn't make me wrong, okay?
They did that Bart guy say they actually destroyed the moon technology?
They lost all the telemetry data. They lost all the telemetry data, I don't even know how to say it. They lost all of the blueprints because Ron Howard said, hey, I want to put all this stuff in I want to do IMAX, and I want to blow it up to 150 feet and put it in this big theater and show it. And they said, oh, well, we accidentally deleted all the footage. You can't make it. So you have the world's greatest achievement. You put a man on the moon, yet you lose all the data, you lose the blueprints to how to even build a lunar lander. It doesn't make sense. And if you watch the video, a lunar lander, there's no blast crater. It's just going up. It looks like a model. There's no blast crater. There's not even dust on the landing pods that went on the moon. Look up a picture,
Jimmy's
Jimmy.
not on board.
There's no space dust. There's no moon dust on the fucking landers. And you're telling me they went up there and they brought golf clubs. This is their official story. They snuck golf clubs up there. And so you're telling me they're up there doing a Tiger Woods banging each other on the moon, and we're just sitting here, sucking dick. No way!
So isn't there an astronaut that actually slugged a guy?
Yeah, Bart Sabrell, he was just on Joe Rogan's. He's the one that got hit by Neil Armstrong. And
So why wouldn't
Buzz
he-
Aldrin, but Neil Armstrong never did interviews. After he landed from the moon, he never did public interviews.
Why wouldn't Buzz Aldrin? He wanted him to swear on a Bible that he was on the. Why wouldn't he just swear on the fucking Bible? That was the thing that got me.
That's
just
weird.
go ahead and swear on it. But he'd rather slug the guy.
That's weird. Why not swear on it?
That is weird. I'll give you that.
Just
That's
say,
weird.
hey, I went to the moon. I mean, it's how easy is that? But they wouldn't do it. That was
You
very
sound
weird.
like you're a moon truther.
I'm a moon truther. Is the moon even real?
Do you think that Buzz is starting to question it himself? Like talking about Mandela effect.
The head of NPR would say that there is no truth if we went to the moon or not. Everybody has their own truth. Alex has his, and I have mine, and we're supposed to meet in the middle somewhere. So maybe we went halfway to the moon.
Maybe.
Depending on how you look at it.
There is a ridiculous Buzz Aldrin on C-SPAN is talking about the monolith on Phobos, which is one of the moons of Mars. You can see pictures of this little protrusion out of Phobos. And Buzz says, who put it there? We don't know. Watch the interview.
Dude, Mars looks like it was torn open. Now you see that fucking giant.
No, that was
chasm.
Uranus.
Well, it's funny you say the monolith.
Uranus.
No, Bill, I got to talk about this. I don't want to step on your joke, but Bill, it's funny you say the monolith. We all carry around a black screen monolith in our pockets. I know that's weird, but the monolith is there's a lot of weird predictive programming with the monolith. This is literally a monolith right here when it's
Made
black.
of obsidian? That's the black rock.
I'm just saying something's weird, guys. They don't tell us the truth. We're too dumb. That's why they give you a vaccine with no long-term testing, and everybody's like, I'll get it if I get a free cheeseburger.
I got a conspiracy theory. I think vaccines might actually be good for you sometimes.
Which one? Let's see, our autism rates are at a level we've never seen. And if you guys look up the MMR vaccine, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, even the vaccine schedule, if you spread it out and you give the kid the vaccine later on in life, there's less likelihood of autism. But they still do it at a young age. And every single doctor, when they give you that vaccine, how they rate them, how the insurance companies rate them, or the pharmaceutical companies, is not by how many they give, but how many percentage of patients get it. So that's why it's so important that every patient gets it. So even if you see 1,000 patients, if your percentage is low, you're not going to get as many bonuses. So they're encouraged to vaccinate heavy. Listen, every freaking kid, why does a kid need an HPV vaccine? Who's going to, unless they're hanging out with Michael Jackson. Yeah, his kid.
Jackson's kids.
Okay,
Michael's kid
crazy
needs one.
theory about MMR. I've
Maybe
heard
they're
this.
Catholic.
Apparently, HIV was introduced into the population through a bad batch of MMR in the early 1980s, and they gave it to people all over the country, but it was the dudes in New York that were partying till 5 a.m. and the dudes in San Francisco doing poppers till 5 a.m. They happened to be gay, so those were the guys that got really sick from it. HIV takes over your immune system. If you get sick from it, then you get sicker faster. So these guys came down hard, and they thought it was a gay disease, but in truth, it was a tainted vaccine.
Well,
hypothetically.
we know the cure to HIV. It's money.
Well, who was it? Kamal Bell said, have you seen Magic Johnson? What's the cure for AIDS? Gravy? Because he's fucking putting on weight like crazy.
He's a
isn't
heavy
he?
guy. Yeah, but his son, isn't that weird though? His son is like 6'6", and it looks like his son's a transsexual.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah, why? And then Dwayne Wade as well has a transsexual son. It's very weird that all these big celebrities have it. Like, have you not seen all the Hollywood celebrities that have it? Ben Affleck has a trans son.
Yes.
Gwyneth Paltrow has a trans son. Listen, guys, no kid is born in the wrong body. That is a conspiracy. If you're like 18, you want to cut your dick off, go ahead. But the fact that we have these evil parents that are convincing kids that they're born in the wrong body is sick. It's sick. And these Hollywood celebrities are They're just parading them around like they're the next Gucci bag or some sort
Well,
of, social symbol.
I disagree with that because I used to say even when I was in college that I was a lesbian born in a man's body, and now people are saying that with a straight face, fucking for real.
For real, they're dead serious.
That's hilarious. Anyway, the world has become a parody of itself. So, but the smallpox vaccine. People always point to the smallpox vaccine. If you actually look into the smallpox vaccine, people revolted against the smallpox vaccine, and towns would not take it, and they tried to make them. And so vaccines are way overrated, no matter what Jon Stewart tells you.
And Jonas Salk's son died from a vaccine. The inventor of the vaccine's son. He vaccinated his son, and his son died.
First batch of polio vaccines fucking made everybody sick, right? You know that.
Yeah.
And then the polio they now give this polio vaccine to the third world that gives people polio, right? They don't give it to people in America anymore because I guess there'd be a lawsuit or something. But when they found polio in the water in New York, they said, oh, this isn't naturally occurring. This is coming from a fucking vaccine. So, yeah, the vaccines are way more suspect than people want to let on. And RFK Jr., it's weird that nobody will bring him on and debate him. So I wish somebody would. It's what Trump was supposed to have a vaccine panel. And because RFK convinced him to have a vaccine panel in the Senate, and he was going to do it. And then Bill Gates convinced him not to. He said, no, that would be bad thing. That's a direct quote. That would be bad thing. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't a guy like Bill Gates, by the way, who's just a good guy trying to help people, and now he's infecting mosquitoes. And so now they put genetically modified mosquitoes to bite you. And is that not the definition of uninformed consent? Because I didn't consent to being fucking bit by a mosquito with shit in it that Bill Gates engineered genetically. But they're releasing it in Hawaii. They're doing it in Florida. They're doing it right now. I'm not making this up. Like, they talk about it on the news. So anyway, and by the way, Bill Gates is now vaccinating farm animals. But it's just all for our own good.
And I've got to say this. Speaking of Bill Gates, he even said that we need to reduce the population to stop climate change. He's on record saying
the way we
this.
reduce the population is through the vaccination, which, of course, he also comes down and says that there's way too many people in this world, which conveniently could be reduced just by injecting people with strange substances.
He wants to reduce population growth rate. It's different than actually reducing the total number.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe he doesn't want to kill people. He wants to stop people from producing. I'm just saying he wants to reduce the population. Either way.
Can I say, I think what a real conspiracy theory is that I've come around to this since the COVID. When I saw all the COVID they lied about everything. There wasn't a thing they didn't lie about. They lied about the origin of the virus. They lied about who funded it. They lied about masks. They lied about natural immunity, herd immunity. They lied about the stopping transmission, stopping contraction. They lied about side effects. They lied about, there wasn't a fucking thing they didn't lie about the vaccine. And so those same people are telling me that the planet's going to overheat if we don't stop carbon, and they're taking private jets to symposiums to tell me that, and they say the thing we have to tackle first isn't the military-industrial complex, which is the biggest emitter of carbon. Greta Thunberg is never going to ever protest outside of a new military base. In fact, she's pro-war in Ukraine. She went and high-fived Zelensky. So those same fucking people say that we have to tackle climate change is to shut down Dutch farms and get rid of lawnmowers in California. Fuck you. As soon as you get rid of private jets, that's when I'll believe you.
Well, COVID was a lie, but I want to ask about this conspiracy, and Jimmy's probably going to have a panic attack. How big is Michelle Obama's dick, Jimmy? Is it bigger than Obama's? Well, Obama did write gay love letters to his girlfriend, saying that he fantasized about having.
He did do that.
Yeah.
He made love to men in his mind every day. Isn't that what he said?
That's gay as hell.
If you ever get stoned, you know that that's normal. Right? No? No, I didn't.
That's not normal.
I hope Tim is not watching this. I hope Tim is not watching this.
It's abnormal. It's abnormal. That's what I meant to say. It's abnormal. You get sexually fluid when you're high. Man, I'm an Obama simp, bro.
Okay,
well, I'm right.
Well, and then, it's funny, we were talking about 9/11, but guys, let's talk about this conspiracy that the Taliban actually cut down all of the poppy fields during the Afghanistan war. And then conveniently, when we left, we didn't need these poppy fields anymore. A huge fentanyl crisis started happening. So I believe, if you look up the Iran-Contra, that we actually traded cocaine to Nicaragua, the Nicaraguans, Sandinistas, gave us the cocaine, we gave them guns, and then we gave that cocaine to Freeway Ricky Ross, Griselda Blanco, and some of the biggest cocaine kingpins in the 80s. So not only does our government sell drugs, the CIA benefits from selling and using drugs, and that's how they fund their black operations. So
they're probably doing it right now with fentanyl as well.
That's what I'm saying. They know China's
because if they
bringing
wanted
the
to stop
fentanyl.
it, they would. They have all the January 6ers. They're arresting them for touching a desk, but you can't stop all the fentanyl coming in from China. As of course, the CIA also works with the Chinese as they developed the COVID-19 virus under the Wuhan laboratory, and then that conveniently somehow accidentally just happened to be a case of someone eating a bat next to the laboratory that they were working and weaponizing the whole thing on, right?
And the bat quarter, a quarter in 2020 came out with a bat on it. Did you know this?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Google that. There was a quarter that had a bat on it. They're just
Predictive
laughing. They
programming.
mock us. They literally mocking us. The people that are running the world, they think it's funny. It's kind of like in the movie, what's the movie with the two rich guys and Eddie Murphy? At the very end of it, they like trading places. I don't know if you guys seen that movie, but it's a movie about like this really rich guy and this homeless guy, Eddie Murphy. They switch places, and Eddie Murphy gets to become an executive. And at the end of the movie, they ruin both these guys' lives, and then they go, "Oh, well, you won the bet, and it was $1." Like these people, the same fraternity that they were in college, they go join Skull and Bones, or they join the Freemasons, or whatever it is. But there are secret societies that laugh at us and mock at us, and they mock us, and they think it's funny that we're falling for all their traps.
Is it because we're both animal and like psychic beings, and these people have so much money, their animals are so cared for that they've just become like super psychic, and they're like, let's just fuck with the animals. And if they don't know they're not animals, then let's just let them flail.
Maybe. And this is another one Jimmy might disagree with, and this is Tucker, my biological stepfather, got canceled for this last week, I don't believe, this is a big conspiracy, I don't believe in abiogenesis. I don't believe that we evolved from pond scum. I don't think one cell split and then all of a sudden we got monkeys, dinosaurs, and all of us. I do believe that.
Why couldn't that be, though? Why couldn't that be?
What
if
do you
God
mean?
is all I do believe. I'm not
There's no transitional species for me, and I just don't think it's possible personally. Because what did they say? Everything came from nothing. To me, that makes no sense.
Just because there's no transitional species, that's a fact. Anyway, so all I'm just saying is that if God is all powerful, He could make us all come from a single-celled organism. He could do whatever the fuck he wants. He's God.
I mean, there's like, small evolutions, like birds sleep with birds and they have bigger beaks, I mean, there are the traits that we can pass down. But the idea that like two birds are going to fuck and a whale is going to come out, it just doesn't compute to me. Or that a fish is going to grow feet and walk out of the, and then they'll even tell us, we got alligators, right? But the alligator...
Have you seen Chris Christie's kids? Yeah. Anyway, the point is...
I'm saying we got alligators. They said the alligators are living in the dinosaur era, and I didn't see the alligators evolved anything. And then they even say we evolved from monkeys, and why are there still fucking monkeys? I mean, what the hell? We still got monkeys in the zoo.
Come on.
I'm not a monkey's uncle, Jimmy. I'll tell you that much. I'm a pimp on a blimp, man. I was created by the highest of high.
Your transitional species is probably the Neanderthal.
Yeah,
when I look at you.
I am mongoloid.
You got that big forehead. You got that frontal lobe intelligence. Because some monkeys fuck non-monkeys and have monkey babies. Some monkeys got high on mushrooms and then got smarter. And then eventually their hair started falling off because they're fucking tweaking, and then they're just no longer monkeys one day. They're you.
So, Alex,
Ian's describing his weekend.
Does that mean that you're in Tucker and Bart's camp, that aliens are spiritual entities?
Well, it's funny you say that because, guys, let's get really weird. Y'all want to get weird? Y'all want to get really weird? Y'all ever heard of giants called Nephilim? Y'all ever heard of Nephilim? Yes. Jimmy's going to go crazy. Well, supposedly, and this is why they love the number 33, because a third of the angels were casted out of heaven onto earth, and these angels slept with humans, and then that's why they had these Nephilim, and that's why you hear David and Goliath. But supposedly, there's different kinds of Nephilim. There's supposedly Nephilim that live in the ocean that we don't even know about. And you're like, oh, that's crazy. So my point is, I don't think aliens come from outer space. I think there's a possibility that there are weird creatures that we can't find in the ocean, because this is the deepest we can go. The deepest we can go, guys, is called Marianas Trench. That's 8 miles deep. The deepest we can go on land is the Great Borehole in Russia, 8 miles deep. So they tell you that, oh, we've explored the whole world. They even say this, Jimmy. They say this, NASA says this, that we know more about space than we know about the ocean. You've heard that?
Yes.
But I've never had space sushi. I've had sushi every day of my life, but I've never eaten a fish from space. So my point is, we've all swam in the ocean, we've all seen the ocean, but they'll look you in the face and be like, oh, we know more about those stars that we've never been to, that we look at through a telescope, than the fucking ocean that we all live by and swim in every day. So that's mocking us when they tell us that.
Okay, applaud, that's good. So, but the number at 33, I will give you that. There's something to that because that was Larry Bird's number, and he was white, and he was a great basketball player. So
anomalous.
Oh, let's get into that. Guys, sports rigged. My favorite conspiracy, how we know this. Super Bowl 58. What is 5 plus 8? That's 13. Who was the pinnacle of the Super Bowl? You guys ever heard of a bitch named Taylor Swift? Guess what her favorite number is? 13. She's born on December 13th. In the Super Bowl 58, 5 plus 8, 13, versus the 49ers. Listen, 4 plus 9, 13. She's dating Travis Kelce, number 87. 100 minus 87, 13. What the hell? Why am I seeing 13 every second? And guess who wins the fucking Super Bowl? The bitch that took a 13-hour flight from Japan on the same day of the fucking game.
I gotta back up what you're saying about.
It's rigged.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm pretty sure 5 plus 8 is 12.
That was awkward.
Yeah.
You're right about the animals from under the ground. I just found this out. Under the Earth's surface, under the ocean, is 5 times more water than all the water in the ocean on the surface.
Well,
Check it out. You pull out your phone and search it right now.
How do they know that?
No, but listen to this.
I don't
No, now I'm really going to go crazy. Y'all remember, it's at the 1934 and 1939 Geneva Convention. It was the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers that even said, hey, we need to create scarcity because we got this oil. So this is what they said. They said that we get our oil and gas from dinosaur bones. That's what they tell us. Did you know this?
Where do we get it from? I thought we got it from Saudi Arabia.
They say that oil and gas or petroleum is other than water, is the second most abundant source or resource that we have here on Earth. We have enough oil and gas in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to supply the whole world. That's why Joe Biden's limiting all of our oil resources, because he knows it's unlimited and that we make money on it. They won't let new oil rigs come out in Houston, Texas. Like our state of Texas right now, people are struggling because Biden has put an embargo and not letting new oil drill or new drills be built. We got enough oil and gas for everybody. When Trump was president, gas was like $1.87 a gallon.
Well, did you know that Venezuela, go ahead. Venezuela, I found out, this is true, has more oil than Saudi Arabia. And when I heard that, I knew it was just a matter of time before we had to bring some democracy to those people in Venezuela.
Yeah.
Alex, why didn't Trump drop the bombs about 9/11 and JFK?
Well, because he's probably compromised too. Listen, I love Donald Trump, and I like him. I think he's good, but he's still not talking about the vaccine injured. So, I mean, that's bad.
He's still pretending the vaccine was a success.
I know, and I don't like that.
He's tripling down on it now.
And I'm friends
and
with...
Bill Barr, during his presidency, covered up the Epstein assassination.
That's right.
Alleged
and
assassination.
the JFK. But you know, this is not my excuse for Donald Trump, but this is my excuse because I'm friends with Laura, his daughter-in-law, who I love. So I love the Trump family. Is that if the CIA told you that you need to shut the fuck up, you'd probably shut the fuck up because the CIA even says, listen, this is what they say. They say we're more powerful than the president because the president only serves a 4 or 8 year term. The CIA never leaves. So they're more powerful than our president.
So I'll tell you what, if the CIA told me to shut the fuck up, I would start screaming louder and go out in the blaze of fucking glory.
That's what I know. And then you're going to be on Hillary Clinton's kill list.
Because there is no death. There's no opposite of life. Death is the opposite of birth. We all are eternal, and I'm fucking looking forward to it, okay? So, and by the way, the CIA somebody already used Pegasus to tap into my phone and my, so when I was coming home, I had testified at the Security Council at the UN, and I'm on the plane, and it says, MacBook The now has access to your iCloud account. And I was like, what the fuck? So I land, and I call my IT guy, who's former military intelligence, and I tell him what happened, and he goes, holy shit, Jimmy, even I couldn't do that. That has to be a nation state that did that, probably the Mossad, and because that costs millions of dollars, right? And they used Pegasus to do it. So he checked it out, and I said, well, maybe I shouldn't have given that speech at the UN. And then he laughed, and I go, no, I just gave a speech at the UN about the Nord Stream pipeline. And he goes, oh, fuck, well, that's what it is. So if I If I have the balls to keep fucking going as a goddamn YouTuber with absolutely no power in the fucking world, Donald Trump should fucking nut up and be a man. He's fucking gonna die in 5 years anyway.
I agree. I think, and you know, also not even trying to white knight for Donald Trump, but you know, the whole time he was an officer trying to impeach him, he did get a bad break in office. I mean, you have to admit that. You know, you
That he got a bad break?
Well, I'm saying while he was in office, you don't think they were weaponized against him?
Oh,
Trying to
of
impeach
course
him the
they
whole
did.
time?
They lied to the FISA court. FBI lied to the FISA court 17 times so they could tap his phone. They tapped his phone and they still couldn't find a crime that he was guilty of that they weren't also guilty of themselves. And so, yeah, that's all that shit. Russiagate, complete fucking bullshit. I was the first one to fucking debunk it on my show. I brought Bill Binney on my show to show that the Russians could not have tapped in to the DNC server. So yeah, I'm on board with all that. And I had Cornel West on my show, and I had to show him that they're using the same RICO statute and the same grand jury to prosecute Donald Trump as they're using to prosecute the people protesting Stop Cop City, the expansion of the police state. And when I turned to Cornel West and I said, now do you see the game that's being played? And he looked at me and goes, you're a Trumper. And I was like, fuck, isn't it amazing? Everyone is a fucking... I go, luckily I'm not as dumb as a Harvard professor, and I can see the goddamn game that's being played, and the Harvard professor doesn't have the balls of a fucking pothead YouTuber to tell the truth about what's actually happening. Because if Cornel West or Bernie Sanders or Alex or me or anybody actually stood up against the establishment like Julian Assange did and made a headache for him, they'd do the same fucking thing to you and me and anybody. And that's why Cornel West and Bernie Sanders won't say a fucking thing, and they go right along with the weaponization of the justice system against the former president of the United States. Hey, if we're now... I had a friend say to me, he goes, Jimmy, I'm sorry, Donald Trump committed crimes. If we're prosecuting past presidents because they commit crimes, why does George Bush still walk the earth a fucking free man?
And don't
or
forget...
Barack Obama, who assassinated a 16-year-old American citizen who never even answered for that specific crime. You brought up Bill Binney. That guy also exposed how the NSA was spying on all of us when the government was telling us, no, that's a conspiracy theory. You think the government's in your phone? Even before Edward Snowden, we confronted General Hayden to his face as NSA officials were literally caught masturbating to people's private nudes. This was before even Snowden, and he had the gall to lie to Congress, to lie to the American people. We confronted him, and he told us, no, we're not spying on you. That's not happening. That was all fucking bullshit. They are spying, and now House Republicans are even fighting for the right of the government to fucking spy on you, as probably as a whole bunch of compromise on all of those criminals as well, and that's why they can't speak out, because they're pathetic, coward losers. And Jimmy called it right here. You said it 100%. These people are pathetic. Life is short. It's beautiful. You have to stand up to the power structure, or you can let fear conquer you. Sadly, these people have been conquered by fear. These people have been compromised, and that's why the solution will never be political. It won't be Donald Trump, who got vaccinated and boosted, by the way. It won't be someone casting a vote that's going to save you. It's going to be you realizing what the fuck's going on and not being a victim of this larger perpetual fucking Ponzi scheme that we're all a part of.
And they use all this cultural bullshit. They use identity politics. They want you to identify with your race, your ethnicity, your gender, your trans, your all this. And that's a way to keep us all divided, hating each other, and take our eye off the ball, which is the oligarchy that comes to the WEF and runs the whole fucking planet. And we have to come together, left, right, workers of all, truckers, farmers, and workers of all stripe, come together to oppose those motherfuckers, or else our country's gonna be Brazil in 5 fucking minutes.
And remember, Occupy Wall Street. In the beginning days of Occupy Wall Street, the left and the right came together.
That's right, and that scared them.
It was end defenders, it was leftist, it was actually anti-war, free speech leftist with Ron Paulers standing together, literally marching on the U.S. Federal Reserve every single day, and the elite shit themselves when they realized, holy shit, these people are coming together, these people are speaking to each other, we need to ramp up the bullshit, the propaganda, the disinformation, and that's why when we saw all the race talk after
100%.
Occupy Wall Street, just ramped up, ratcheted, so we hate each other, so we see each other's differences, because once we see each other as common men and women, then they fucking lose. Then they don't have jack shit.
That's right. They did a controlled demolition of our economy during COVID, which smashed everybody except a handful of millionaires and billionaires, and they want me to hate my neighbor for the economic pain that I was feeling because my neighbor wouldn't take a vaccine that didn't work the way they said it did in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to hate my neighbor. I'm going to love my neighbor because they're hurting the same way I am, and I'm going to join with them to oppose those fucking cocksuckers if it's the last goddamn thing I do.
You got. I agree. Decentralized, autonomous governance is the way to go. You govern locally. That's more powerful than any centralized figure. But I got to say, warrantless wiretapping domestically is a good thing because globally they're doing it to us anyway. Every country on earth is spying us. So why not have our own government do it too for our own protection?
Well, speaking of spying, we're talking about, well, we cannot forget to mention the world's probably greatest spy, a guy by the name of Jeffrey Epstein, who worked for Mossad, that literally flew kids and children all over the world and would bang them. And listen, Jeffrey Epstein, you think he killed himself? You're smoking crack, all right? The guy obviously was murdered. Why? Because he has information on everybody. And they do this. You guys have watched James Bond. It's called being honeypotted, where they'll have a girl and they'll have a sexy girl or a sexy guy if you're a gay, which is whatever. But I'm saying they'll use you and they'll manipulate you. So the fact is, they'll give you a list of, somebody's personal information all day long, but they'll never give us the list of Epstein's flight logs. Like, we'll never know the truth of what really happened there. So if they won't tell us why Epstein was with Bill Clinton 26 times on Little St. James Island, they're never going to tell us the truth. We know why. Probably.
Oh,
Mike
Mike Johnson had one meeting with the CIA and immediately flipped against the American people.
Yeah.
One fucking meeting.
My point
and it's
exactly.
like Bill Hicks said. I don't know if you remember Bill Hicks. He had this joke. And he said, I think whenever someone becomes president, they take him into a room and they show him a video of the Kennedy assassination from an angle you've never seen before. And then they go, any questions? And that's what happened to Mike Johnson.
Do you guys think that global econo-technocratic governance is inevitable? Like, we're just becoming cyborgs? Question mark?
I don't know about that. I mean, you've been on too much magic mushrooms today
Yeah.
yourself. I
low
lost
dose.
you on that. No, but the world we live in is literally full of lies. I don't even know where you get truth because, I mean, let's talk about the conflict in Israel and Palestine right now. Like, listen, obviously Hamas is bad, but I also don't like Israel blowing up the world's central kitchen. Like, we're never going to get the truth. We don't know how many Palestinian civilians have died with Hamas. They say, Israel will say it's like 1-to-1, but really, the Palestinians will say like 11,000 to 1. So I think that they lie about everything. We don't know how many people are dying there. We don't know how many people died in Afghanistan. And then also, a big conspiracy, the Vietnam War. How did the Vietnam War start? It started by the Gulf of Tonkin. The Gulf of Tonkin was fake. They engineered that to start a war that killed millions of people. So it's just, they lie to us constantly.
They wanted oil. They wanted that Vietnamese oil. They told everybody it was about communism, but they wanted that fucking oil off the east coast of Vietnam. Okay, conspiracy theory.
Isn't there oil in Gaza, right? There's over $500 million or $500 billion in oil and gas under Gaza and off the coast.
Yeah. And a potential new Suez Canal that they're building there.
And then that's right. They want to build another canal. Yeah, the
So,
whole deal. So it's all about money.
Their global technocracy is trying to get people under this digital control, this digital currency where they can turn you off at any time. They want your mind in the machine at all times. But the problem is if the power goes out, they're fucked. So they're building solid state electricity. They want to tap the vacuum for electricity so the machines are always on.
But we're so propagandized. No kidding. We're so propagandized in America, and people don't realize. That's the thing, right? People in China know they're being fucking bullshitted. People in America think when they turn on Anderson Cooper, Rachel Maddow, and Sean Hannity that they're being told the truth, even though they're telling them the exact same fucking lies about COVID, about vaccines, about China, about Ukraine, about whatever it is, right? And in America, we can't tell the difference between a freedom fighter and a fucking Nazi, right? We look at the truckers who are freedom fighters in Canada, and we call them Nazis, and we look at Nazis in Ukraine, and we call them fucking freedom fighters. That's how fucked up things are.
Yeah.
Like, George Washington was a terrorist, according to King
That's
George.
right.
He literally...
Wait, real quick, another conspiracy. George Washington was not our first president.
Oh, tell me more.
Well, we had 14 presidents before when we were the Continental Congress, so America's had other presidents.
So
a lot of people don't know that. People don't realize there's 14 presidents before.
Do you think George Washington was chosen by the Illuminati?
I have no idea. Probably, so I have no idea. The Illuminati, though, I think is real.
Yeah, Ben Franklin was in the Illuminati. He had
they had all those baby bodies. Yeah, that's very
weird. To take dead bodies and pick
Do you
them
guys
apart.
think Hillary Clinton drinks the blood of children? Adrenochrome? Do we think that? Jimmy, what do you think?
I think she does have. I think she does put out a hit on people just to relax. I think that.
Seth Rich. Did we mention Seth Rich? Bernie
Oh
Sanders?
man.
Yeah.
Huh? I was right about fucking Seth Rich, too. That's another thing. Everybody gave me shit about Seth Rich. They smeared me in the Washington Post. Fucking Dave Weigel put me in that with Nazis and pedophiles, and Jimmy Dore said Seth Rich. And now we find out that the FBI is not going to First they lied. They said he didn't have his computer. Then they said, okay, we do have his computer. We can't get the data. Then they go, okay, we have the data, but we can't release it. And now they say they're not going to release it. Even though a court ordered it, they're not going to release the data on the Seth Rich computer for 65 years. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, did Seth Rich kill Kennedy? But the point is, and there isn't a conspiracy you can think of that there's something worse that's actually happened. That's my point.
My biggest one is the battle of heaven and hell is fucked up, dude. Lucifer was actually the good guy because Michael and all his fucking archangels were sitting around tripping
That's
balls.
called the serpent seed theory.
Yep, exactly. All these guys are doing group hallucinations. They're hearing God. And then
I don't
Lucifer's like,
co-sign
yo,
that,
motherfuckers, we got to take this electricity, which we still have left over from the Atlantis flood. We still have electricity. We got to bring it to the people, man. They need light. And Michael's like, no, it's too dangerous to give them that technology, Lucifer. And he's like, fuck you. So he goes off. He gives all these plebes the electricity. And Michael's like, it's war then. And they declare war. They incinerate the entire land. They call it hell. They demonize these people, these dukes and these kings. They say, don't ever question it. It was evil and they're demons.
Those are the mushrooms talking, and the interdimensional demons that took them over and are now speaking through Ian right now.
Power of the light.
Isn't that Rosemary's Baby? I think that's Rosemary's Baby, right?
Well, real quick, because we only have a few minutes left, but one of my favorite conspiracies, guys, is the Tower of Babel. You guys ever seen this one? So Genesis chapter 11, verse 9. You flip that, 9/11, weird. But, yeah, that's real. And in it, it talks about Nimrod wanting to build a kingdom to heaven to supposedly kill God. And what God did is he separated everybody into like 40 or 60 different tribes. I don't remember. My point is, what they're trying to do is they want to reverse engineer that. They want a one world order. They want one currency. They want one ruler. And that's literally what Hillary Clinton's plan is. So it comes literally from the Bible. So I do believe there are Satanists that are running the world. And they like to take the Bible and they like to invert it. These people like Aleister Crowley, who every celebrity loves, they take something good and they do the exact opposite. So, I mean, if they tell you the truth, believe the opposite.
All right, here we go. We're going to go down the line. Jimmy, top conspiracy that needs to be exposed and where people can find you.
Oh, well, I mean, I didn't know this question was coming, but, the thing that I'm working on is, I would say 9/11 or that the vaccine is safe and effective. And because that's the biggest fucking murderous thing that's, I think, happened in my lifetime. If they say that COVID, the virus, killed millions of people, well, that was engineered by the United States as a bioweapon that was funded by Dr. Fauci, who lied twice to Congress when he was asked about it by Rand Paul. And so if he did fund that, which he did, the NIH admits they did, well, then they created a virus that killed millions and millions of people. And now we're finding out that the vaccine kills millions and millions of people. Excess deaths, 20, 30, 40% in countries, only countries that have the biggest uptake of vaccines. You go to Africa, they don't have the excess deaths. They have it in countries that took the vaccine. So to me, that's the biggest thing that needs to be exposed. And people are still dying from it, right? And people still don't know. Well, so I was vaccine injured, and I was being treated by Dr. Pierre Corey. And I was saying, so am I out of the woods now? He goes, Jimmy, we don't know what's going to happen for 10 years. They don't know what the fucking effect of vaccines are, ones that we all took, and what's going to happen for at least 10 years. So we don't know how many more people are going to die, but we know people have died by way excess deaths. And why wouldn't excess deaths be the front page story in every newspaper and the lead story on every cable news show? Why wouldn't that be? Why wouldn't they want to figure out what that is about? They don't even talk about it. So I would say that's it.
And where can people find you?
They can find me at jimmydore.com, baby.
All right. Alex, go fast. Go fast.
I'll go really fast because I know we got to go. Okay, guys, my favorite conspiracy, and you guys are all going to think I'm crazy, but this is what they say. They say that we're on a ball that's 25,000 miles around the equator that is spinning 66,000 miles an hour, that's orbiting the sun, that's moving 4 different directions. Yet every single night, you can go out in your backyard and you can see Polaris. It's in the same freaking spot. So my point is, if we're moving four different directions, why is that star in the same spot? So I think they're lying. I don't think the Earth is moving, believe it or not, guys. I know that sounds crazy. I know. I'm crazy. But even Albert Einstein said, look this up. Albert Einstein said that we couldn't tell that if we're standing still and everything is moving around us, or if we're moving and everything's standing still in relation to us. So look up Albert Einstein. I believe you think he's probably pretty smart. Oh, and nuclear bombs are probably not real. All right, guys, I'm Pimp on Blame, Primetime 99, Alex Stein. Find me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever the hell. I'm all over.
Ian, go.
The biggest conspiracy is caffeine. This shit is fucking gets you high as fuck. And it kills your fucking sperm in high doses. We gotta make babies. We need to reproduce this planet. So cut that shit out of your diet, man. A little bit of caffeine once in a while, that's okay. Maybe a half a cup of coffee on Saturday. But fucking go for a walk in the morning, get 3 miles of exercise. You're gonna feel real good. You follow me at Ian Crossland, and we get down tonight.
The biggest conspiracy is that people believe that they don't have any power. They think that their neighbors are their enemies. That they think that they can't make a difference, and that's bullshit. We're living in a giant pyramid scheme controlled by criminals who gaslight us into believing that they're the good guys. They're not. They convince us that wars bring peace, drugs bring health, and that debt brings wealth. It doesn't. It's all a lie. And once we understand that lie, everything changes in our society, and that's what we need to do. That's why conspiracy theories, that's why searching for the truth is more important than ever, because this world is full of lies, but it could be an amazing world once we realize the greater truth and our power within it to change it. So get active, get engaged. We're doing a nature hike tomorrow with Alex Jones. Check more information about that on Twitter at LukeWeAreChange.
Thanks.
Bill Ottman, everyone.
Give it up for Bill. He put this thing on.
What up? Give it up for that last panel. That was fun. That was fun. And give it up for yourselves. This has been so much fun talking to you guys about all this stuff. So we got another panel coming up. I think Ian might want this. I love this guy.
Really cool.
Ian's the man. And real quick, a word from one of our sponsors before we move on. Renegade DC works with some of the most important and incisive voices of our time. Their clients come from different worlds, from politics and the law to entertainment and athletics, from online, cutting-edge commentators to legacy media heavy hitters. What unites such a diverse, vibrant group of clients together? The same thing that drives the Renegade DC team forward every day. A commitment to breaking conspiracies of silence. That's true. Challenging herd mentality and above all, fearless honesty. Rebel with a cause at Renegade DC. And now, our next panel with a bunch of people that I admire. They're going to talk about the question, is America becoming a communist country? I was a professor for 10 years. I can tell you it is. It was a Marxist death cult. And I don't miss that place at all. So with that in mind, we have Libby Emmons, Lauren Chen, Joe Allen, Texas Lindsay, and Craig Pasa Jardula, moderated by Tiffany Justice of Moms for Liberty. Have fun, everybody.
Hello, good evening. I have a feeling that the communism panel may not be as entertaining as the last one, so apologies for that. 100 million people killed in the last 100 years, not a peppy subject. I'll start with a joke. How do you know if someone's a communist? They tell you all the time that they're a communist. And it's true. We had a summit in Philadelphia. And the protesters out there were with the Democratic Socialists and the young communists, the revolutionary communists, and they had signs. And so the story I'll start with is this. There was a woman that was protesting outside of an event we had in New York City. If you go to Chris Elston, Billboard Chris's page, you can see there's a woman there. She has a mask on the top of her head, and she's screaming at him. She's the same lady who just accosted Alec Baldwin when he was getting coffee. Do you remember the lady that was yelling at him? Yeah. So the issue is never the issue. In my opinion, the issue is always the revolution. But we have some amazing people here tonight. They're going to talk about that. So I wanted to start with this. America. Do we have shared values? When we talk about America, if America is in threat right now, Libby, I'll start with you. What kinds of values do we share as Americans?
I think we certainly used to have a lot of shared values, and I think that I'd love to know what you guys all think of this, but I think that a lot of them have started to fall away with the advent of identity politics and grievance and the concept of oppression politics, which recasts everybody as good or bad based on their skin color or their preferred pronouns or, you know, take your pick, their national border. So I think that some of the shared values that we used to have as Americans and that I certainly hope we still have and that I hope that we're all teaching the next generation is that natural rights are hugely important. Natural rights were given to us by the Creator. The government is not in charge of our rights. They can defend our rights, but the rights are ours no matter what any government entity ever says. Due process, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, you know, right to not have your property searched without a warrant, all of these things. This is hugely important. And these are the things that are not being taught in schools anymore. These are the things like I teach my son this separately. These are your rights. No one can stomp on them. So that would be, I think, the most important shared value, that and a belief in individual agency and the right to work and earn a living and support your family without government overreach.
Does anybody else want to weigh in? American values? Lauren?
I don't think Americans have shared values at all anymore, and it's really frustrating because I think a lot of people are still living as if we're 20 years ago, and I would love to see, especially on the right, more of a wake-up call to the fact that you can complain about, oh, democratic values, liberty, a return to normalcy all you want, neutrality. I've even seen conservatives say, oh, we just want to go back to neutrality in the court system, in schools. Guess what? Communists don't care about any of that. They care about power, and that's exactly why they're winning. While we're trying to advocate for, you know, what's going to happen in 2024, communists are understanding that, well, if we put people in positions of power in every single institution, it's probably not going to matter whether we win elections or not, because we're still going to control many of the structures that are responsible for winning the country. That's why even though in 2016, Donald Trump did a lot to wind things back to where they used to be, but he still wasn't successful, unfortunately, in dismantling the infrastructure that communists have started to establish. I mean, in the bureaucracies, we saw that with the FBI, the swamp actually targeting Trump. We see that in the education system, lower education, K through 12, all the way to academia, definitely, the court system as well. We can win elections, and that's all well and good, we should, but until we start thinking like the communists, we're still never going to beat them because we're always going to be on the defensive, unfortunately. And I think when we talk about why America doesn't have shared values anymore, it's because this has been going on for generations. We've been, I mean, young people especially have been brainwashed by the school system, by pop culture, and we're finally seeing the fruits of that. Like, for too long, the conservative movement has only focused on, ooh, policy, policy, policy. If we throw a Thomas Sowell book at someone, they will become conservative. No, it doesn't work like that. And the communists have understood that culture is everything, power is everything, and I mean, they're responsible, I think, largely for the division we see currently. It's worse than it's ever been, but it's not a new problem.
So I would agree with both Libby and Lauren on their points. I think, you know, among the Americans whom I respect the most, the values that are secured by a constitutional republic that are deepest to me are simply human freedom and human dignity. I think that the Constitution was set up for that. I think the American Revolution was geared towards that. But I totally agree that America is completely fractured. It turns out diversity is not so much of a strength. And when people talk about making America great again, or people talk about American values, it's an open question. Is it colonial American values? Is it antebellum American values? Is it post-World War II Zionism and American values? Or is it the present globo homo American values? That's global homogeneity, just to be clear. And what I see happening is that as Americans are squabbling online and kind of trapped in a digital prison, that the cyborg theocracy emanating out of Silicon Valley is gaining more and more power by way of the human mind. And so whether we will end up being under a cyborg theocracy is an open question, but it is completely antithetical to human dignity and human freedom.
So I think one of the things that's really eroded the values in our country is, we removed God from the classroom, and God got replaced by these gender ideologies and these Marxists that really want to push forward an agenda that really has a communist underlying factor that is really eroding what our whole country was founded upon and built upon by the founders that wrote the Constitution and founded this country. And I think whenever you remove something else comes in its place, and we end up with, a gender ideology that was never an issue before. I never grew up, around people that weren't sure if they were a boy or a girl, or 5-year-olds that were wanting to have a sex change. I think that really kind of erodes the whole basic truth of what's right and wrong and what is black and white. And so I think we're facing that in our education systems, and further along we go without pushing back and stopping this from rising. I think the more dangerous it gets, and the further we slip away from everything that this country was founded on. And I think we really have to go back to the values of the nuclear family and God and country, and putting those things first. So.
Wow, I am the odd man out on this panel tonight. I can tell you that much there.
I guess that makes you an imposter.
An imposter. I am the imposter for tonight. Well, listen, I really think the name of this panel, Are We Becoming a Communist Country, is the wrong question. I really don't think it's about communism versus capitalism. I think it's more about freedom versus slavery. There's good and bad in every single ism, right? When you say we're becoming a communist country, what communism are we becoming? Are we becoming a Trotskyite country, or is it more the old-fashioned Stalin communism? Which type of communism country are we becoming? Now, I will say this right off the bat: I think we're becoming more of a technocratic, woke, fascist kind of country, right? All the interests in this country are controlled by who? The stakeholders, the corporations. The definition of fascism, I know this being an Italian guy, my Mussolini, is the merger of corporations and state. But there is an attempt to kind of put this woke kind of mentality on all the communism out there. And really, to tell you the truth, it is the old trick in the book. It's divide and conquer. They want to make sure that you're blaming your neighbor. Blame the communists, not the ruling class, the oligarchs, the man behind the curtain. And that's what we have to ask ourselves. It's about freedom versus slavery. Let's not get duped in there and pointing the finger at communism. At the end of the day, there's a lot of great things about communism. There's a lot of bad things about communism. It's a workers' movement at the end of the day, right? It's about seizing the means of production. It's about not letting the corporations run wild. We're in the most capitalist country in the world, right? And we have mass censorship going on right now. They're shadow banning people left and right. We know what's going on with the January 6th people that have been locked up. So I would argue the fact that this is not about communism. It's not the first time they've tried to, let's pin the problem on a communist before. They've done this throughout history. So really, it's not about communism. It's about those people behind, the man behind the curtain or the woman behind the curtain. We don't know what their pronouns are, but it's about control. And in any ism, they can control what's going on, whether it be capitalism, communism, socialism. And I've visited a lot of Latin American countries before where I do a lot of election integrity work, and I see a lot of socialists out there, really, to tell you the truth, and their move of socialism is a move of collectivism, right? It's about playing in the sandbox together nicely. We have a limited amount of resources, we have to share it, and we also have to come together to fight off the empire. In Nicaragua, their form of socialism is about fighting for freedom. It's about being free of the United States empire, stealing their resources, forcing these monetary loans on them. So I argue against the fact that we are turning into a communist country. We have stakeholders. It's a fascist country.
Okay, so several things. Number one, you asked what kind of communism. I would say it's largely Marxist, right? If we're talking about the woke ideology, it's largely using Marxist rhetoric, Marxist principles to define oppressor and oppressed classes. The only difference is that instead of talking about, the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, we're talking about white versus brown, straight versus gay. So we're essentially replacing social classes and ownership of the means of production with different immutable characteristics. So I think, Marx is the first thing. The second thing, by no metric is America the most capitalist country in the world. I mean, some of the highest corporate tax rates, it cut down a little bit under Trump. That's not very capitalist. There's also, I think it's the World Economic Index. There is an index that every year ranks countries based on their economic freedoms. America is not even close to the most free. If you look at ease of opening a business, a free market, lack of regulation when it comes to things like taxes, America is actually very heavily regulated, and that's what really bothers me when we talk about the strengths or weaknesses of capitalism. A lot of people, especially students, assume that most of the problems that America has are due to capitalism. 99.9% of the time, they are actually due to government regulation, not capitalism. I've heard people blame capitalism for America's terrible healthcare system. I don't know if you guys have seen all of the laws and regulations that relate to healthcare in America. It's anything but capitalism. You also look at things like people looking at the housing crisis. That again, capitalism, no, it's not actually. It's bad government policy. It's whether it's banking, high student loan costs for people who are trying to borrow. All of these problems are actually government programs that are ruining people's lives. The only reason people think it's capitalism, though, is because it's happening in America and they're operating under the false assumption that America is capitalist. It's not. It's at best
What's
mixed.
a freer country than America?
Well, in terms of economic freedom,
What about individual liberties?
When it depends on what kind of individual liberties. So
Like
to
the
me,
right
you
to
cannot
speak,
have
the right to practice your religion.
You cannot have economic freedom, or you can't have individual liberty without economic freedom, because economic freedom relates to property rights.
Pick
and
your
without
definition
property
and tell
rights-
me a country.
Well, when it comes to economic freedom, it used to be Hong Kong, right? You have a flat
But
tax.
it's not a freer country now.
No, not now. But you also have countries, I mean, like the Caymans, where you don't have like taxes.
The Cayman
and
Islands because
yeah.
of the taxes.
Right.
So so we should all be moving to the Cayman Islands, raise our families there.
Well, if you care about things like individual liberty, including economics, you should be asking why America isn't more free like that. And I want America to be freer.
So the idea is less government regulation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Less like in terms of taxes
Yeah,
and things
absolutely.
like that?
I mean,
Yeah, for
100%.
sure.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, they have that in China, by the way.
Hello. It's a real question that has to be asked first. What is communism, right? What is the definition of communism? Is it an economic system that is inherently centralized, that is ordered around a Marxist way of thinking, the Marxist philosophy that the proletariat inevitably, a kind of scientific theory, the proletariat will inevitably rise up against their capitalist oppressors. They will slay them, and you will then install a dictatorship of the proletariat. And then once the masses have become kind of new socialist man, then they're ready to be free of their chains, and it's a stateless society, right? A fully equalized society. But when you're talking about woke as Marxism, I mean, you have to make the distinction between the old left, which was very much, if not entirely, oriented towards the economic uplift of the working class, as opposed to this new left, this kind of woke left, which is entirely ephemeral. It's just, identity, who's white, who's black, who's gay, who's tranny, whatever. And those are two very, very different things. And you'll see, when you see Boeing and Raytheon, when you see JP Morgan Chase, when you see Citigroup waving the rainbow flags and the Black Lives Matter flags, I think it would be absurd to say that the banks and the military-industrial complex are initiating a communist revolution with woke in order to see themselves be deposed. It's in many ways just like in the early 2000s, after the 9/11 attacks, when corporations again and again and again were saying, we're pro-America, we're America first, and some of them even fronted the kind of Christian front. We're a Christian corporation. And most of those same corporations opened up the borders, facilitated the replacement of the American working class, and most of them are about as Christian as, I don't know, Augustus Caesar. So I think the woke is a smokescreen by and large. I don't think woke may use the rhetoric of Marxism in some way, just as they use the rhetoric of Christianity or whatever, but I think at the end of the day, Nobody on this panel said the American values were, at least the ones that we should cherish, are how do we make more money with my capitalism? You know, how do we get power over our fellow citizens? And that is, in essence, what the banks, the military-industrial complex, and of course, the cyborg theocracy in Silicon Valley are initiating.
Well, I agree with you largely, but something that I'm waking up to the fact is that the idea that companies will always act in their self-interest financially, that's actually not true. If we look at what's happening with ESG scores and BlackRock investment, we actually see that companies like Disney, they are incentivized to pursue DEI initiatives, even if they know that's not what the customer wants and that it's going to lose them money, because they're hoping that they might actually get some investment from firms like BlackRock because of good ESG scores.
So more
Disney
money.
has,
They're
well,
getting,
hang
they're
on,
getting
we'll get to
sued
that.
by shareholders. They're getting sued by shareholders for not actually upholding their end of the bargain.
Because it's losing them money. You might say, well, they're still doing it in the
So
hopes
we do
of
have
money.
fail-safes on that.
Well, they're still doing it in the hopes of, getting money, so you might say it doesn't actually count. But I think, again, communists are interested in power. These people have inserted themselves into every level of Disney's creative sphere, right? They're the animators, they are the writers, they're actually entire boards that were dedicated to ensuring that the ESG message would be part of Disney's entertainment going forward. They're actually at every level, human resources. So it's not like there's someone who's at Disney, actually arguably Bob Iger, but there's in most companies not someone who's at the head saying yes, I'm a communist, I'm going to push Marxist agendas. But the thing is, there are individual activists who have inserted themselves into positions where they're absolutely able to, in whatever way possible, push a woke agenda, a Marxist agenda, whether that's through, diversity initiatives and hiring, whether that's through trying to, brainwash different employees, fire certain employees for not meeting certain social standards, whatever it is. Companies very rarely have one person at the top who knows what's going on at every level. These are individual activists who are pushing the agenda individually, like what's happening in the government as well. I don't think there's necessarily one person pulling all these strings. It's small agents who are, taking it upon themselves to do whatever they can individually to push the message. And yes, they work in corporations.
One thing that we saw that was amazing, though, was when DeSantis pushed through the Parental Rights in Education Act, and that happened in Florida, and Disney freaked out, right? We also saw that the basic workers at Disney were incredibly in favor of the parental rights in education law, as were the majority of Americans, right, across the nation. So we see that perhaps these elites are pushing this stuff. They're pushing this shit onto us. But for the most part, the workers, who I would say, a lot of us are, we have a job, we earn a salary, we're very happy to pay our mortgage with that, with that money. We're not in favor of this stuff. And so to a certain extent, I think that we can look to basic Americans, the people who are out there just living their lives, who want to raise their families, who want the dignity of a decent job with good working conditions, fair pay, and want to be essentially left alone to push back against this stuff. And that's kind of what I was getting at with the idea of shared values being our natural rights. Because one of the biggest American values is leave me the fuck alone, to work my job, to take care of my family, to live my life, get off my lawn, you know what I mean? Keep your bullshit porn out of my kids' schools. Let me raise my kids my way. It's not up to you. Don't close my churches just because you're afraid of some, cold virus. This is the American values, and these are American values that I would say, some, 75 million of us share, perhaps, and I think that's really important to remember when we think about these corporations and we think about, the woke communists in government and stupid Joe Biden, and we think about all of these people who are pushing this stuff. They yell that it's from the bottom up and the middle out. And we know it's from the top down with their big jack boots trying to step on us, you know what I mean? Or expensive ones, whatever it is. So we know that that's all true. And we can look to our countrymen. We know that Americans are, at the core, good people who just want to do the right thing and want to live their lives. And that's why I say that there's hope for this country. Because I believe in my countrymen. I believe in Americans.
Awesome stuff, by the way. You know who believe that they should blow up the whole system and start over again? Marxist, right? And let me just make this point real quick. Build back better. Not at all and stuff like that. And the fact that we even try to call Joe Biden a communist, is delirious right now. He's not a communist now, and at all. And let me just make a point right now, because we're talking about Marxism. And I think what people are trying to refer to, someone on this panel, Lauren, you were talking about it, it's cultural Marxism. You know what the crazy thing about cultural Marxism? It didn't come from Marx. It came hundreds of years after from a campus, whatnot. It's an untwisted ideology. It never came from Marx. And I've also heard you say, too, as well, that, and I hear people say this all the time, we never really had a pure capitalist system. You know who also say that? Communists. Communists say all the time, we never had a pure communist system. There's a lot of communism who believe that eventually we'll get to a stateless society, a utopia of sorts. Now, I don't believe we'll get there whatsoever, but I do believe in a capitalist society will always morph into some form of fascism. The corporations will always have control, they'll control the resources, and they'll control the markets. So that's just something I want to kind of point out more than anything. And in a lot of, when it comes to Marxist ideology, it simply is a workers' ideology at the end of the day.
But
there
it's
are good
not
and bad.
anymore. It's not
Anymore.
workers anymore.
Anymore, but
like,
if we're
that's
talking
the
about the
old
roots.
idea. That's the old idea of Marxism, is that it was the workers.
To
And even if you look
Americans-
at it, sure,
to-
but even if
to
you look at it,
Americans-
even if you look at the European methods of Marxism and communism, even if you look at it in Asia, and you have a lot
Latin
of
America.
experience in Latin and South America for
Yes.
sure, which I've only visited there once. But even if you look at the way that Marxism evolved in those places, Mao was already the chair of the Communist Party in China. Do you know what I mean? Like, these people were already at the top. They were top academics and scholars. They were top politicians. They were at the top. And they used the proletariat, if you will, to bolster their movement, when really what they were doing was using the heavy arms of government power to abolish these people. And I think we see that nowhere better than in the literature of Eastern Europe and Russia from during the communist period. Look at what Kafka was writing about. Kafka basically wrote the trial about some trials that are going on in DC, Southern Florida, and New York and Georgia right now. Like, you could read Kafka's trial and you're like, holy shit. Like, that's exactly what they're doing to Trump. It's this kind of thing. They don't let you see the evidence. They don't let you see the discovery. They build it all against you, and they have no evidence. They have no goal other than to destroy you. Like, that's what happens. And at the end of Kafka's trial, they take Kay, the main character, they take him out into the street to drag him off to jail, and they basically just kill him in the street. You know what I mean? And you see that also in Kafka's Metamorphosis, where the guy turns into a bug, because that's what communism does to you. Turns you into someone who can only see themselves as a cockroach half dead under the bed,
So
we
if
can
there's,
look
if
at
there's
that.
one if there's one common point that I think that we would all agree on, is that top-down authoritarianism is not the optimal system for any of us, right?
Correct.
Is that fair to say that we have consensus on that?
Freedom versus slavery.
And so words like fascism, words like communism, even words like technocracy and transhumanism, it's really easy to sling them around as boogeymen, right? You're doing a transhumanism, mama. You're doing a communism, or you're doing a fascism. Fascism is about blood and soil. Right? Fascism is about an organismic view of society in which all of us are cells in one body. And I don't see any of that coming out of the World Economic Forum. I don't see any of that really coming out of Silicon Valley, out of the banking industry. So I think that I'm sure everyone in the audience is probably familiar with the Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin. Very popular, right? Thanks. So
There's one.
if there's one thing, and I consider Alexander Dugin to be an enemy of the United States. I consider him to be very much opposed to America. But if there's one thing that you can take from his theories that I think is absolutely correct, it's that ideas such as communism, ideas such as fascism, and even increasingly ideas such as liberal democracy are becoming very outmoded. It's a boomer way of thinking. And I think what we're moving into is so amorphous. There's so many different threads running through it, all of it leading to top-down authoritarian rule, that the more we're looking for the communist under the bed or the transhumanist in the computer, which, by the way, he's there, and the more that we're looking for the fascist behind the rebel flag, the more retarded we become and the less able we are to actually see the system itself.
So let's talk about what's actually happening right now in America. Thank you, Joe. So in our K through 12 schools, we have kids being divided. They're being taught that America is a broken country, and they're being taught to hate each other, truly hate each other. And now we have on our college campuses, we see all of the anti-Israel protests, right? I saw a video of a young woman. She was holding a sign that said, Hamas is not welcome on native land. And she was accosted and her sign was taken. So I just wonder, like, where do we go from here? If colleges really cared about DEI and equity, right, then they would have, that girl would have been, accepted, right, for her position. So what's happening right now in the colleges that we see, and what's happening with the kids? What are they being taught in school? What's the end result of that?
Well,
or the wanted result.
If I could give one concession, if there's any institution in our society that is actually a nesting ground for actual Marxism, that would be the academy, without a doubt. That's where you have the most open, avowed communists or Marxists who are trying to inculcate the youth with that ideology. But as Marxism has spread across the campuses, something else is happening. You have the administration getting more and more bloated. You have presidents paid many more millions and millions of dollars. So I'm not going to pretend to understand what the motivation is for allowing Marxism to run rampant, while if I step up and say, I'm a white guy and I'm actually pretty nice, and I'm completely dismissed and eliminated, while the Marxist is, I'm a Marxist revolutionary, is given tenure. I don't know their motivation, but what I will say is that if you have a university president, making tens of millions of dollars, it is not a Marxist institution. It is something else. I would say it's fake and gay.
I would agree with you that it's fake and gay. I would add that it's also totally retarded.
I love that we're reclaiming that word.
I think we should.
It feels so good.
It feels like middle school when you get to say gay and retarded. These were like really big insults in 1987. So, I think that American universities have entirely lost the plot. I think it's time to defund them. I wrote about this just yesterday for humanevents.com. These were institutions that were once the stewards of American culture, of civics, of ethics, of American letters. They're now activist training grounds for those who hate America. They're actively teaching students to hate America. And as such, nobody should go to them, right? We should learn things in a different way. It's possible to learn the law. There's a way to learn law where you study the law with lawyers, and that's what you do. You just read the law books. You don't have people teach you law. You don't need teachers if you can educate yourself. All we need to do is learn how to learn how to educate ourselves, and learn how to identify useful things to learn, useful books that we can study. Learn the law, read the Constitution, read the old books. That's what we should do. I think that there used to be a university that was dedicated to just the study of great books. And that's what we need. It's time to get rid of these middlemen to knowledge that don't actually know anything. Yeah. And what's going on in American campuses is that American conservatives, American free thinkers, American critical thinkers have ceded all of the stewardship of our culture to people who hate the nation, and it's just time to get rid of them and everything that they
Let me say this much too as well, because it's like this whole people hate the nation kind of thing. What you hear twice as much nowadays is America's the greatest country out there in the face of the earth, right? Well, what is that about? That's not so much about saying that America is great or bad. It's about excusing America for its past sins. We got to remember, this is the only country.
Yeah, redemption matters, and I will redeem and forgive this country and give this country grace.
Well, that's okay, but we shouldn't
forever.
forget what happens. There's still people out there who are saying it was okay that we dropped 2 atomic bombs on civilians.
Listen, we could argue about that as well, because
there's really not much of an argument when you're dropping bombs on civilians. It's the same kind of Zionist arguments that we're dropping bombs on civilians right now.
If you want to call me a Zionist, go
Like,
ahead.
I don't care how you try to twist it, turn it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was not a good thing. And
well,
all
it was
I'm saying
better
is
than sacrificing a bunch of American lives.
Well, that's the lie that we're taught, right? And there's a lot of theories out there that the war was the Japanese were ready to surrender anyways. That we dropped those bombs. So we showed Russia over there that, hey, listen, mess around and find out. This is what we're capable about.
Well, sure,
and it
but that's a different argument.
Why is it okay to save lives by dropping bombs on civilians?
I'm not defending what happened in World War II.
That you said
that is an argument. There's plenty of arguments on both sides.
It's a bullshit
but I don't
argument.
think that
It was a sin.
I don't think that
It was
American
terrible.
sins have
It's
any
bad then, it's bad now.
are even remotely as bad as her glories are glorious.
I hear you. I get a question all the time. Somebody said, do you love your country? I feel that's a loaded question, really, to tell you the truth. I certainly don't love my government. I certainly don't love the foreign policy apparatus that's been controlling us, the CIA and stuff like that. But what I say...
You love Americans.
No, I love my fellow
Yes,
Americans.
I love Americans,
And that's what
and
we
I
should
have
say.
hope in this country because
But
of my fellow Americans.
there is a theory out there that if we don't look at what we have done in the past and we keep on saying America's the greatest country in the world and everything and forget all our sins and dropping atomic bombs on civilians
You know what
was
hasn't
definitely
gone
one
well?
of them.
What
How do
hasn't
we
gone
move
well
forward?
is America is sort of okay, and the things that America did are so bad. So probably we should cut America off at the knees and give it over to the communists.
You know, I would say the
I
thing
never
that we
said
need
that
to worry
there
about
whatsoever, so
I think what we need to
that's-
worry about, absolutely, actually, I would agree that what happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima is abhorrent. However necessary some might say that it was, absolutely abhorrent, and it represents probably the lowest point of the technological civilization that we've built. But I would also say that what we need to worry about probably quite a bit more than what happened in 1945 is what the next bomb is going to be. And maybe most importantly, whether that bomb is going to be dropped on us. And maybe most importantly, whether that bomb will come from our own government. Now, I don't mean a nuclear bomb. I don't necessarily even mean bombs, ordnance.
COVID.
What I definitely mean is weaponry. The weaponry, you see, biological weaponry that, however it happened, was unleashed on the planet and was used, as Lindsay has so meticulously called out, that it was used for the most dramatic and totalitarian exertion of control America has ever seen. And what will the next bomb be? Will it be generated via digital means so that it's a psychological bomb? Will it be another bioweapon? Will it just simply be Americans? I mean, I could totally see in the next decade or so, as the tumult in the population increases and increases, one or multiple factions within this country begin to openly declare that the other faction should either be deported, imprisoned, or executed. And I think that that is probably our greatest concern, not whether our country is sinful, not whether they're doing a communism or a fascism on us, but whether or not we, the people in this room and across this great state, are able to preserve ourselves, our families, and our communities against this power structure.
So that's a great question.
Yeah,
so there's a gentleman named Joshua Lissick. He just came out with a new book called Unhumans, and
It
I
was
asked
Jack
him.
Posobiec.
Yeah, with Jack. Yeah, and
They're
so
wor-
I
yeah,
just
they're
everybody
working
should go
together.
get that book, by the way. And so I asked him for some questions for tonight. One of the questions that he said was, since we're talking about atomic bombs. Atomic diplomacy successfully kept the Soviet Union from directly attacking the U.S. and escalating into nuclear war. The idea was mutually assured destruction. What would it look like for conservatives to deploy that same strategy to contain the cultural revolution currently taking place in the United States?
Well, sorry. First, I'm going to chime in here. I know that I haven't spoken since I started, but once I start, you might have to interrupt me. But I think one of the biggest threats when it comes to nuclear bombs, I just heard an AI-generated song last week where AI talks about dropping the nuclear bombs and making us all their slaves. So I think that whole AI factor is really concerning, and people, I don't think, understand the threat that's going to come with that, where we're not worried about each other. It'll probably bring us together, and the polarization aspect of our country right now is absolutely intentional, and it's dangerous. And I think anything that you can find to unite with people and come together on, I think is going to make us more powerful as a country. But we are so polarized right now. But with Mao's Cultural Revolution and how that all started, it started with the children and the education. So I think it all starts there. And if you're not focused on what's happening in our classroom to our children and what they're being taught, and they're so vulnerable and so impressionable at that age, that I think that factor is so significant. Mao didn't do it with adults. He did it with children and young adults, and he had them turn on their parents. So when you have children lying to their parents about going across state lines to have their body parts removed, it's the same kind of psychological warfare that really destroys the home and destroys the country and keeps everyone divided, where you're not in control, we're not in control of what's happening. So you have all these various things come into play, but I think the AI aspect is the one thing that I think will have a big impact on the nuclear aspect. Hearing AI make a song about making us all their slave and dropping a bomb on us, that really blew my mind last week. I'm like, why aren't more people talking about this? AI is, they're making a plan.
I mean, I would say that among the many threats to humanity, artificial intelligence is at the tops, but not necessarily because the robots are going to turn against humanity and kill us all. I'm much less worried about the Matrix, in which humanity is enslaved in a sort of brain-computer interface, and the AI is now this demiurge ruling over us. I'm much more worried about idiocracy, so that you end up...
I'm with you on that.
You end up where human beings become dumber and dumber and dumber, and the machines are
kinda
getting
there.
smarter and smarter.
Only a third of American children can read on grade level in 4th grade.
Yeah,
Only one third of American children.
and what is
Dr.
the solution that you hear again and again? What we need is artificial intelligence teachers. You need AI teachers in order to give every child, you hear this from Eric Schmidt, you hear this from Sam Ottman, you hear this across the board. Sal Khan of Khan Academy, they all say every child on earth needs an AI tutor. Now, what does that mean? Who programs this AI tutor? Who trains it? And how is it deployed on the child? And how is it surveilling the child?
They're using it already in kindergarten.
It already is a thing. Like in my son's school, they had, and I pulled him out, and I've been homeschooling him, and it's been going sort of okay.
Yeah.
But it's super hard. Like the people who are like, just homeschool. It's like, yeah, okay. It's fucking difficult. Anyways, but what he had in school was they would like just give the kids access to all of these programs like iExcel and iReady and some different things like that. And they just guide you through this curriculum. You don't actually learn anything. It's all pressing buttons, and there's nothing of any weight or rigor in it. And I would talk to his teachers, and I'd be like, how is he doing? And they'd be like, oh, he's got this score in iReady. And I'm like, no, I said, how is he doing? You know, like I didn't say what's his score on the fucking thing that you use to babysit the kids so that you can like jerk off on your phone. I asked you how the child is doing in class. And they had no answers at all. They had like nothing good to say. So yeah, they're already doing that shit, Joe.
That's
Sorry,
true.
This gentleman just said that education was always a joke, and he's correct. School has always sucked. We know that.
I'm still thinking of Libby Evans saying jerking off. Okay. So regarding mutually assured destruction, I think that in theory is something that conservatives could leverage in order to get the country right back on the correct path. But the problem is that in the conservative utopia, like Libby was saying, we all get to be left alone by each other. In the progressive utopia, we're all communists. We are not coming at things from the same angle, and that's why we've seen that the Times conservatives have actually managed to gain ground in the culture, whether that's the Bud Light boycott or even Ron DeSantis and the parental rights and education bill. We've seen conservatives and libertarians saying, hang on guys, this is wrong. This is cancel culture. This is the misuse of power. Because, I mean, a lot of conservatives, people on the right, they're coming from the standpoint of neutrality. But that is a defensive position at best. So I think if we were in a situation where corporations, for example, knew that they can't pander to the left unless they want the right to boycott them and vice versa, we could actually go back to a place where not everything needs to be political. As in school doesn't need to be political. What dip you buy doesn't need to be political, where you're potentially supporting drag queens for some reason. I don't know if you guys saw that Super Bowl commercial. It was weird.
There was a drag dip?
Yeah, drag dip.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know about you. Drag queens
Now,
make me want to buy dip.
was it a male to female or female to male putting the chaw in?
No, it's drag, Joe.
Drag.
Trans is different.
Oh, yeah.
They don't do the snip snip. So that would be great, but the problem is we're never going to get there because, again, people on the right, a lot of them just want neutrality. There are a lot of people who will never be willing to wield that type of either political or social power against the left to get us to that point because they view it as inherently immoral. And until we address that, I don't think we're going to make any meaningful progress.
Yeah. Look, I would totally agree that a very important element of American freedom is the freedom to be left alone. But you have to ask yourself, did Walmart leave us alone? Did Google leave us alone? Is Raytheon, as we're drug into various wars overseas, are they leaving us alone? I don't see the solution necessarily in even kind of giving a lot of weight and credence to these corporations in the name of a free market or capitalism, because in the end, not to agree too much with our spaghetti friend over here, but not to agree too much, but in the end, as corporations move more and more towards monopolies or just cabals, cartels, the freedom is just as much at risk because of corporate rule as it is because some lefty is saying, you know, I want to be able to, I don't know, wear a dress in the bathroom.
It's probably more at
those
risk
are,
if you
in
think
fact,
about it,
much
right?
more important.
It's way more at risk. And by the way, I mean, while we do have a little bit of time up here too as well, I think there's something we have to address that we haven't addressed, right? Because I knew coming on this panel.
We're not on the end yet, though.
I know,
You're
but
just taking over?
We're just getting started.
Well, it's something I want to address to something that was said too as well, because we did mention who? Mao, right? I knew Mao was going to come up in this conversation, but we never look at the situation with China before Mao what happened. And after Mao died, the Gang of Four was immediately arrested. And I don't understand why the party of individual responsibility always wants to blame somebody else for their problems. They always want to blame the communists for their problems. They always want to make a tie between communism. And what's the biggest communist country out there right now? China, right? Everybody talks about China this, China that. I mean, China, they hang and kill their bankers right there. You know, I'd like to see some of that action over here. And not to mention, they're not even a communist country, right? They're kind of like this free market socialist. Well, they do have that, but they're like a free market socialist because they have unfettered capitalism out there. They have a better
Don't they
home.
have slavery?
They have. Wait 1 second. Let me finish. They have a better homeowner percentage per person than the United States. They have small business owners. Bigger, better capital per person than the United States. They have unfettered capitalism without these regulations going on over there. This is just true. These are facts out there. You know, and there's a lot of people who say
China has unfettered capitalism. You realize that China is a state-controlled economy, right? And
so
all
are
these
we.
Yeah, I agree.
So are we.
I agree
but
to a certain extent. But
there's
saying
small
that
business
China
ownership. There's home ownership in China right now. And look at the Chinese economy. What's going on over there? We're using railroads from 1973, technology from like 1970s. They got high-speed rail going all over the place. They have less homeless people there right now in China than we do in the United States. We got to start looking inwards and seeing what we're doing to ourselves instead of blaming China for everything.
But America, supposedly most capitalist country, China maybe even more capitalist than them somehow. What do you think capitalism means?
Well, I think it means a lot, but the best thing about capitalism to me at the end of the day is about choice, right? Real capitalism is about choice. You get to choose. The state or the corporations don't tell you what to do.
Okay, so that's not China at all in any way.
That's nowhere. But we established this earlier. There's never been a true capitalist country. There's never been a true communist country at the end of the day.
I don't
and
think
like
we
I've said,
established that.
We have to take the good and bad from everything, take what
Why
works
do you
and
think
use that,
communism
use
has
bad.
never worked?
The same reason why capitalism has never really worked. The elites and the ruling class have always had control of everything. We have a global plan that's going on right now. These are globalists out here that are trying to say, put us on this technocratic, woke, fascist kind of global mentality. Whether you want to call it stakeholder capitalism, whether you want to call it fascism, we know there's an enemy behind the curtain, and that's what we have to do. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think the one thing that we haven't talked about, why it's so bad to blame communists, is because at the end of the day, it's not just about understanding the man behind the curtain, it's about what they want to do. They want to move us to a war. They want to manufacture consent for a war. Whenever the population starts looking at the ruling class and understanding what they're doing, they move us to war. They want to move us to war with China right now, and we all know that.
You know, I definitely, I can agree for sure that there is a strong globalist bent to the ruling class. But China is very nationalist. Among those transhumanists who are really driving forward the technologies of artificial intelligence, brain-computer interfaces, so on and so forth, including Peter Thiel or Mark Andreessen, they are not globalists. They are very much nationalists. And so I don't see globalism, while it is an abhorrent state of affairs, as being any better of a boogeyman. It would be incredible if we could point the finger at one single ideology or one single cabal, because then stupid people could understand the problem. But the thing is that there isn't any one single cabal nor one single ideology to blame our ills on. These people, the capitalists, the communists, the fascists, so on and so forth, whatever label, people who are greedy and power hungry will always be with us. So will stupid people. Our job is to protect the stupid people from them.
So like idiocracy. Like that's how we prevent idiocracy.
So Libby, is populism an antidote to communism?
This is something that you and I have been talking about. I think this is interesting because we do have a pretty powerful populist movement in the country right now with MAGA, with Trump, with, War Room and Bannon, which I think is so interesting. This idea that, the people are the ones in charge. The government should be subservient to the people. The people should never be subservient to government. Government is there to do what we want them to do. When we send our representatives to Congress, they should be doing what we tell them to do, not whatever bullshit they come up with on their own, right? That's what it should be. We know that, and I think that that's a very compelling argument against communism, because populism is not about collectivism. Populism is not about giving up your property. It's not about owning nothing and being happy, which we know, I didn't own a house or a car until literally 2-3 years ago, and it's awesome. It's awesome to own stuff. Before that, I never owned anything in my life except my pencil case or whatever.
Can I tell them that you only started driving a couple of years ago?
That is
This
correct.
is insane.
Yeah, I
what
only
kind of
started
cultural
driving
mutant?
a couple of years ago.
That's
It was
wild.
during COVID, actually, because I went up to see my sister in Syracuse, and I took the Amtrak upstate. And normally, when you go upstate to see your sister, there's 1 million Amtrak trains, and you could take any of them at any point. And there were hardly any trains. And then trying to get back, I was actually coming back from Syracuse right after July 4th to have the first hit that I ever had on Tucker Carlson to talk about wokeness in schools and how they were teaching my kid that his entire family was racist, even though he was the only white kid in his class, which was ridiculous. Anyway, so I was trying to get a train back from Syracuse, and there were hardly any trains. And I was like, what bullshit is this? I'm in New York State. I'm going to New York City. There should be trains every 20 seconds to get me back home. This is ridiculous. And so when I finally did get a train back, I was like, I need a fucking car. I better get a license.
I was talking
and you can do that in America.
I was
with
talking to
ease.
Lindsay backstage, and she is absolutely 100% pure, red-blooded American. But I got to ask you, is Texas still a free state? Is this still a hotbed of independence and liberty?
Well, if we're talking about Austin, I don't know about Austin. I like it here, but we want to keep it weird. But it's a little bit different here than it is maybe up in Dallas where I live. Yes, but I think we're definitely on the brink of losing it soon if we don't hold
the Californians? Is it the
the
Californians?
elections accountable.
Yeah, what is going on with that?
Greg Abbott had a horrible tweet this past week, or I guess post, I should say, saying that he was going to arrest anyone that spoke out, making anti-Semitic statements. I'm
DeSantis,
sorry,
too.
but that is, whoever sent that tweet should probably be fired. I know it wasn't him. I don't see him tweeting and sending that out, but he definitely wanted to make a hate speech law at one point where you couldn't say anything anti-Semitic. It was considered hate speech. I'm sorry, but hate speech is just a word for censorship. So that is completely against the First Amendment. And even though I don't like for people to say hateful things, your feelings and my feelings are nowhere mentioned in the Constitution, so it doesn't really matter. Sorry,
So,
my mom told me not to say any bad words, so I just censored
Oh,
myself
no,
there.
you're fine.
Go for it. Let it fly. Let it fly. It's the Minds Fest. Fuck
Yeah.
it.
So,
I respect
so
my
I
mom.
just want to remind you, if you have a card on your table, you can scan it, ask a question. If you have a question, there are not a lot of questions. For the people running this, I am monitoring the questions. One was, what does the panel think about the WEF stakeholder capitalism? We've talked about that a little bit. Another comment was, so much pessimism. What's something new that rocks in the last 5 years? I'm going to not lie and say I think Moms for Liberty rocks, and we're new. So this is my question. I'll start with you. First of all, the communists tell me all the time they are communists. They have signs, they put stuff on my hotel room doors, they send me death threats. So, why do they hate Moms for Liberty and moms and parents so much? Why are they calling themselves communists?
Well, they're not communists right now, those Che Guevara shirt-wearing guys and whatnot. Like I said, I've actually visited and talked to real communists and stuff like that.
Why do you think, this is a question. Yeah. Why do you think that communism can't adapt and change based on where it's being tried? I mean, it's not like it just, in the 1930s, then it was communism, this is communism now, and we know that's what it is. I mean, why not? You have Marxism with Mao's characteristics, right, in China.
Okay.
Why not,
But
Marxism with American characteristics?
Who would define then what the new communism is, rather than the old?
Maybe we're living it,
You know
and
what I'm
then we'll,
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that, once again, I think that is a plan to stamp this kind of wokeism on top of communism, so we don't know who the real enemy is at the end of the day. That's what I think 100%. So, I mean, that's the simple, quickest answer to that. If you look at the history of communism, let's talk about the Chinese Communist Party in China, okay? How is their treatment of their citizens of COVID compared to the treatment of the citizens here for COVID in the United States? Well, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You could talk about the lockdowns and what the treatments. Look at the WHO website. Look at the CDC website. Okay, that's right. And I'm once again.
I'm going to get you an I Love China shirt, Pasta.
Let me just.
I'm a little
I don't love
concerned
China though. It's not the truth. I just don't hate them. They gave their citizens hydroxychloroquine, vitamin C. They had a way low death rate.
They also gave them free dog dinner, but I'm not going to applaud them for it, right?
Guys.
Look. I get that totalitarianism and authoritarianism can come in many forms, but I would never, ever in a million years agree to the statement that China is a freer country than America. The only freedoms...
I just said that America killed their citizens.
The only freedoms
and
that
China
Americans, for the most
like
part, with a few exceptions, the only freedoms that we don't have are the ones we don't demand, the ones that we don't claim and insist, fuck you if you are going to tell me how to speak, how to think, so on and so forth. Now, you step a little too far out of line, you might find yourself in Guantanamo, but it's not stuffed. And it's definitely not, you don't see anything like the Uyghurs in America, right? Unless maybe you want to talk about rednecks
the CIA
in the
talking
South.
point, the Uyghurs and Xinjiang, and I have a lot of people from Xinjiang.
Listen, I don't see anything like the re-education camps. I would hate for you to, not be able to get your point in, but no, I would say yes, you can. But I think that when you look at the worst excesses of the Chinese Communist Party, from their sharp-eyed surveillance system to the re-education camps that the Uyghurs are in, to the complete digital system that does not allow you to spend outside of their constraints. Yeah. Americans, yes, we're not a free people because we're afraid. But as far as the system itself, most of it is due to cowardice and a lack of spine.
And let me just say this much, and I'll hand over the mic. Let me just say this one thing really quickly. It's not that I think that China does so many things better than the United States. What I'm saying is that we need to clean our own house first instead of pointing the finger at other countries. That's the point I am trying to make.
Should we start with the communists?
I'd like to say...
What communists?
I'd like to say that my big takeaway from what you said is that the nation that unleashed COVID on the world did better for its citizens.
It didn't unleash COVID on the world.
No,
America. This is a bioweapon, a homegrown weapon.
Yeah.
That's the lie. That's the Steve Bannon, Hudson Institute BS. Everybody knows that the United States is the one who released
real quick,
COVID.
if we're going to bring, hold up. If we're going to bring Steve into this, if we're going to bring Bannon into this, let it be known.
Funded by
hold up. Let it be known. A dissident from the Communist Chinese Party. Let it be known that Steve Bannon's war room was among the first to point out the connection between Americans such as Peter Daszak and the Eco-Health Alliance operations.
He almost cried when Malone went on his show
and
told
have
him
you
it was
crying.
the CIA
You know he would
doing
have
it.
you crying.
He couldn't blame China,
Since he's not here
cry.
to defend himself, you'll just hold that thought for 1 second. Since he's not here to defend himself, Steve Bannon was among the first to point out the American connections to the Wuhan lab.
Hudson Institute.
He is absolutely opposed to the Chinese Communist Party, as is Miles Guo for obvious reasons. And I think that... who? Fauci for
We can all agree that Fauci should go to prison.
I'm not sure what even that means. Does anybody want to translate that?
He said Fauci should go to prison.
Oh, yeah, in prison? Fuck yeah. You know what? I think that there's actually more appropriate punishments that go back to our colonial and antebellum period, but I would hate for the CIA to hear me say what they might be.
I'd like to just answer Tiffany's question, and then the thing that I think has been so hopeful over the past 5 years, and you guys know that I'm really hopeful about this country. I love my countrymen. That's just the truth. And something that I think is so hopeful are events like this. Having so many people come out to actually think critically, to be open-minded, to talk about stuff, to debate ideas. I love that. One of the most eye-opening things that ever happened to me in my life was the the protest for black trans lives in front of the Brooklyn Museum in June 2020, when suddenly you were allowed to go out and protest for black trans lives and you weren't going to be contact traced or anything, but the rest of us had to sit home like fucking losers because we didn't believe in black trans lives or whatever bullshit they were peddling on us that week. And what I love is how awake people have gotten because of that. We used to send our kids to school without a lot of questions. We'd drop them off at the bus stop, and then they'd come home, and we'd say, do your homework, and go to college, and that's great. And then that's everything. That's all you need to do, and you'll be successful. We don't do that anymore. We know a lot better. We know better than to just say, oh, the government is saying we should have this vaccine. That's going to make everything all right. We know so much more than we did before. We ask so many more questions. Moms for Liberty does that. You know, Myth Informed has done that. Minds has done that. I like to think the Post Millennial has done that. And this is something that I'm so hopeful about. Everywhere I go, people are like, I love what you guys are doing. Thanks for telling the truth. And telling the truth is the most wonderful thing, the most effective thing that you can do against communist infiltration or any bullshit that's coming down the pike.
Well, to answer the question about Moms for Liberty, the reason why communists oppose it specifically is because of the concept of atomization. Under totalitarian regimes, the individual is expected to have greater loyalty to the state than to the family. And that's why you see communists love becoming teachers. They love undermining the parent. They love passing legislation that says if the student identifies as XYZ, they're not allowed to tell the people at home. Moms for Liberty is a direct threat to that because it's parents asserting their right to knowledge about their children, to an input regarding the children's education. And that's also why in so many of these socialist countries, they've actually banned homeschooling. In a lot of European countries specifically.
In Germany too, I think.
Yeah, you cannot homeschool. There is a reason for that. It's because the strong relationship between parents and children actually threatens state control. So what you guys are doing, it's a direct threat to communists, and that's why they hate you.
And one thing that 60 Minutes did, whenever you went on 60 Minutes and you had your interview, Scott Pelley probably had a wet dream about how he was going to twist that and make you look like evil villains, which he did.
Scott Pelley had a wet dream because he listened to me read like 12 porn books to him.
Which he conveniently edited out in the final.
He sat there the whole time with his glasses in his mouth like this.
Well, anything any group that they see affiliated with conservatives or Trump, they want to paint in a bad light because our country is so polarized. Even though you're trying to protect children in schools from being exposed to pornography and all of this crazy gender ideology, they see it as an opportunity to make Trump and anyone that supports him look bad. So the second that you agreed to sit down with him, he was fantasizing about how he can make you look like the evil villains that they want you to look like because of that, because our country is so polarized. But I think one last thing I'll say about hope. I wouldn't be sitting here today, and a lot of you wouldn't either, if Elon Musk had not bought X. My account was suspended for sharing a Tucker Carlson clip about a Lancet study, and I got X'd. Or axed, I should say. Now I'm X'd. But I think it gives me hope. The Overton window is shifting. People can have these conversations without fear of losing their accounts and their reach. And I think that is everything. Because if you can't speak up or push back, one side just takes over the entire conversation. So that gives me a lot of hope. And I think it's going to be a game changer for our country moving forward.
I see Shane Cashman over here with the multiple vaudeville hooks about to pull us off. Before I go, though, I just want to say that being here in Austin, we're talking about hope, right? Being here in Austin, you see so many rednecks, and you see so many weirdos. And being a redneck weirdo, I have to say that you guys do fill me with hope. And if you happen to be in the Georgetown area tomorrow, I'll be talking about the cyborg theocracy at the Georgetown Public Library. I urge you, if you do not understand the theocracy, come on down. We'll have free, waters.
So I just want to thank everyone for being such a wonderful audience. The last thing I'll say is this. Tina and I do a number of different interviews. We do a lot of international interviews, which people in America don't see, but we always find the requests very interesting. One of the interviews we did was with some reporters from Japan, and we asked them at one point, you're so interested in America and Moms for Liberty. Why is that? And his answer was that America used to be a shining light, but the world is watching that light dim, and we want to know why. And so I just share with you that I think, more conversations, more truth, and more of us getting together, even if we don't always agree on everything, is what's going to make America great again. So thank you.
Yo, that was fun. I'm just curious. How are you all feeling? Is America communist? Not communist? Communist, yeah? Yeah, no, not yet. Is it going there? Yeah. Interesting. What? Not going there. I like the positivity. That's awesome. Shout out to the people at the Vulcan, the sound crew, the bartenders. They're killing it. Tip your bartender. It's a great song by the band Glassjaw, by the way, if anyone knows that band. What about the election? Stolen? Not stolen? Interesting. I've been in those courtrooms in Arizona. It's weird. So let's get right into it. This next panel will be discussing whether or not the election integrity. They'll be discussing the election integrity debate. We have Stephen Destiny Bonnell, Sean Fitzgerald, Craig Pasta Jardula, and it will be moderated by Keri Smith. Have fun, everybody.
Hey guys, good evening. I think we're waiting on one panelist, but I just want to say thank you to all of you who bought tickets to come out to support independent thought, to support conversation and debate and hanging out with people who you disagree with. So give yourselves a round of applause for being here. I'm going to get right into it. The 2020 election was the most litigated in history. Most of these lawsuits having to do with changes to voter registration and mail-in ballot procedures due to what has been called a special needs pandemic election. I'm going to start with a pretty anodyne question. Do you trust the results of the 2020 election? I'm going to start with you, Pasta.
No. It wasn't anomalies. It was mathematically impossible. There were laws that were changed that were illegal. Only the state legislation can change these laws. We had mass mail-in ballots that have no chain of custody, no transparency, and it was impossible for those numbers to come in at the end of the night. Plain and simple. It was robbed. It wasn't robbed by the Democrats because the Republicans got the coattails. It was robbed by the establishment, the ruling class, the CIA. The same thing they do overseas. They come on and they bring it home over here. It was a fraudulent election. Election fraud, not voter fraud. It was not a real election.
Destiny?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to say that the establishment rigged the election against itself, given that Donald Trump was president. It was his DOJ, it was his appointees. I think extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. We saw those claims get tested in courthouse after courthouse after courthouse, and whether you had a Trump-appointed judge or not, they got shot down because they were completely and totally meritless. That's why Donald Trump said the election was rigged 4 years before the election happened. That's why he's saying this one was going to be rigged 4 years before this one's going to happen. Yeah, there's just been no credible evidence presented whatsoever. There's a reason why people even today are still grasping at straws. And, you know, maybe someday we'll finally find the legendary machine, the machine that's switching the votes, the Dominion machine switching votes, or Hugo Chavez, you know, rigging the ballot box, or whatever it is Republicans are hoping to find to cope with the loss of the last election, potentially this upcoming one.
What do you think about the 2016 election? Do you trust the results of that one?
Yeah, of course.
I get to answer? Well, obviously, this was the most trustworthy election in history, but I actually like the point that you made, where it's not voter fraud, like the election fraud, because it's not like there was somebody stuffing the ballots or anything. It's they changed the rules and the laws and how the elections were conducted in public. So in Pennsylvania, their constitution forbid mail-in voting. They did it anyway. Now, I will say it is the fault of the Trump campaign team for not challenging it early. Anybody could have told him, and in fact, Bill Barr did tell him that he should put together money in order to challenge these laws, because doing it after the election, they're never going to undo it once that bell's already rung. But yeah, they changed the laws under the guise of COVID-19, and we saw some very interesting results that we would not have seen.
I would like to also say that 50 of the 60 lawsuits were dismissed on not on standing procedural edgers. It wasn't like, you know, a judge a system that puts them in power is going to discredit that same system because that's what got them elected. So, I mean, there's lawsuits that go on all the time. They're always thrown out. They're always kicked back to the state. They don't want to deal with this over here. So, yes, by far, when everybody says the lawsuit issue, they don't know what they're talking about, because 50 of these 60 lawsuits were dismissed, not on standing. And like I said, at the end of the day, are you going to discredit a system that's going to put you in power? No, you're not going to do it.
So when we say they were knocked out on standing, so there was a conservative group of lawmakers that actually looked at each and every single one of these cases. When you say knocked out on standing, part of that standing is on evidentiary grounds. That is true. If you submit a complaint in any courthouse and your complaint has almost no merit, and if the relief that you're seeking is unbelievable, like asking for an entire state to be flipped, yeah, it'll likely be tossed. The reality is that there just wasn't really good grounds of evidence on any of the complaints that were filed, except for the one case they won that got I think 100 votes switched or tossed out or whatever. Most of the cases, basically all of the cases were just garbage.
I mean, that's just factually inaccurate on what standing is. Standing means you were directly impacted by it, so you can bring a suit. So to say that it was dropped on standing based on evidence doesn't make any sense.
That is true. You're right. When people say that, it's not actually true. They weren't dropped on standing. They were dropped in pretrial before it actually went to court, and people confuse that with standing. But most of them, over 30 of them, were dropped on evidentiary grounds because they didn't have evidence to even prima facie make the case.
All right. I mean, that's fine to make that case. You could have just said he was wrong, but instead you said standing is actually evidence, which is just factually untrue. A Google search could tell you that.
Yeah. What? Can you name one? What do you mean? I don't know the name of every court case. Excuse me, sir. If you believe the election was stolen, the onus is on you to present the evidence. I don't know all of the fake bullshit cases.
Okay.
How can I show you something that doesn't exist?
Okay, let me just say this right now. We don't have a proper audit system in play. That's the whole thing.
Of course we do. We have 50
unauditable. No, you're just throwing it out there. That's another Wikipedia comment that you're just throwing out there once again. We don't have a proper audit system. Hold on a second, Dessa. Let me just say this, and I'll hand the mic over to you. We don't have a proper audit system. So here's the thing I'm going to say to you. Yeah, I can't prove that it was rigged because we have proprietary software. We're not allowed to look at the mechanism that counts the votes. It's not an open source system. We don't know where these mail-in ballots are coming from. There's no chain of custody. There's no transparency. But you can't prove to me that it's real as well because of those numbers that came out there. You don't know what's going on. There's no chain of custody, and there's zero transparency, my friend.
Pasta, can you explain what you mean by it being a mathematical impossibility?
Those numbers that came out in the still of the night, mathematically impossible. We talked about this before. They like to use the term anomaly, but I like to say it's that Dumb and Dumber kind of thing. Remember the scene where Lloyd Christmas talks to Mary Swanson and say, "What's the chances of me and you? 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in a million?" She goes, "It's 1 in 100, 1 in a million." So the Democrats are saying, so you're still saying there's a chance. No, it was mathematically impossible. Have you ever seen an election on MSNBC, CNN, when they call the results with 60% of the vote in? They do it all the time. With 60% of the vote in, we call it for Joe Biden. Why? Because math is involved when it comes to the elections. They know that the one candidate can't catch the other candidate because the sample size that come in, we just ignored that in 2020 and they let it go into the still of the night. Why? They had all these mail-in ballots with ballot harvesting, whatnot, no chain of custody, no nothing, and they were able to swing the election. It was as fake as could be.
All right, I mean, if you're clapping, you're an idiot. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, the reality is there's no, what do you mean? You're an idiot. You're an idiot and you're un-American. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I remember when you guys were saying after the last election, you know what we would do if we lose? We would go to work the next day. That's what you guys said, and here you are 4 years later crying about the fact that in every single state there was a top-down order to rig the election that there's no camera footage of, there's no video footage of, there's not a single person reporting this, there's not a single person that's like leaking anything, there's not a single command, there's not a single email, there's not a single screenshot, there's not a single photograph, there's nothing. The only thing you had were the same 2 videos that Donald Trump was obsessing over in that phone call with Raffensperger, saying that the lady was running the same ballots 3 times. They got shot down in court. They got shot down in the media like 20 times. You have the same stupid stories. But listen, hey, if you think
admitted it was wrong, that the audit was wrong. Raffensperger admitted that there was. If you
think. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He didn't. If you think the election is rigged, I agree with you. Don't vote. Don't waste your time. Why would you waste your time voting in a rigged election? I think if you support Donald Trump, don't vote for him, okay? Because they're going to toss your vote anyway, I guess. So.
Destiny, what do you think about the pulse of the American people? Whether it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. Do you think that people in general are losing faith in our electoral process, and is that a problem?
I think people lack faith. Yeah, I think it is a problem. But the reality is it's hard to get that faith back when so many in the media are poised against it. If Donald Trump loses the election, there's not a single person that's going to accept that that's in any way like congruent with reality. It can't happen. So, I mean, how do you operate in an environment where there's only one outcome that you can accept and the other outcome means that it's rigged? I don't know how you operate in that environment.
Okay, so I've observed elections in 6 international Latin American countries, right? You have to have a system that is transparent, has a chain of custody out there, so there's no question whatsoever. We're supposed to be the beacon of democracy out there, right? So we should have the soundest system out there. The biggest lie out there right now is that we can't have fair, transparent elections, which is in the purview of the public, that's publicly verifiable, that we can do it in one day and get results that night. It's the biggest fucking gig out there. I just want to throw this really quickly before I pass this on. I want to throw some numbers out there just to show you when it comes to, because I brought my stats, right? When it comes to Georgia, 12,000 votes with the difference between Trump and Biden. 148,000 ballots appear to have been marked by a machine. There were 3 witnesses that signed an affidavit that talked about this during the recount because you couldn't go out and protest the ballot itself. You had to recount it. So they had all these inaccuracies all over the place. 147,000 mail-in ballots didn't go through some signature matching. That's what they do. This is where the real cancer is these mail-in ballots, because you don't know where they're coming from. Do you even know who makes the ballots in your state and your county? I bet you don't. I will bet $1 million that you don't know who makes your ballots out there. And guess what? Whoever makes your ballots, whoever signs the contract for that ballot, that's who runs that ballot company. In the case of Raffensperger, he signed the contract. That's who the ballot company works for, so they can print ballots, make ballots, distribute ballots, and with ballot harvesting legal in 27 states, they can stuff the ballot box, and that's exactly what they did.
Why is it that... Okay, let's assume that's true. Why did every single Republican ally to Trump disagree, including his own attorney general, including Raffensperger, including everybody else who stood to gain?
That's a straw man argument. What does that mean? Have to do with the system itself?
Because it's interesting that not a single person around Trump, all who ubiquitously shun this man as a loser, if not for nothing else, right? Who all says that he lied about the election. None of them agree with any of the claims that he's put forth. He didn't have the defense of his own Department of Justice, of his own intelligence agencies that he nominates the heads of his own party, of his own campaign, of his own inner council, of his own White House staff. There is not a single person that agrees with this. Just the fans that he has out in the crowd. So how do you explain that? Are they all part of the conspiracy?
Dude, here's the thing, and I said this before, this isn't about Democrat versus Republican, this is top versus down, this is the establishment versus everybody. Okay, Joe Biden won the top of the ticket, but the Republicans got the coattails. They were in it. People like Lindsey Graham, people like freaking, what's his name, Mitch McConnell, the fucking turtle. These guys were all in it. They were safe because the system that's in play. It's not left versus right. It's top versus bottom.
Okay,
it's
if you agree with that,
people.
that's fine. You agree with that. You're not supporting Trump then, right? Because apparently every single person
Did I
he
say I was
surrounded
supporting
himself
Trump?
with. Oh, so this is a hallway of non-Trump supporters then.
What do they got to do with me? I'm not supporting Donald Trump, man. I mean, if I had a gun to my head and I had to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump, yeah, I'd vote for Donald Trump every single day of the week, but I don't have those options right now. But,
If there are people that think that the entire deep state, the entire thing is rigged against every leader, then why would you support Donald Trump if he was the guy nominating all these people that are the heads of all these agencies that are
Because
apparently
there's
all part
other
of the deep
issues
state?
that Donald Trump that I don't agree with on heavily, and especially his treatment in Latin America about labeling Cuba a state sponsor of terror, about Operation Warp Speed. There's many reasons not to vote for Donald Trump. It's not just because there's one reason that makes me go and say I have to vote for Donald Trump because he got cheated. He did get cheated, and that's the fact.
Well, and then wait, I'm just curious. What is the single strongest piece of evidence you have that there was like outcome determinative voter fraud or outcome determinative election
I never
fraud?
said voter fraud. I said election fraud. There's a big
What is the
difference.
strongest piece of evidence for that?
It was mathematically impossible.
What do you mean by mathematically impossible?
It was mathematically impossible for those numbers to come in the middle of the night. It was
Can
mathematically
you explain
impossible.
why?
They said anomalies here, anomalies there, anomalies
no,
here.
they didn't. No one said anomalies, sir.
Dude,
Well, maybe
all
on the
they
conservative media
did
that you
was say
watched,
was
they didn't.
anomalies.
No, they didn't. In fact,
they
if
not
you
say
watch the media,
anomalies?
if you watch the media beforehand, literally Bernie Sanders, I think 2 weeks earlier, is giving an interview where he says, "Well, in the middle of the night, we might see something strange. We might see Pennsylvania flip. We might see these states flip." He called like 4 of the states that ended up flipping overnight. Not only did Bernie Sanders say that literally ahead of time, not only was that called ahead of time, there was a reason why Donald Trump was literally trying to end the election in the middle of the night because he knew what it was going to look like when those mail-in ballots came in, and he'd been telling people not to vote on mail-in ballots for the prior year. How is it so surprising?
Because they knew that the mail-in ballots, and I said this months before the elections, the Democrats or the establishment is going to steal the elections through the mail-in system. They illegally changed laws. Jimmy Carter and James Baker in a bipartisan conference this said, plain and simple, the area easiest for fraud is in mail-in ballots. A lot of people believe that mail-in ballots have always swayed election, and we have now ridiculousness. And what happened when it came with the COVID, some of the laws that came into place because of emergency, because they used the COVID to thwart the election, a lot of those rules now and those laws are now permanent in states like Nevada, in Arizona, in Wisconsin. So we're going to see more of the same next time out there. We don't have a fair system.
It's up to the states to run their elections. If you want to change the laws in the states, then you get your state legislature to change it.
But the state legislation didn't change the laws. Election officials change the laws. Secretary
I'm
of
sorry,
State changed the
election
laws.
officials cannot change laws. It's up to
I
your
have a
state
question about
legislative
some of
bodies to
those
do
laws.
it.
So one of the reasons that it was the most litigated election in history is because election procedures are decided by the states, by the municipalities, by the counties. Some people have suggested that we should have a national standard for election voting procedures. Do you think that that would solve some of these problems? And I'm going to throw it to Sean because he hasn't jumped in a whole lot.
Look, we can argue over 2020 all day, but that is an election that's passed. It's an interesting argument, but I'm more concerned about the laws going forward because this panel is about election integrity, not necessarily Donald Trump. This is a guy who's observed elections in Latin America, what he's interested in is policy. That's what I'm interested in. So we definitely should get rid of mass mail-in balloting. It is a fact. There's a reason it's banned in Europe. There's a reason it's not utilized to this extent in any country that's not super questionable. And we should dump it. If you're not a military veteran, if you don't have a legitimate reason, like a disabled elderly person, we shouldn't be doing that. Show up in person. I'm old enough to remember when elections like this happened. Show up in person, vote that day. They count it that night. We get the results. And maybe you could do early voting in person, but short period of time. Because one of the things I don't like about early voting is there's an October surprise right before the election, but somebody voted 2 weeks before that. We should have people voting on the same day for the most part in the same manner like we used to. And you could use this crazy thing, you guys might have it in your pocket, called an ID in order to verify that. If you do that, most people will trust the results of an election up or down.
And also, too, we got to eliminate the proprietary software. That's another part. Yeah, I do believe in 2020, mass mail-in ballots is where they swayed the election, but also proprietary software. It's called black box voting. It's a publicly funded election, but it's proprietary software owned majorly by 3 companies. And that's 95% of the ballots are counted by proprietary software. ES&S, Smartmatic, and our good friends Dominion over there. We need to get rid of it.
Why did Fox drop their lawsuit if they were so confident that those machines were rigged then?
What, do you believe in the court system no matter what, that it's always honest out there? You don't believe that these judges
so we don't trust the
things?
courts now either?
I
Isn't
don't.
it-
No, I
isn't it
don't.
Keri? Okay.
No, I
Then
don't.
what are you talking about then? We can't trust the courts. We can't trust the votes. Who do we trust? If you can't trust the courts, you can't trust the state legislatures. Who's going to change the voting
Here's
process?
what we do, Destiny. We create a system in which the people can trust, verify the system
How do you do
itself.
that without the votes?
You
or
do
a
it like
state
they do
body?
it in
Wait, I have
Nicaragua.
the answer to how to do that.
Hold on. I'm sorry. We're modeling our voting system after Nicaragua now? Is that what I just heard?
No, I have an answer on how to do that. So, like, there was a segment by this known Republican conspiracy theorist. His name was John Oliver, where he suggested having paper backups, software that people can observe.
Well, we already
Because
have paper all
up
of our
until very
electronic.
recently, this was not a partisan issue. In fact, there's a famous documentary that came out of who was supporting John Kerry in 2004, complaining about these same issues, proprietary software that we don't have access to. You say bring it to the courts, but the thing is, the courts protect people's intellectual property, so we can't examine what's in this. It's a simple thing that we want. Paper backups, very solid. Again, was nonpartisan until 8 days ago. We have other things that we can do. We can standardize some of the process. How about minimum standards? The federal government always institutes minimum standards for everything, incling the thickness
federal
of the
government
leather
cannot-
in your shoe, but we can't do it for our elections. It's
You would have to
crazy.
amend the Constitution if you wanted the federal. Also, yes, nice on clapping for more federal government power, by the way. But anyway, yeah, you would have to amend the Constitution for the federal government to start installing how they want to do elections
HR1
across the states.
was the first thing that the Democrats put up, which was a national bill to regulate elections across the country in favor of their positions. So did they propose HR1 as a constitutional amendment? No, they put it forward as a law.
I don't know why you think talking about a proposed bill is countering anything
The
what I'm
Voting
saying.
Rights Act was also a law, not a constitutional amendment. I don't know why you're saying you need to amend the Constitution for this.
Protected classes about who can vote is different than telling a state how to run their election. States have plenary authority when it comes to deciding how they want to run elections. If a state could literally say, we're just going to vote for the Democrat with all of our electoral votes every single time. And if you're a citizen of the state, you're shit out of luck as long as it doesn't violate their Supreme Court.
I'm not a huge fan of this, but facts are facts and jurisprudence is jurisprudence. The 14th Amendment has been cited in more cases than any other amendment to the Constitution. They use this to standardize and normalize laws and regulations across the country. The idea that you can't put forward some kind of bare minimum standards that don't intervene with the date that these states would do their primaries or whatever, that would be an overstep, is crazy. They could do this. It would not be an issue.
I don't think it would constitutionally pass because states have the ultimate authority when it comes to running their elections.
All
But
right,
I mean, you might
that's-
disagree with that. But also, when you talk about these things like paper ballots and stuff, every single electronic voting machine in the 2016 election or in the 2020 election was posting paper ballots. All of them had to.
Was mostly paper ballots.
No, they made a paper receipt on every single electronic vote.
No,
that was
they
one
have
of the
DRE
deals because
machines
when
that
people
don't
were
do that.
auditing the machines beforehand, they didn't trust the software and they said that it was a
Okay.
black box or whatever. So every single electronic vote had a paper backup anyway.
There's also a difference really quick, and that's not entirely true. There are counties that have DRE
where it's a
machines that direct
touchscreen.
electronic voting. The same thing they have in Brazil, which is the one kink in the armor over there in Brazil. And if anybody wants to talk to Brazilian, I'll talk about that. But there's a difference between the machines in which you cast a vote, and there's a difference between the machines that count the vote. Totally different. They take a lot of these ballots and whatnot, and they put them on a thumb drive, some of them, and they take them off to another area to count them. If you look at number 5 on that list I handed out there, in every single Latin American country I went to, where the vote is cast, that's where it's counted. We could do this. We've done it before. We can do it again. Therefore, it's done in the purview of the public. Plain and simple, man. We don't have to ship it out. As soon as you take it outside the room, it's out of the chain of custody. You can't break the chain of custody if you want to have a fair election. Plain and simple.
And to be fair to Steven's point, I actually said this in the open, Trump, I'm very unsympathetic to his 2020 claims. He should have done what Barr told him and challenged the changes in law before. He didn't do that, and then he's like, oh, wow, all these votes came in this mail-in system that I should have challenged, that I was told to challenge because I didn't want to put up the money, and then he lost the election because of that. So it's not about Trump. It's just about getting people on board with a similar system or close. I know you want a national standardized system that people can feel that they have trust in, and that way we can move forward from this. Because I don't want to argue about this every 4 years. And by the way, every 4 years, depending on who wins, we get the arguments from the other side. That's why I referenced that John Oliver segment. Let's get past this, have paper backups, have it counted in the precinct, not have, again, in that Hacking Democracy, that was the documentary in 2004. They showed how you could change these machines back in 2004. This was done to argue that Bush might have stolen the election from Keri. This is not a partisan issue. It shouldn't be.
Destiny, are you worried about foreign interference in our elections? There was a lot of talk in 2016 about potential Russian
China.
collusion, and is that something that you think Americans should be concerned about?
For like social media presence, I think is a huge issue. Yeah, we've seen this done like 50 million ways so far. Yeah.
And so what about interference from our own government? I mean, the Biden administration is currently part of a pending a case before the Supreme Court that's alleging that they interfered with social media companies, that they coerced them to censor things like the Hunter Biden laptop story, to censor things about election integrity. Does it concern you that they are interfering when it comes to social media?
Well, so my understanding is that court case specifically has to do with whether or not it was appropriate, I think, for any of the intelligence agencies to say that that laptop story looked like it could have been Russian propaganda. I think that's what that case is about. Sean probably knows more about that than I do. I know you guys believe every single conspiracy but that one. I got you. Don't worry. I'm sympathetic. Okay, but I believe in like what facts should actually tell me, not what. What? What do you? It seems like it was. Yeah. It seems. I haven't seen it myself. I don't think it was 100%. You've never even seen it, sir. Well, I don't know how many pictures of Hunter's cock you've seen, okay? But like, maybe Jesus Christ, okay?
But to bring it back to the question, do you think that potential foreign interference is a bigger problem than interference by our own
They're
government?
two different problems. The problem domestically is how much input or how much guidance or how much information should our intelligence agencies be sharing with social media companies when it comes to auditing the platforms? Like, if the FBI thinks that there's going to be some huge like foreign interference, should they key in any social media companies? That's like a question you can ask. But that's fundamentally different than people in the Kremlin that are like typing on social media troll accounts to try to like get Americans to hate each other.
I have a more interesting question because you kind of obfuscated this with the constitutional point. But like, would you be in favor of requiring ID, paper ballot backups in every state? Like,
yeah,
pushing for it
100%.
on the state level.
Prospectively, I'm okay with almost anything you would say, probably. We'd probably agree on almost all of that. But there's a huge difference between saying, like, prospectively, we should do these relating to elections, as opposed to retrospectively, well, it just so happens in the 7 states that I lost, those ones were rigged against me. Even though there were mail-in ballots in other states that I happened to win, these ones were all rigged because I lost. That's bullshit. But prospectively, if you want to do voter ID and paper ballots, fuck it. Everybody uses voter ID. I don't care. And if you want to do no mail-in ballots, historically, they've slightly favored conservatives anyway. So yeah, fuck the military, fuck whoever else does mail-in, and just have like
because the
people show up
rules
the
of who
day
can
of.
vote in the mail-in ballots has changed. They've now created these voter lists that are so dirty, it's ridiculous. In Arizona, Maricopa County, they issued in a Keri Hobbs, the Katie Hobbs, Keri Lake election. They issued like something close to like 1.8 million mail-in ballots, right? They issued them out. And the way they created this list is if you voted in the prior 3 general elections, you went on this list. Listen to that. The 3 prior elections, it used to be every single election that you wanted a mail-in ballot, you had to go register before that election. And we used to do, mail-in voting used to be like, what was it, certified mail or whatever it was, protected by the U.S. mail and whatnot. That's not the case. Out of that 1.8 million ballots that were handed out and distributed, like 900,000 were turned in. So literally, there's 900,000 ballots floating around Maricopa County right now. It's an easy way to rig an election. So it's not just about mail-in ballots. It's the way they create these lists. It's the way they distribute the ballots. It's the time. 3 weeks or something they went out before the elections. That is ridiculous. You're never going to have a fair election when you have a system like that, plain and simple.
So I got a question. Like, where do we even disagree all that much, other than like specifics about a specific election?
Because everybody here is coping when they say if the election changes they wanted to go through would go through. If Trump lost, they would still blame something else. The biggest threat to our democracy right now is if Trump were to die of a heart attack, because 95% of this room would think that Biden fucking assassinated him, or Hillary Clinton. That's the issue. If you want to do voter ID,
did it.
What?
I would think that you did it.
If I spend enough time on these panels, maybe. But
I know this is kind of like a baseless point, but the fact that Donald Trump filled stadiums and Joe Biden couldn't fill my living room was really kind of odd too, don't you think? Like, nobody showed up for this guy, but all of a sudden we expect to believe that this guy got more votes than Barack Obama, who had more votes than any election ever there, by like 9 million votes.
I mean, is it really that surprising? You could probably get more children to show up to the circus than you could for a civics class, so that doesn't really surprise me at all.
That's one of my least favorite points, I got to be honest. We have way more population in 2020 than we did when Obama was running, so it actually makes sense. We have an aging population.
If you went by crowd sizes, then the last ballot would have been Andrew Yang versus fucking Bernie Sanders. Like, I don't think that's determinative of who's going to be voting in the election.
But how do you know that wasn't the real result?
Yeah, true, because I'm friends with the Mossad, and they told me it wasn't, so they communicate these things ahead of time to their bravest soldiers, okay?
Pasta, can you explain the difference? You mentioned something earlier about, you said that's not election fraud, that's voter fraud. Can you explain the difference between election and voter fraud?
Yeah. Okay. So the issues I have with the populist right and a lot of people on the Republican side, the Trump side, with who they start blaming for their elections. Right now, they're blaming immigrants, and I can't stand that because immigrants don't vote in mass, right? But that really ties into the whole voter fraud versus election fraud thing. Voter fraud is an individual committing a crime, an election crime, whatnot. Election fraud is an entity, like a body. Like this was stolen by an entity of sorts because they were able to stuff thousands and thousands of ballots to change the election. Millions and millions of ballots in six different counties. That's all you have to do is pick out 6 different counties to steal the election. That's how you can pull this thing off. And they pick up these populist counties, these Democrat-leaning counties, and that's where they won. So
wait, does it bother you that there are millions of these ballots that were stuffed, I guess, and there wasn't any evidence of any of this?
Because we don't have a proper audit system to do so, Destiny.
So the thousands of people that were involved in this process...
We cannot properly audit elections.
Okay, well, ignore the fact that all of the states that audited disagree with you, apparently. But all of the thousands of people involved in this rigging,
what's the audit process? Name me one audit process and one election.
I know the audit process.
And I know it's not an audit. It's a recount. They're recounting fake ballots once again. It's not an audit. We don't have a real audit system. And the proprietary software is just that. Proprietary. You're not allowed to look at it. It's a black box voting system. We can't see how
you
and
push
who
a
are counting
button
a vote.
and it fills in a box. I can't imagine the code is that complicated.
You can't look at the code. You're not allowed to look at it. They can vote flip all the time. We talked about this with Benny Smithen.
Look, we do use proprietary software, but to his point, he said it's legal to ballot harvest in 27 states. So you're like, is there any evidence for this? It's in the law. It says you can do this. This is something that they did in California.
But the ballot harvesting claims are not that you're allowed to go to seniors.
I don't hear
not
him
that
saying
you
like Dinesh D'Souza, there's 2,000 mules or whatever. I don't know how.
Yeah, he's saying there are millions of fake ballot stuff. Not that people are going to a nursing home and collecting people's ballots.
He's referring to policy in terms of mail-in voting, which again is banned.
But he's also referring that he thinks that last year millions of fake ballots were filled out.
I'll let him speak for himself.
Fraudulent ballots, okay? Fraudulent ballots, okay? They were filled out and they were stuffed. And the whole nursing home situation in Florida has been an area where they've been able to cheat elections all the time.
Because you asked a question kind of, does anybody else up here think that like foreign operators on our social media are an issue relating to our like media environment?
I don't. I think it's more the CIA.
That's wild. Okay.
I mean, I think there are foreign powers that want to influence our election.
That want to, but they don't.
Well,
they don't operate at all online on this.
I'm sure.
Where's your evidence of that?
No, I'm sure.
Where's I mean, you can look at the Mueller indictments, and you can look at how they completely laid out how the Internet Research Agency was operating from. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't like evidence. I'm sorry. I'll wait for that to show up on a Tim Pool podcast, and then you'll believe it. Jesus Christ. My God, you motherfuckers will cite Russia Today and believe it over your own fucking intelligence agencies. It's so wild.
By the way,
why do you live here?
Jesus. It was the memes that Russian social media company released. It was the Bernie Sanders meme right there. That's what made everybody go and not vote for Donald Trump. That was the reason why.
Yeah, but the New York Post, the crack Hunter cock laptop muted on Twitter for 24 hours was definitely election throwing.
They withheld information.
Yeah.
They swayed the public, and there was a lot of people when they asked them, would that have changed your vote? And they said yes.
No, it was also slowed down on Facebook, and that's where boomers get their news. And they're a very strong voting bloc. But also, when you slow something down that's spreading viral, and then all of a sudden the alternate story that this is Russian disinformation comes out and takes over, a lot of people didn't acknowledge that this was a real thing in mainstream media until last year or 2 years ago. So yeah, they were able to get ahead of this story through that social media suppression. Now, do I believe the claims that like 75 million votes were changed by this? No, and you shouldn't either. But it has an impact.
I would also say, too,
that's
as
why
well,
they suppressed it.
I would also say, going back to 2000
To be
mules,
clear, there's no evidence of that, and there's evidence to the contrary. Okay. The idea that it was suppressed because it had an impact, that's not what the Twitter file leaks show. That's not what anybody said, but okay.
Well, I would just say, going back to 2000 mules, what we talked about once again, in Nicaragua, in Colombia, the chain of custody starts at the door. You have to go to your designated spot, none of these vote centers. And the reason why they have vote centers, by the way, is not for convenience. It's not for inclusivity. It's so therefore they can't even audit it at all. The audit process then goes out the window with your vote centers. That's why they did this and they created this model in California. But when you go to Nicaragua, and I went to Bilwi, which is in the Caribbean coast, the opposite side of Managua, the chain of custody starts at the door. You have to go to your designated spot right there. Your name is on the door. You go in. There's 400 ballots. At the end of the day, if 300 votes go through, they have to have 100 left over. All the parties are there. They open it up in front of the public, in front of the purview, count it right there. If we had a system like that, we wouldn't have to worry about that. The one thing The one thing that Denise D'Souza got wrong is he did not look at the ballot companies because what I said, they're called mail-in ballots. You're supposed to mail them in. There's no chain of custody when that happens. But guess what? When the ballot company, which also has proprietary ownership, you don't even know who's calling the shots in these companies, they also mail out the ballots and there's no chain of custody. You don't know how many ballots are getting mailed out. You can just stuff the ballots like crazy. That's why it's a problem.
The way that you've just described that, so you said earlier to Destiny Pasta, you said a recount is not an audit. It sounds like you've described a process that you would like to see here in the States. I was surprised that everyone here agreed that there should be voter ID laws. The way that he's described that, Destiny, would you agree that that sounds like a good system, a good way to audit?
What he's describing?
Yes.
My guess is going to be that if you look county by county, they all probably run about like that anyway. Like anytime people were digging into the actual process, there were observers in basically every place there were supposed to be observers. There were people counting basically how they were supposed to be counting. I don't know if the United States is too large to count in exactly the way that he's saying, but like I said, I mean, like even if they counted it the way that he's saying, they're still going to lie and say that like, oh, well, people filled out the ballots fraudulently, or oh, somebody reported it fraudulently, or oh, whatever else.
Wait.
So at the end of the day, I don't even think it would matter that much. But yeah, if you want to, whatever the most secure way to do the election is, I think I would agree that would be the best way to do the election. But if you actually cared about election integrity, this would have been stuff you said before you lost the election. Once you lose the election, you complain about it, you lose basically all credibility in terms of like actually giving a fuck about these issues. And it's why Republicans basically dropped it, and they'll have this like weird like they'll have this weird like lip service they pay to like, oh, we need a federal election standard or something because this is the time when conservatives are in favor of expanding federal power. But like, where's the serious campaigning state by state for the state legislatures to overvamp or overhaul their legislative systems or whatever, or not their voting systems or whatever? I just don't think it's as big of a deal as people think it is.
Steven, you're like, oh, well, this is something you bring up before, but in your opening, you're like, Trump was calling the election rigged before it happened. What do you think he was talking about? It was these legal changes that he did not want to go into effect that were happening at the state level. So yeah.
No, it was mail-in ballots.
Yeah,
it was just mail-in ballots.
Mail-in ballots were the legal changes. We changed how we did that. The absentee ballot system used to be pretty straightforward in most states. You had to request it, not it was going to be mailed out to you.
Now it's just going to be mailed out because there's COVID. We had to vote safely, right? And Bill Barr even did this with Wolf Blitzer, and he talked about this. We've never seen this before. We've never seen the mass mail-out ballots what we saw during the COVID era.
We never saw COVID before.
And like I said, a lot of the states that were these temporary laws, they've been adopted to permanent laws. You know there's automatic voter registration in Nevada, right? So when you go and you get a driver's license, you are automatically distributed out a mail-in ballot, even if you don't want to do that. So how many ballots do you think went out there with people that never wanted to get their ballot in the first place? Where did that ballot go? When a ballot is mailed out to a house and nobody lives there, where does that ballot go from there? Who gets a hold of that? There's no chain of custody. These ballots ended up in the machine and they ended up voting for Joe Biden.
I'm going to go a bit broader here. I have an interesting question that someone suggested to me beforehand. The Pew Research Center found that Americans are very divided on the question of whether voting is a right or a regulated privilege. There seems to have been a lot of buzz lately in some parts of what's called the manosphere about whether everyone should have the right to vote and whether we should have some type of barrier or some type of burden associated with this privilege of voting. How do you view voting? Is it a right? Is it a privilege? Should it be more regulated?
All right, I gotta say this. So I know what you're talking about. It's the repeal the 19th crowd, and I just want to make this as clear as possible. Anyone who's pushing this, it is a LARP. It is never going to happen. Women vote more than men because they're a larger population than men in the United States of America. This is internet brain on steroids. And if you're like, oh, this is how conservatives win, then nut up and say that the 15th Amendment should be repealed. But none of these pussies want to do that because that would be racist, but it's cool to make fun of women. Like, that's also a LARP. It's not going to happen. Enough is enough.
I don't even know. Yeah, this is dumb. Why would you? Yeah, I think as many people should be able to vote as possible. There's probably be an age restriction on it. You need to be at least 18 to vote. Honestly, I'm not even a fan of removing felons' ability to vote. I think that's kind of weird. But yeah,
it's not even that people don't even, question the right to vote. It just takes so much time in the United States. You know the average time for voting in Colombia was like 8 minutes. The average time to vote in Nicaragua was 6 minutes. They used to have this thing called the pizza line, right? Like there were these rich people who would donate money to say, hey, stay in line and vote, and we'll buy for your pizza, right? Well, and you could see it. You look at the pizza kind of thing. There were people in UCLA that waited 8-9 hours to vote. They broke the system on purpose so they can move people to mail-in ballots and say, do you want to wait 8-9 hours to vote? How about a mail-in ballot instead? They broke the system on purpose so they can pull off the scam.
Yeah, but isn't the reason why in Colombia it takes 8 minutes is because they all speak Spanish, so they got a little more rhythm?
That is true, very much true. But also, too, as well, when we said, and we're going to go back to like the people. You know how many times in America we outsource the work to these companies that really don't have any stake invested? Like, these people don't care. They're doing it for a paycheck. In Nicaragua, in Colombia, the people they use, it's the number one on that list of that thing. You got to get the public involved. We have a stake in our elections. If you go and hire a lot of people, and that's the thing. You ever try to sign up to go work in elections? You got to keep calling back. Hey, man, I try to, volunteer for elections. I haven't heard from you. Why haven't you called me? I try to volunteer for elections. You haven't called me. We could do this if we want. We just got to get the public involved. Keep it simple, stupid. If they do it in a third world country where they have dirt roads and those people come with ID, we can do it here too as well.
Another interesting question. Sean was talking to me before we started about a different Sean.
Other Sean.
About Elon Musk's recent comments about AI. Someone apparently asked him, who do you think is going to win the 2024 election? And he said a better question is which AI is going to win the 2034 election. Are you at all worried about the influence of AI on election integrity in the future? Does it concern you at all?
Listen, already our most cherished industry, OnlyFans, is being taken over by AI. The Japanese are developing sex robots. Once they fuse that with the AI, it's over for all of you. You're all done. I forgot the question. What was it?
What threat does AI pose to election integrity in the future?
I don't know.
If we constantly depend on computers for everything, and that's the thing, we need to concentrate on getting people involved. One of the things I cried about in Honduras when I first saw that public counting, I was like, I want that so bad in America. They closed it. They opened the doors. They get everybody outside. They're about 9 feet away. They open up the ballot box. You got all the parties involved, and then they do it by hand. Somebody stands at the board. Somebody stands at the ballot box. One person next to him. Another person there checking it. 1 vote for Xiomara Castro, and you hear the people going, yeah! 1 vote for another vote for Xiomara Castro, and they mark it on the board. We just got to keep it simple, stupid, man. It's just easy, basic economics. We really don't even need computers to do this thing. If we want to have computers there as a backup, like an open source system to recheck the counts of the people, that's fine. But we just got to get away from computers. You get too many computers involved, you clout the whole situation, you muddy the waters, and there's an easier chance for fraud. That's it.
Wait, hold on. I'm just checking. You're not advocating that people vote publicly and their votes are announced to a crowd, are you?
Their name is not on it, Destiny. They count the vote and they say who the vote is for. It's not the
you're
person.
talking after they. You're not as they vote. Okay.
No. You go in and you check in. Your name's on the list. Boom. You go get a ballot. You vote. Your name's not on the ballot.
The AI might be a problem at some point. I don't know if it's sophisticated enough yet to where it's uniquely a problem versus bad human actors. I think that human actors are still causing more trouble than any AI has yet, but. I mean, it's obviously something to look out for in the future, yeah.
I just want to say one comment. In America, this is the law in a lot of these other Latin American countries. Voting is a private issue. Counting is a public issue. We get a right to see the count there in the precinct. It shouldn't be shuffled off to some other system to be counted with some computer with proprietary software.
So we have a way for you to submit questions. If you'd like to ask a question of the panel, there should be something on your table. You can scan it. You can send a question via minds.com with the MindsFest hashtag. I have a couple questions here that I'm going to ask. Before we do that, I just wanted to get just a quick question. What do you predict is going to happen with the 2024 election, and where can people find you?
I don't know what's going to happen with the 2024 election, right? I might disappoint the crowd here right now. I don't know if Trump is like a wolf in sheep's clothing sometimes, right? I don't know. A lot of the policies, the foreign policies, they kind of align with Joe Biden. So I don't know if this is all kabuki theater played out in front of us. But I do know this much. A lot of those election laws that were changed have now been made permanent. So they have the same mechanism in play. Just because a lot of Republicans and the people in the populace are like, well, we know what's going on now. No, you have no audit system. You have no way of following this. They can do the same thing they did last time. So I don't know what's going to happen in 2024. But I do know this much. If there was a fair, free election, I think Donald Trump would blow the doors off Joe Biden any day of the week. And I just honestly believe that. Latin America, foreign policy. I mean, not 100%, but there's a lot of foreign policy that they align with. And remember, at the end of the day, Donald Trump was supposed to drain the swamp, but he hired people like Elliott Abrams and Lord Bolton and whatnot. So, I mean, Operation Warp Speed. Listen, I said that at the end of the day, if you put a gun to my head and said I had to vote Donald Trump or Joe Biden, in a heartbeat, Donald Trump. There are differences between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, but there are a lot of alignments too as well. And I just think we're in a system that's so captured, it's hard for any individual to and try to push back against it. Even if Donald Trump was a lone wolf, he'd have such a hard time with the system that's in play. The military-industrial complex, big pharma, they run things, and that's just the way it is. And to try to thwart what they're doing is really, really hard. So no matter what, I think we're screwed.
Pasta, where can people find you online?
My Twitter is @YoPasta. I just started my new show. It's called Pasta to Go. I'm trying to get a little bit more Anthony Bourdain with it, show the food I eat when I go to Latin America, the clothes I buy, whatnot. So go to Pasta to Go show on Twitter, or you go to Pasta to Go, one word, the number 2, peace sign. It's on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter. Or get a card from me later. Check it out.
I think Biden's going to win it. I think that basically the biggest concern is whether or not inflation is still a problem several months from now. But otherwise, I don't really see anything getting worse for Biden as long as Israel doesn't nuke the Gaza Strip. And I don't really see things getting better for Trump. It seems like he is continually losing the ability to control himself in or outside the courtroom. He's continued to make a fool for himself over and over and over again. I think that his court case in New York is not going too well. I think that the one in Mar-a-Lago, he is completely dead to rights on. The oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court were hilarious in terms of Donald Trump's lawyer essentially arguing that you should be able to assassinate political rivals free of criminal conviction, which I thought was a really interesting position. But yeah, I don't really see things getting better for Trump from here. So unless something goes really bad for Biden, I think he'll win the election.
Well, hey, wait, really quickly. You guys know they're going to move Biden out. I think they're going to remove Biden at the last second at the convention. He's going to step down with a heavy heart. And here comes Gavin Newsom coming in there, or Michelle Obama. Look for it. Watch it. It's going to happen.
Destiny, where can they find you? You're supposed to answer that part.
What?
Where can people find you?
Destiny on YouTube.
Okay. I want to answer the question. So listen, 2024, it's all looking bad for Joey Biden, all right? We got inflation. Israel's not doing too well for him in Michigan. That's a key swing state. You have all these other problems, and he's not even alive. Here's the thing, though. I really want you guys to understand this. Joe Biden has an excellent chance of winning election again. An excellent chance. I don't believe they're going to replace him or anything like that. What we have seen right now, and by the way, that case thing in the Supreme Court, they're probably going to punt it down to a lower court, which is going to take 8 months, which favors Trump. What people don't realize is that all we see is Joe Biden at this moment in time. They're not even really campaigning against Trump. So people don't remember all the negative things about him. So it might look good now. Polling looks great, this far out from an election. But after the conventions, it's going to tighten up. Their convention happens last. So do not rest on your laurels. If you want Joe Biden to lose, then you have to go out and vote. You have to keep the energy up. But yeah, he has a really good chance of winning. He has a lot of money on his campaign, a lot of free media that's going to be on his side. So don't mistake the current polling now for what's going to be true on November.
And there's amen to that,
hold
too, by
on,
the
he
way.
was senile last time.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
senile
No,
last time, and then he hid in a basement. And guess what? People only saw Trump because Biden was hiding in the basement, and he's the president right now. So,
and I also want to reiterate what he's saying. Listen, the system is rigged. It is really bad, but don't let them take your vote away from you. It's like Charlton Heston. They're going to have to pry my vote out of my cold, dead fucking hands, man. Get out there and vote no matter what. Don't let them take away your choice.
I'll also say there's one more thing. Kamala Harris did a press conference in Philadelphia not that long ago where she announced that she was raising the wages for non-union southern states. Now, a little bit of geography will tell you that Pennsylvania is not in the South. And it's also a union state. The reason she did the press conference there is what they're trying to do is redirect all that Inflation Reduction Act spending money to the key swing states like Pennsylvania. So they're making moves like right now to redirect money, shore up their support. So again, do not rest on your laurels. Do not think that the polling today is going to be the election in November because you'll be looking at 4 more years of Joe Biden being carted out there.
Where can people find you, Sean?
You can find me at youtube.com/actualjusticewarrior and on Twitter at IamSean90. And I have a website, actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
So we have some questions from the audience. And you guys, again, you can submit questions online at minds.com. I've got one for Destiny. It says, Destiny, you said that the Russian collusion indicted people. What is your evidence?
The indictment? What do you mean? What is my evidence?
What's the evidence of Russian collusion?
The indictment, well, if you read the Mueller indictments, they lay out the social media accounts and they lay out the. I don't know if evidence for indictments is something that's ordinarily made public. They named the social media accounts. It seems like those social media accounts were banned. I didn't see any legitimate people take credit for any of the social media accounts that were named in the indictments. Well, no.
Did you see that
hold
Bernie
on.
Sanders meme with him all jacked up and shit like that? That swayed the election. And a lot of those tweets and those posts, like 75% of them were released after the election, right? When they showed up to court, when the Russians showed up to court, that company, that the Mueller had to kick it back. He wasn't even ready. He needed more time. It was all about propaganda, that whole situation.
Coming from people who think that Hunter Biden's cock shaped the final outcome of the election, but okay. So the evidence was so it's not illegal to make a social media account. The illegal thing is being an unregistered foreign agent that's operating in the United States and then creating social media accounts to do things. That. Who said that? I never said that. Did I?
That's beyond my purview.
No, I was saying that in the indictment, here are some of the things that were laid out. Just because that's not the original investigation that got Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky wasn't over whether or not to get his dick sucked in the Oval Office. I mean, that's what, if you want to ask me what the original indictment about, that's a fundamentally different question than some of the stuff that came out of what those indictments showed.
I'm gonna move on to the next question because we have a few. That was from Cerebral Trumpster. Thank you. This one's from Ryan. Whichever way you lean, what result in 2024 would change your mind about election integrity?
I'm going to say that no result, like what I'm interested in is policy. So I want the laws to change to be more transparent, not like this guy wins, therefore, oh, the election is straightforward and legit and first class all the way. Like that's a very dumb way to look at it. And I do agree with Stephen. A lot of people do look at it, if my guy loses, it's rigged.
And the whole situation is how many of the Democrats were complaining about the election system before this election right now? And then all of a sudden, everything's okay. It's because they play team sports. You can't play team sports, and that's what happens with a lot of Democrats. It was the results that they cared about, not the actual process. And when you care about the results over the process, we're going to be screwed no matter what.
So Democrats did care about the process. That's why when they complained about voting machines, they got it changed so that voting machines were forced to print a paper ballot after you did an electronic vote. Those were changes that Democrats made prior to elections, prior to losing or winning a state, when they actually cared about the process. Whereas Republicans, some of which Republican state legislators had changed mail-in voting rules before any election happened that were run by Republicans, they only cared about those rule changes after they'd lost the election of those states. So yeah, I would say there's one side that cares about process
Destiny,
a little bit more than the other. It's pretty obvious when you look at what happened.
You keep on saying that they changed the rules to make sure there was receipt printed out. In parts of Broward County, where I lived in South Florida, they have DRE machines, direct recording electronic devices. Means there's no receipts, nothing's printed out. The actual vote is done on the machine like it's done in Brazil. Okay, so
the vote is done on the machine, but there is a ballot. There is a paper ballot that's printed after.
In South Carolina, they have DRE machines. There's no receipt. There's no paper trail whatsoever. So that's just a false statement.
Okay, well, we can all look it up after.
Look, I get the point that you're trying to make. It's you should do it before an election, not after an election. But the thing is, sometimes accidents happen or mess-ups happen. After Florida, if you guys remember election night 2020, they came in on time. But in 2000, they were an absolute disaster. You had the Dimple Chads and all that. It was the Republicans in Florida after the mockery of that election that did change the law. So at least they can get election results that night. It's not a perfect system, but yeah. Everything is always after an election. Like, this is like the worst argument ever. Everything's after an election and before the next election. So yeah, make the changes now. I got you. But like, it doesn't have to be, I guess, a partisan issue, or it shouldn't be. And it wasn't for a while.
And they've never really pushed for real transparency and whatnot. They never went after the proprietary software. In fact, they pushed to, have an influx of these voter mail-out systems, Democrats. So, it's not like they really fought for anything that's really worthy of a good, fair, free, transparent election. Excuse me for stuttering over here.
How do we bring people together? It seems like right now, if we're talking about election integrity, people are going to say, well, you just care because of the results of the most previous one, and they were saying that after the 2016 election as well. When can you start talking about election integrity? And you have experience doing this, so maybe you, Pasta, how do you bring people together on this issue?
Well, the thing that really most moved me when it came to elections was Colombia. Colombia had a history of negative elections. But what happened was the people got involved, they got educated, and they kept fighting every single time for each election for something to change until eventually they got a system that works for them. I think it's Columbia, New York, in that area, where they have this election where they do, vote in person, where it's cast, it's counted. We have to highlight if there's any areas out there that do have fair elections. I think that's why I have so much faith, because I've went over Latin America and I've seen fair elections, and I know we can do it. So I think at the end of the day, we have to find pockets in the United States that have fair elections, even if it's a small population. You're going to hear a lot of people in the establishment say, well, it's a small population, can't do that on a big level. Bullshit. We just got to highlight this and show that there's a fair
I got
election.
a question for Destiny. Destiny, yes! Destiny, do you still believe in open marriages after your wife left you?
I'm not talking to you.
After your wife left you.
You're an actual loser. You are an actual loser.
After your wife left you, do you still believe in open marriages?
Alex, you can't afford me.
Yeah, what? Because you're rich?
You can't afford me. No, you can't afford me. No, because you're a broke fucking loser. You cannot afford any of my time.
You're mad at me for calling out your wife, yet your wife bangs other guys. Like, why do you get mad at me? You try to ban me from events. You try to get me blackballed from stuff. Yet you're the one whose wife is cheating on you.
All right.
Dude, you're a cuckold. You're a cuckold. You're a cuckold.
Cry, yes,
You're
cry.
a cuckold.
I love it. I love it how fucking mad you are. Yes,
No,
be
I'm
mad.
not
Be mad. You're so fucking mad. Why don't you go harass a woman upstairs or some shit? It's the only way you'll ever get near
your
one.
wife
You're such a
is
fucking
left
loser.
you.
Get the fuck
Your
away from me. What are you even
wife-
doing
I'm
up
a
here?
loser.
Yes,
Your
you're a
wife
fucking loser.
left you.
You're a loser.
His wife
Why are you
gave him
talking to
hundreds
them?
of thousands
Hey,
of
bro,
dollars.
I know that you're hungry for my cock. I know you're so hungry for this clout.
you're
You
the
wish you
gay
could have
one.
a
You're a
fraction of my clout.
bisexual
Oh,
freak.
look, there's so many
You're
women
a
up there you can go and harass.
bisexual
Go do
freak,
it.
dude.
Go do
Just 'cause
it.
you have money
Go
doesn't
do
mean
it.
you're not a
Don't
loser,
smile at me like a
dude.
creepy
You're
fucking
the
Chucky
loser.
doll, bro. Go, look upstairs.
I'm a pimp on a blimp. While your girlfriend's getting blacked every night.
It's like a worse version of Alex Jones in every conceivable way.
Your wife left you.
Yes, I've
dude.
heard you say
got
the
all
same
that
shit
money.
for 4 years.
All that money and your
Get a
wife
new
still
script.
leaves
Get a
you.
new script.
Hey, yeah, you have all that money and your wife still leaves you.
And
bud.
that's fine. There's plenty of other fish in the sea, buddy.
I know, because
Go.
you're gay.
Look at all these
Go
people
have
up here.
sex with one of your
Thank you.
boyfriends.
Yes, I will. Yeah, absolutely.
We love it, guys.
Is that what
Let's
you want
cheer
from me?
it.
Is that what you're here to beg for?
No, I'm just saying.
If you want to be, just be honest. We're in Austin. They're accepting people here.
You know I'm
You're trying to be nice.
You know I'm trying to be nice.
No, you're hungry
and
for
then all you try to
attention.
do is
You're
blackball
hungry for.
yourself.
I'm not trying to blackball you
You're
from
gay.
anything.
Oh, you
If
know
anything,
you
you're getting
have.
blue balled right now. Get the fuck off the stage, you
Dude,
fucking loser.
your
What are you
wife
doing up here?
left you with all
I
that
know. Yeah,
money.
you can keep screaming
He's
the
a
same
cuckold.
thing.
He's an actual cuckold.
So,
on that note,
hold on. I think what somebody forgot to tell Alex is you're supposed to submit your questions through the Minds app, not come up on stage.
that didn't
What
come in
was
through
the
my
question, by the way?
I couldn't hear a word you were saying. I did have a question from the audience pulled up, and I got a little bit distracted. I just wanted to say I appreciate Destiny being here because Destiny is one of the few people on the left and people who I disagree with who actually will come to panels and have discussions. And as you know, that's really hard to do, especially when sometimes people will. I know you get criticism for coming and talking to us, and you get called all kinds of names. So I appreciate that you're here. I also appreciate Alex Stein's comedy. So I had one more that I wanted to close with, and then we'll wrap this up. This is a question for Craig Pasta, and this is from Tucker Carlson. Craig, why are you so obsessed over Nazis in the Ukraine, especially considering that there are no Nazis in the Ukraine?
Because there are Nazis in the Ukraine by far. The Azov Battalion is a Banderite, group. They come from Stefan Bandera and the Nazis, and this is something that the United States always does. No, it's not. It is not. We've had ample amount of evidence to know that in Ukraine, it's the Banderites and the Azov Battalion, buddy. It's Russians. And here's something the United States always does, whether it's been in Nicaragua when they fund the Contras, whether it's been in the Middle East where they fund the Mujahideen. They always fund the most radical group out there to destabilize those countries. So the CIA does it all the time. And yes, they are funding Nazis. The Azov Battalion are Nazis.
If you're ever looking for, if you're trying to figure out if anybody has like an idea of what they're talking about when it comes to U.S. foreign policy, anytime they talk about Cold War foreign policy and they try to compare it to the foreign policy today, you can be confidently sure they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. The Azov Battalion at their height had like 700 fucking members before they were even incorporated into the Ukrainian military. There's more Nazis coming out of St. Petersburg in fucking Russia working for the Wagner Battalion
that's a load of crap.
for the Wagner group
The
than there is in fucking
Nazi
Ukraine.
Flags
Okay?
and the tattoos they have. Remember remember
Yeah,
what was his
Nazi
name?
Ukraine that had 2 Jewish heads of state.
Oh,
That is one of the
okay.
most Jew-friendly
All right.
fucking countries in Eastern
He has
Europe. That has no.
Italians.
Where is the anti-Semitic violence? Where are the pogroms? Where the
Let's
fuck
just
are the?
ignore
Like,
the
come on.
tattoos and the rhetoric and the Nazi please. They're Nazis. They're funding Nazis, plain and simple. I'm sorry, brother. I disagree with you over there.
I'm going to end on this question, because this one, we're going to bring back lighthearted. Pasta, where did you get your name, Pasta? That's our final one.
My Italian grandmama used to take pasta to school, so the kids started calling me Pasta. I complained about it. They called me Meatball, but then when I went to high school, it went back to Pasta, so I shut the fuck up and I just ran with it and took it there. You know what I'm saying? So I've been called Pasta ever since. But I do a lot of cooking, and you can see that on my show. And I'd love to cook Destiny some pasta, his favorite pasta, whenever he wants. We'll have a good time.
Oh, unity right here. Say yes, Destiny. Agree to the date.
I don't know if I would trust food from anybody here, but I do appreciate the.
Well, thank you guys very much for being on the panel. Thank you for being such a great audience. We've got comedy coming up. I'm going to turn this over.
Election integrity matters. We can fix this shit and get a fair election. Let's do it, baby.
Yo! All right, everybody. Well, that was awesome. We've had a lot of awesome conversations. You guys have been awesome. It's been a lot of fun. And we live in a very dark and very absurd world. And no matter what, we got to remember to laugh. So let's do some laughing now. Let's introduce our next person coming up on stage. We're going to have a good time. Everybody welcome Lauren Chen.
All right, how you guys doing tonight? You good? Yeah. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be with you. I'm so happy to be in Austin. This is an amazing city. Are you guys from here? You locals? Heck yeah. That's so awesome. You guys, you clean up amazing, okay? You barely even look homeless. It's just good for you. Good for you. But no, I do love Austin. Last time I was here, actually, funny story, I saw a homeless guy walking what I thought was a small dog on a leash. Turns out, no, giant rat. So it's one of those fun Austin stories that I have. Love that, love nature. This morning, was eating on a patio with my toddler throughout our meal, had 3 different homeless people come yell at us, which is like basically the Austin version of dinner and a movie. It's, entertainment as you eat. It's good stuff. But no, it is really sad seeing all these homeless people, and my heart goes out to them. And I honestly think that being homeless, that's got to be one of the worst situations that a person could be in, frankly. At the same time, though, not popular to say this, as bad as it is, I'm sure, to be a homeless person, also not great to be around homeless people, right? And am I saying we are the victims here? No. But it's not nothing, right? It's not nothing. Like, I don't want to be the person who can't afford dinner. Obviously not. But I also don't want to be the person who gets mugged to pay for dinner, and I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's fair. But no, the problem, I think, is that over the past few years, people have decided that the worst thing you could do is be offensive, is to be insensitive. And if you don't think this is a problem, we have American cities now where people are so afraid of even being perceived as being offensive that they would literally rather live with human feces on the street than tell a homeless person to take a hide and crap in the woods. Like, that is the level that we have reached, which is insane, and it's insane. Haven't seen that here yet in Austin, thankfully, but it's real. It's real. The feces in the street, it's not just a meme. It's actually happening. I don't know if you guys have been to Seattle, but it's actually a thing there. When I was in Seattle, I was there maybe 2 hours tops before I ended up seeing feces. Like, to give you context, I saw feces in Seattle before I saw Starbucks in Seattle. Like, that's how big of a problem it is. And it's funny because I've spoken to people who live in big cities about stuff like this because I suppose I'm a rube. I think that warrants some conversation. And the thing is, I feel like a lot of people who live in cities, they have a toxic relationship with these cities. It's the strangest thing. You'll notice it, I swear, next time you talk to someone who's actually from a city. But you can mention something that's bad about that city, and they'll acknowledge it happens, but also say that it's not that bad, and then hit you with something that's even worse. And this is something that I deal with people from New York all the time. Like, you'll try to talk to them about the issue of crime, which is actually getting pretty serious in New York. You can say something like, hey, by the way, car got broken into last time in the city. It's pretty terrible. Are you guys safe? How do you feel? Do you think things are getting better? And I swear, they will turn around, look in the eye, and hit you with something along the lines of crime. Oh, you want to talk about crime? You're bringing up your car. Last week, my entire family was kidnapped. They shot their dog. They pulled out their fingernails, kidnapped my grandmother, then committed identity theft on her specifically. You're talking about your car. You shut your whore mouth, and you're like, okay. You're right. I'm sorry. New York is terrible or great. I don't even know what they're trying to argue there, but it's pretty crazy. I've told that story about the feces to people who live in cities, and I get a lot of dismissive attitudes. I get a lot of, well, that's life in a city, you know? It's not normal, thank you. And the thing is, I agree. Everywhere has pros and cons, that's fair, but I feel like not having crap in the street, that's a pretty low bar. And for reference, I don't know if you guys are following what's happening in Haiti right now, but it's a failed state at this point, very little government, if any. There's actually reports of roving cannibal gangs eating people in the streets, and it's crazy. I was seeing these reports, I was watching videos about it, reading articles, and it's the darndest thing. In none of those reports, none of those videos, none of those articles covering the cannibal gangs, did I hear anything about feces in the streets. So it's almost, I feel like if the cannibal warlords can find a bathroom, so can the homeless guy. I don't think that's too much to ask. And it's kind of wild. You could actually have a Haitian gang member, he's chilling, he's grilling up some torso. You put him in San Francisco, he's looking around the homeless encampment, he sees feces on the street, he goes, you people live like animals, and he just gets the hell out of there because he's not used to that level of degeneracy. We could do better. I'm just saying, we could do better, but no, it is sad, and I feel like we need to be working toward a solution to this. And I think there are good people out there who are trying to make things better. They're trying to improve things. But I think the problem is we're too scattered. Too many different people, too many cooks in the kitchen. We need to regroup our efforts, come together, one program, all our resources in it, just like solve the homeless problem once and for all. A final solution, if you will. But not like that. But that would solve things. But that's not what I'm saying we should do. Yeah. But no, I don't know if you guys know this, but I grew up in Asia. I didn't grow up in America, and it's crazy. We, like in Asian cities, we don't have the level of homelessness that you guys have here. Turns out when you start working at 5, by the time that you're 18, you have a pretty good nest egg, so you're quite comfortable. No. They don't pay those kids, so that's not how that works. Yeah. Well, it sounds bad, but just from an American perspective, think of it as getting paid in experience, right? Just like a little fleet of interns who are making all your clothes. So it's fine. And actually, corporate America, if you guys are paying attention, I know there's a lot of controversy stateside about things like maternity leave. People don't want to pay it. Turns out, if your workers are all prepubescent, you can just sidestep that conversation entirely. So, follow me for more business tips. But there's a lot of things in America that we don't have in Asia. One of them things really different, probably the most noticeable, is the amount of diversity that you have in America compared to Asia. I know there are probably people out there thinking, like, what are you saying? Asia's super diverse, it's full of Asians. Well, despite what marketing agencies may think, diverse doesn't just mean no white people. Actually, it means diversity. And America has a lot of diversity for better or worse. Like, the first time I actually lived in America, it was when I was going to college, and that's when I realized how much of a melting pot it actually is here. And I was surrounded by people, different races, who didn't look like me, and it's for better or worse, because simultaneously, I ended up experiencing something that I never would, and it kind of shocked me that I experienced racism firsthand. Turns out I'm not a fan of Mexicans, which was, news to me, but no, that joke actually used to be about Jewish people, but then I realized I like using banks, so we just leave it. No, it's just, I'm sorry, Mexicans, it's just, you're a little you're lower risk. Like, what are you gonna do? Leave? Oh no, don't self-deport, stop, come back. But no, the racial politics in the U.S., that's something that I haven't gotten quite used to. What really I think is so strange is the fact that when we're talking about race in the U.S., there's this tendency to group people into one of two categories, white and non-white. The two races, which is like, I don't know. I don't think that really works. The idea that me, as an Asian woman, or half Asian, that I would have more in common with a black man just because we're both not white, that doesn't really make sense, right? If we look at the black experience, let's break it down. Way that your race affects your life, probably going to be more likely to be fatherlessness, right? More likely to be in poverty, more likely to live in a high crime area. Maybe commit some of that crime yourself, but that's different. Versus me, as an Asian woman, probably the way that my race most affects my day-to-day is I got a lot of guys with anime profiles asking for pics, like feet pics. It's a problem, but it's a very different problem. Also, if I were to ever open a massage parlor, exponentially higher likelihood of it being mistaken for a brothel. Again, real problem, just they're very different problems. And I think if we look at the way that we either say, you're white, non-white, that's how it is, especially when we're talking about divisiveness in American race relations, it kind of paints the idea that I think is a false idea that if white people were just removed from the conversation, everything would be fine, right? All the non-white people would just be having a blast, which if you look at the areas in America with very few white people, just does not seem to be the case. Like, if we're being real. And I don't know if you guys speak with a lot of ethnic minorities, but one thing that they actually aren't usually too keen on is other ethnic minorities. So, I mean, the past few years alone, you look at the tensions between like the Asian community and the black community, the Jewish community and the black community, and they don't even get me started on the gang warfare issues between the Hispanic community and the black community. And see, those are all real problems. They're real conflicts, but they don't get as much attention because, I mean, it's frankly not as flashy as the historical problems between the white community and, well, the black community, so, yeah. But gender, that's another area where, I mean, as Sean was saying, people are getting a little crazy right now. I don't know if you guys have been following, but online, there's a lot of talk about how the right is alienating women because of sexist comments. And I know there's probably the tendency to just dismiss that, oh, it's just noise, but it's true. It's true. Like if you're online, you go to the social media account, it's conservative, there's a good chance you're going to see things like actual misogynistic comments. You might even see arguments about why women shouldn't vote, shouldn't be in the workplace. Maybe you see stuff about posts tearing women down, insulting them based on the way they look, slut shaming. Never mind the fact that AI is being used to create deepfake porn. And I mean, that's just what I'm posting. Never mind the weirdos out there. It's bad. It's bad. And, I know I've spoken to a lot of right-wing guys who kind of incredulous about it. They'll ask, like, really, everything that's going on in the country, in left-wing cities, we have women being actually punched in the face in New York. Women's spaces basically don't exist anymore because of the trans issue. Never mind things that affect everybody, like inflation, but you're really telling me women are still going to vote Democrat, they're going to vote against Republicans out of spite because of mean comments? And it's like, well, have you met a woman? Like, I mean, unfortunately. But no, the transport issue, that is something that it only seems to be getting worse. And, the thing with that is we really have no one else to blame but ourselves. Ladies, we can't really pin that on men in general. There's never been a man that's ever sat down and said, all right, guys, here are my opinions about the policies governing women's sports. Like, that's not happened. So it's us. We're doing that. And again, the problem is that we're too afraid of being offensive. The first time man ever showed up in a skirt asking to play on a sports team, we should have told them to GTFO, but we didn't because we didn't want to be bad feminists. But I mean, tough love for us ladies. I'm going to give us some advice, some words of wisdom that I usually reserve for single moms, is that we could have said no. Okay? We could have said no, but we didn't. And so we made our bed and we got to lie in it. Actually, there's a lot of people who say that men and women's sports are going to be the death of women's sports. I disagree. I actually think if enough males start competing, people will start watching. So that'll be actually fun. But an example of that, I don't know if you guys watch female basketball. No, but Caitlin Clark. So she's someone who's been making the news a lot. Yeah, I don't watch basketball played by women because, again, we don't need to go over this. No one does. But she was someone who I was seeing in the news a lot for months and months, and I just kind of automatically assumed that she was trans. And it's not good. No, but it's not because she looks like a man or anything like that. She's a beautiful giantess. But the thing is, 9 times out of 10, if we're actually talking about a female athlete, period, let alone how good they are at their sport, it's because they're a dude. It's because they're a dude. So I get good job, Caitlin Clark, I guess, disproving the stereotype that female athletes can't be good. But no, it's not a good long-term plan for us. And actually, trans women, so males, they're really interesting because usually there's this stereotype, and it's kind of true if you ask me, that progressive men tend to be effeminate. I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive, but like they tend to be a little less masculine, a little more feminine. But I feel like it's this weird paradox. The more likely they are to identify as a woman, the more masculine these progressive men are. Like, if you're a progressive man, I'm sorry, but odds are I could probably beat you up unless you identify as a woman. In which case, odds are you are some Arnold Schwarzenegger from the 80s looking motherfucker. Like, I'm sorry, but that's real. That's a real thing.
And I love the fact that we are so afraid of being called intolerant that we're trying to convince ourselves that someone like Leah Thomas doesn't have a biological advantage, just like an ingrained, inherent better ability to perform at sports than someone who is like 5'4". But that's okay. That's okay. I don't want to be, I don't want to be a Pat Aggressive, so. But there's a lot of issues out there that I don't really have answers to. I don't know how we fix race relations. I don't know how we fix gender relations. It's hard. It's hard. Something that I do have an answer for, though, is the fact that 200-year-olds seem to be running this country. Like that's that's bipartisan, right? No one side should want that. But the problem is, old people wake up a lot earlier than we do. Like there's a very clear mechanism for how we could get them out of power, literally vote against them. But we have stuff going on, It's just it's a lot, and they don't. So we just leave it. But here's my plan. So we take everybody in the government who's over the age of like 70, okay? And we tell them, look, government is going digital. We're going full on remote. And it's possible, especially after COVID. I don't think they'd question it. So set them up at home on their computers. We tell them that, no, you're still doing your job. You're still running the government. Really, they're just playing Civ, though. Like, that's all they're doing. And I feel like they'll be happy. They can wage whatever wars. In the meantime, we actually get to have people making laws about TikTok who know what TikTok is. So it's a win-win. And I know you might be thinking, that's never going to work. They'll figure it out. But are you really trying to look me in the eye and tell me that someone Nancy Pelosi's age, someone Mitch McConnell's age is going to be in front of their computer, inputting their personal information and go, hang on a second, this seems like an online scam. I don't buy it. No, that's not going to happen. They're going to love it. But actually, the most depressing part of that plan is the fact that they probably would not be able mentally to figure out how to play Civ. So that's who's running our government. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, you guys, that's all the time I have for today. You guys have been awesome. Thank you.
Wow. Give it up for Lauren Chen. That's awesome.